Welcome to another exciting, explosive edition of the Voice of the Colonization Show. Tonight we have Jewel from the Kalagenesis. Let me get my shit ready there because this is gonna be exciting. I'm doing things a little different nowadays, you know. I'm gonna start adding some more sound effects and stuff like that in. But this topic is very, very dear to me. And anytime I do a topic, it's stuff that I've been thinking about for a very long time, and I don't know when to bring it out to the public. Don't know when to say it, when the right time to say it. But I think tonight, I was thinking today. I said, yeah, let me talk about that. So, like I said, when I basically do topics, I've thought about them for a long time. I don't just do topics off the top of my head. I've thought about them for a long time, and I really, really think about what I say and how it's going to affect me, because I know people listen to what I say, and sometimes I forget stuff. I forget that I said it. I talk all the time, and people forget that I forget sometimes that I say stuff. So, oh yeah, I did say that. I did say it. Sometimes I don't like revealing everything about myself or all my thoughts. The Bible says a fool uttereth all his mind. And one thing I am not, I'm many things, but I'm not a fool. I am not a fool. So I don't like uttering all my mind. But like I said, so when I do have something to say, or something input to say, I'm going to say it in a way that's respectful and insightful. And I think I'm doing good by helping people understand what I'm talking about. Well, when you have topics like the jewel from the Kalagenesis, this is a jewel from the Kalagenesis, deep analysis of the sacred and the profound, right? Versus the vague and abstract. I don't see how many people could even think on this level, right? Because you don't hear anybody else talking this level. Everything, this is a Phil Scott a while ago. Everything is the FBI. This guy's divulging to a fucking the FBAs and all of that. Sometimes I'm embarrassed being black sometimes. I'm embarrassed being Black America sometimes, Black America, I love Black America, everybody knows, but y'all embarrass me sometimes. This whole FBA thing, this whole reparation thing. Now Phil Scott saying that, oh yeah, the reason why Black people not supporting the immigrants right now is because the immigrants was against they didn't want us to have reparations. Like you was going to get reparations in the first place. And I'm saying, I look at all this foolishness and I'm saying to myself, man, there's something wrong. And that's because everything is in the Black America is superficial. It's fake. It's the vague and abstract. There's no such thing as Black people in America. Now, when you are a people, you have something profound and sacred, that you hold dear. It could be anything. It could be a church service. It could be a racial identity. It could be something like a nightclub, the juke joint. Used to be a safe space where you come together and it connects you with your past and your future. Tell me what connects us to our past in most of Black American culture, as I'm the culture critic. Tell me what the hell happened to our people, with our culture and everything like that. What do we have that's profound and sacred that we hold on to? We used to have that stuff. Well, we used to get out there and have our fish fries and everything like that, and sung our gospel and our R&B, our rhythm and blues music and stuff like that. We were connecting to our ancestors. We were connecting to something that was sacred. That was something that's ours. But then when we commercialized it, right, it becomes vague and abstract and profane because it's lost its real meaning. Do you understand what I'm talking about tonight? When something loses its meaning, it's gone. Like, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. And let me be frank what I'm talking about. And let me be frank that I don't give a damn if I hurt people's feelings tonight, because I'm tired of people's feelings. I'm sparing people's feelings and whatnot. I'm going to start telling you what I really think. When they had the year of the return, right? Something that was sacred in Black America was the return to Africa. That's like a holy thing. That's the one thing that we always had that was ours, that right to return and connect with our African roots and be part of Africa, right? But what happened with the year return? It became hijacked. It became commercialized, right? You had Nancy friggin' Pelosi over there. So it became vague and abstract. The year return. Okay, who is returning? Why are they returning? It lost its real fundamental meaning. That's why I say I don't get involved with the year return stuff, because it's lost its meaning. You wonder why I don't embrace Ghana. You can't bring white people and everybody else over to a country and bring Nicki Minaj and all this kind of stupid stuff and tell the Kalagenesis, yeah, look at the year return. Who's returning? Why are they returning? What's the sacred kindred spirits that's happening? You understand where I'm coming from? If you don't have, look, if every group of people has to have something that they hold dear, something that they held sacred, something that they basically hold on to that no one else can take from them and nobody else can give them. If you no longer have that, you're just a slave. That's why I look at my brother 1776. I can't talk about 1776 because that's not mine. That's not mine. I didn't write the Declaration of Independence. It has no meaning to me. It's profane to me. When something's not yours and you're living in a reality that's not yours, that's the profane. The sacred is when you live in your own reality, in your own spiritualness. So that's why I said I cannot embrace the 1776, Constitution, because that was not written for me. That's profane to me. Now, it means something to somebody else when some white Americans see the American flag. I think that's beautiful. That's their country. They founded it, whatever like that. Their ancestors founded for them or not. That's sacred to them. Like the Confederate flag is sacred to a lot of white Southerners. What is sacred to us? Oh, we got the RBG. The RBG never flew and represented any soil. It never conquered any soil. The RBG is not an official flag of any soil. So it's an abstract, and the profane, because it does not exist. We have to, in order for us to become a people, the reason why nothing works, this is why we have no politics and everything. See, every group of people, right? They don't automatically think they know the people. They get to know them. You want their vote or their support, you got to get to know them. Black people, all they do is pull up a thing, Ayanna Prissy. Oh, we're going to reintroduce HR 40, whatever it is, right there. We know black people just want money. Okay, that's all it is. What else? Look, what else is it? Oh, yeah. We give them a Juneteenth holiday. Okay, yeah. We give them, we talk about a crime bill that we don't pass. Okay, that's all black people think about, is crime, prison reform. Oh, yeah, that's yeah. Other people, they basically come to the people and they learn about what's in their heart, what's in their soul. Who are they? Not what are they, but who are they? And they engage a people and that builds a relationship of respect. Every group of people have a relationship with the dominant society of respect, except for Black America, because we have nothing of our own. We let them take our music, we take our lingo, we let them take everything that's sacred to us and just commercialize it and throw it out there and give it back to us. And the one thing I can never forgive for this is the one thing that was always sacred for us is our pain. Slavery in America is very painful. This is why I'm not going to get mad at the Wabos in America, the people who pretendians anymore. You know why? Because they have never been able to live with and have their heal from the pain. So therefore, to escape from that pain, because Black people, we're not even entitled to our pain. Other people feel like they can make movies and exploit our pain for personal gain. We're exploited. Nothing is sacred to us. Nothing that we have is ours, right? Instead of saying, yes, slavery was a horrible thing or not, let Black people deal with that the way they want to deal with it, right? No, it has to be commercialized, monetized for everybody's consumption and everything. You got people out there thinking they could, I saw one lady the other day, and she was angry because, white lady, she was angry because she does plays where she does famous American women heroes, right? She goes around the plays. Well, anyway, Black people got her stopped from doing Harriet Tubman. She said that's Black people being racist because they're refusing to let her play Harriet Tubman. And I'm saying, is anything sacred to us? Does anything belong to us? When are we going to understand that until we get to the point where we say we lost everything, but we need a nation of our own so we can have something sacred for ourselves? We're not going to get anybody. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to bring and get this across to you or not. You cannot live in another person's reality without dying. If we don't have something for ourselves, as we lose our identity and what's sacred to us, we are going to die. You know, all the talk, all the stuff like that. You could build all the schools you want and whatnot. Until we know who we are and what we are and who we are and love who we are and stuff like that and hold that sacred, we're never going to get any place. We're never going to love ourselves. We're always going to have people trying to get out of being black and everything like that. That's the root of it. People ask me, like, why is it something like that? Because I tell people all the time. That's why I say the African American people need somebody like me. You can't listen to another person who's not me. The Black America, I know my people. I know everything they're going through. Other people like, oh man, these people are, yeah, okay. You didn't have to go through what we went through, the psychological destruction of Black America. It's to the point where Black people, not only were slaves, we're not even like that. It's just so frustrating. We're not even allowed to mourn and have that for ourselves. Which we call, they'll take our heroes from us and tell you that next thing they'll tell you Nat Turner was a great American icon and blah, blah, blah. And we have nothing to ourselves. We have nothing to ourselves. We're by ourselves, but we have nothing to comfort ourselves with. Imagine if we had things to comfort ourselves to come around. Remember the Negro spirituals we used to do and stuff like that? That kept us together as a people. Now we have nothing because everything that we do is for the mainstream. We have nothing for ourselves. They make sure that we at one time we had hip hop. We was doing hip hop rap, but now that was Black people bonding together. It was young Black men communicating with each other, over a beat, rhyming. Hip hop was amazing when it first came out. Now it belongs to everybody. Now everybody got an opinion on it. Now it doesn't even represent the thing. It doesn't have the soul it had before. Like soul music. Soul music was for us. It wasn't meant for everybody's consumption, but us. But right now we have nothing for ourselves. Nothing. Nothing. Even the fact that we adopted a name, African American. We said we've settled, okay, that sounds cool. We know we're in America. We're American. But African Americans give us sort of agency over our life. Now they want to take that from us. Now they want to take that. You got African immigrants calling themselves the true African Americans. You got people like Elon Musk calling themselves the true African Americans. Nothing sacred because you don't have any power. You live in a society where people just take from you, and you have nothing to stop it. No way to stop it. So this is what we're talking about tonight. There's the sacred and the profound, right? What's profound to us, what have deep meaning. Profound means what's deep meaning. What's sacred to us. It was profound to us. Against what's vague and abstract. They take all the sacred and profound things to us, right? That could unify and uplift the people, make it commercialized, vague and abstract and profane. So it loses original meaning. Now you talk about the year of return, it really has no meaning now. Now you got, instead of being Black men and Black women going to Ghana, building something like that, now you got to go over there, people, Black women going over there, you got passport grannies going over there with the looking for long-throat Kwame, you got all kinds of nefarious, the stories I'm hearing of the Black people, the Art Kathy types going over, it's a mess. The Africa return was probably the most sacred thing that we ever had in Black America. It's always been in Black America. It's always something that we never discussed with white people. I was like, yeah, we are. I heard the stories would tell when I was coming up. My grandfather talked about that. Yeah, one day, even he was from Harlem one night, just any other, despite everything, working with Kalagenesis, people were like, yeah, one day we got to return to turn to our people in the motherland. That's something that's always existed in Black America. The return to Africa was something sacred in Black America. Now it's commercialized. Now it has no meaning. Now the people going over there, you got people like unserious people like JT, the bigger figure. Nothing sacred anymore. Nothing sacred anymore. It lost its freaking meaning. That's why people look at it now like, and I know you FBA people think you're winning something right now. You're not, because I'm trying to bring this movement back to the sacred and the profound. That's why I do not play with people when it comes to Africa and stuff like that. If you serious, or you get out of my face. I'm telling you now, if you're not going to roll with this or whatnot, I don't take lukewarm people. If you say, Kala, Like For Righteous, she's definitely not into Africa. She don't care about Africa. I can respect that, you know. But what I can't stand is lukewarm people, half in, half out. You know, I believe that the ultimate goal of Black America one day is to have a nation of our own in Africa. That's what I believe. You know, and that's probably the most sacred thing I could say in my lifetime. That's the most powerful thing I can say in my lifetime. Because what you're doing is you're upending everything that you know about America, everything you believe in, everything like that. That's something sacred. That idea has existed in the soul of Black America for 400 years. And all I'm doing is bringing it to the surface, you know? I'm bringing those kindred spirits out to the surface to liberate our people. I believe that's the last leg of the liberation of our people is a journey home. You know, so that's sacred. That's profound. And that's not up for debate, you know? And I'm not going to debate with anybody anymore about this. I'm dead serious. I'm not going to debate with anybody because we have to have something sacred. Unless you can come up with something sacred that we have, that we hold on. You lost everything else. We lost our music. We lost our religion. You know, you hear T.D. Jakes. Oh, he's evolved on sin. He don't preach fire and brimstone, hellfire and brimstone anymore. You can go to church. You can twerk in the church now. Now you got strippers in the church now leading choir service. Oh, yeah. Anything goes in the church, Black church right now. There's no anointment, you know, and everything like that. You won't come to church to serve the Lord and everything. No. Do what you want to do. Every religion is being corrupted. The Nation of Islam is being corrupted. Everything we do, every institution, every religion we believe in, everything like that is being corrupted because we don't hold anything sacred. And that's why I'm the culture critic. You know, I criticize those things that I think are a threat to our culture and everything like that. So we're gonna have a good show tonight. When you got a topic like the jewels of the college, this is probably gonna be my best show. You know, the sacred and the profound against the vague and abstract and profane. You know it's going down tonight. How you doing, Mari? In the chat, you know, thank you, my hardworking moderator. You know it's going down tonight. You know sparks are gonna fly tonight. You know this is where you want to be. You know the only person that can bring the truth is the Kalagenesis. You know you should tell somebody. You know that's the right thing to do. So stop what you're doing. Like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend, and you know, grab some popcorn, some peanuts, and whatnot. Grab a beer, grab some soda, and let's dig in. Let's get into this. You know, so we're gonna have a good show tonight. You know, I don't know how long it's gonna be, but we're gonna have a good show tonight. We'll see how it goes and everything. But the whole thing I'm trying to attack tonight is this culture. This culture, the most dangerous thing threatening Black America is not white supremacy. It's the culture of mediocrity and foolishness. That is the most dangerous thing. I'm gonna tell my good brother Kwame that. But wait, so he's still on the 1970s. Oh, look, the Kalagenesis is way past all that. You know, the most dangerous thing threatening Black America is apathy, foolishness. You know, and all these things like that we do, not taking life seriously and not taking anything seriously. That's the most dangerous thing to Black America. Anything goes in Black America. Immorality and all stuff like this, you know, just the gates of hell are open and the demons are walking the earth. And I'm not trying to sound like a preacher or nothing like that today, but something's going on where the spiritual forces trying to destroy the children of God, Black America. So we have to do spiritual battle, you know, and I want to wage spiritual warfare. The wickedness, the sin, the evil, and stuff like that got to be done. You cannot build anything on wickedness. You cannot build anything on lies. You cannot build it. People say, let's build the hood, color. So, okay, let's build the hood. So down the street at resident 134 on Baker Street, you have this lady. She's a 304. Right next to her is a preacher. Right down, another house down, another story down, is you got a gangster rapper. Down the street, like I said, I'm making this up in my head. You know, what would the perfect ratchet culture community look like? You know, then the next house we have a let's see, you got a Hebrew Israelite. The next house you got a Moor. And then another house on the end of the block, you have a pretendian. Now you say, yeah, let's have a block party. Let's all get together. We're in the hood. But do you think that's a unified? Does that sound like a unified people to you? No. That's like a unified. Where's this? What is sacred? What's holding them together? We have to get out of this idea that your skin color can hold you together. It's your spirit. Our ancestors were spiritual people. They know that their soul and their mind, body, and soul have to be one. And we were one people at one time. But right now, we have everybody's gotten indoctrinated with all these different ideas and things, and so that we don't think like a people anymore. That's why people could. One thing you do when you take out any ideology, like when people join the Nation of Islam, the reason why the Nation of Islam's soul was it was compatible with their own people, with the culture of the people. It suit the times for the people. That's why Malcolm X said we had to suit the Nation of Islam message, right? To fit the time and the society that they lived in. You're talking to Black Americans, African Americans. So the message has to be tailor-made to them. But what you have right now is people coming with this off-the-wall philosophy, like they came from outer space and shit, you know? And we're saying, dude, man, you got to fall in line. You know? You got to fall in line. That's what holds Black religions and institutions together. We're on the same page for 99% of the stuff. And that little bit we disagree with is just like 5% what we disagree with, you know? But you do not have that anymore because everybody's doing their own thing because social media has made it worse. Social media is where it works, where everybody's in their own little groups and all stuff like that. And you're just incubating foolishness and reinforcing foolishness and tearing the community apart as we speak. Internet was the worst thing that for Black America, the worst thing. It divided us. It created all these different sects and everything like that. And nobody's sticking on the same page. No one knows who we are anymore. Who are we? Can anybody tell me who we are? Be like, I don't know, Colin. I don't know either. Who the hell are we? And in my desperation, I'm saying the only way we can freaking do this, become a people again, is we have to separate ourselves from this country. We have to start all over again, you know, in a new land. You know, we have to start all over again because Black America is so far gone. I'm going to keep preaching that. I'm not compromising on that. I'm not going to compromise on that, you know. The African-American people need a land, a nation, a culture of their own. That's what it is, you know. Other people, you cannot, that's why I really don't, I can't really do Pan-Africanism as we know, right? We're all Black people. No, it don't work like that anymore. That's gone. That's dead. We as Black people in America got to discover who we are first. I'll give it to the Jamaicans. They know who they are, you know. The Haitians know who they are, you know. They know who they are. They identify with the landmass of Haiti, the Dessalines, and all the Haitian Revolution. They got something that they can build around, you know. They're in a better position than we are because we don't know who we are. You know, we never had a republic. We never had a nation to rally around. That's why I fight so hard for Black people to identify with Liberia. You know, that would give us something to identify with. That's something we actually created. But, you know, it is what it is. You know, I try. I do the best I can and everything. My little platform. But like I said, this platform and me, this thing's going to boom. I got the funny feeling this is going to boom. All the stuff that I'm seeing on the ground in Liberia, all the people that are joining me and stuff like that. Something big is about to happen, you know, so it is what it is. So I do believe that this is a revolution. I believe the Colin Nation is a revolution. You know, there's nothing else out here like this. You know, I like my good brother Afro Think Tank, but, you know, all right, I mean, I guess when he gets older, whatever like that, and he's lived a little bit, he can see it. But, you know, we have deep problems in Black America. That's deeper than just Pan-Africanism and going to Nigeria or going to Ghana and going to Liberia, going to Africa and whatnot. That's not going to solve that. Proof of which now that poison of self-hate is not permeating in Africa. I got Africans now telling me that they're Native Americans and that they were already in America and all this kind of stupid shit like that. You know, it's seeping into Africa now. We got Africans actually believing that. So we have to do something about this. You know, the culture of Black America has become poisonous to the rest of the friggin' world. You know, to the Black world. And so we have to, I'm doing my best to fight this. You know, when you come on this platform, you get the real thing of what Black America is all about. I don't mince words, whatever like that. So when you come here and say, well, blah, blah, well, on this platform, did I ever say anything about reparations? No. Did I ever say that we need reparations? So why are you arguing me about reparations? Well, we should have it. I never made a case for reparations or anything like that. Whether people want it or not, that's what they all believe in. That's on them. But I said, I never did that. So don't come on this platform and try to challenge me on reparations. It's something I don't really care about, you know? The culture is dead. No, it needs to be resurrected. You know, it's there, but it's suppressed. Not dead, but it's suppressed. It needs to be rebirthed. We need a renaissance. You know what, Tino? You know what a renaissance is? See, the renaissance means rebirth. You know, it means rebirth. Don't means birth. Genesis means birth. What Black African American culture needs is a renaissance, a rebirth. Okay, a rebirth of our traditional culture and values in Black America. The things that kept us together and kept us strong and made us the strongest group, one of the strongest groups of people that ever lived. You know, that's what's dying. We're losing our soul. That's what's dying in Black America, you know, and I'm the only one that talks about this. You know, you can talk about money and all stuff like that. That don't mean shit. If you don't get this culture right, you don't get your soul right, we don't get our people right, we're not going to build anything. We're not going to go any place. We're not going to build anything. It's going to be Black people sitting around just damning each other because of what we don't have or what we're not doing. There's nothing sacred and profound in Black America. They took everything from us, you know? And I thought the one thing that we could have, we have the idea of a nation, return to Africa, whatnot. Now that's in jeopardy as Donald Trump moves into the Congo. And then you have him basically talking about negotiating with Angola, whatnot. So everything that basically we thought that we could hold, you know, a return to Africa and building with our brothers and sisters in Africa, the unity, Black unity and Pan-Africanism, all that stuff like that is in jeopardy. So everything we have is in jeopardy, you know, so we're about to lose everything. Once that goes, man, there's nothing left. Nothing left. Then all we have is the profane. You're going to have a bunch of brothers like 1776 that are flag saluting, you know, MAGA. Can you imagine that? Living in America where Black people are friggin' all MAGA'd out and whatnot, you know, hating Black immigrants and all this kind of shit like that. That's what we're headed towards, you know, because we have nothing left. I think we have to stop letting that culture. Yeah. The internet is destroying our culture. It really is. It's dangerous. I thought it was going to be something good, a tool. It's destroying our culture, you know. Everybody with a freaking nonsense cult gets on the line and starts spreading foolishness and nonsense and whatnot, and fake history and whatnot, messing people's minds up and everything. It's just a really a mess, you know. So it is what it is, you know. So, but all I can do is just fight this thing with everything I got in me, you know, and hope for the best. You know, that's what I could do. Just call out. One thing's for sure: when people listen to me, then you know there's somebody out there that say that when you get ready to coon, you get ready to buck dance, you get ready to act the fool and whatnot, you're gonna think about me, you know. When I'm overlooking your shoulder, when you're sitting on a john taking a shit, I'm there. When you're in the shower, you open the shower curtain, I'm there. When you're out there buck dancing before white people, just think that look over your shoulder, I'm right there. I'm everywhere I'm ubiquitous. I'm everywhere you go. And you can't escape from me. Because I'm a curse that nigga demon out of you. Of anything I got in me. I'm determined to fight that nigga demon to drive him to the gates of hell. That nigga demon is the reason why slavery happened. That's the reason why we suffer in this country. That's the reason why Marcus Garvey was deported. That's the reason why Malcolm X was killed. That's the reason why we got crack in our community. That's the reason why we have gangster rap. All this shit right here is because we don't stand up to this freaking foolishness that wrecks and destroys our culture, our community. But I'm here to say, no, a new day is dawning. So you're either going to be with this, or you got to get in line or get rolled over. But yeah, so that's what Jewel from the Kalagenesis. I would like to always play my Jewel from the Kalagenesis music. Let me see if I can get my. Welcome to All Tech Lansing. So, I mean, let me show you guys something. This is how I usually do my my radio show, and I'm gonna hopefully this fall I'll be back on DeVille Radio. Hopefully we gotta have DeVille TV. You know, that'd be great. If I could have a broadcast channel where now we have a studio and I have a broadcast segment, an hour segment with my own show, whatever like that. You talking about freaking blowing up, man? This shit it will blow up. Trust me, you know. So anyway, when I do Jules from the Kalagenesis, I usually give suspense. So here we go. Jules from the Kalagenesis in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, back to the show. That's my intro to Jules from the Kalagenesis, you know, suspense, you know. What is you see the Nigerian, like this is what I'm saying, Principe. What the hell's a Nigerian president and St. Lucia got to do with anything? Nothing, you know, and stop dooming and glooming positivity. I'm just telling you like it is. Principe, one of these guys that think everything's all right. He thinks, geez, why we don't have this one? Principe, I'm trying to go deeper. I'm talking beyond your little brain could comprehend. This is above your pay grade here, you know. All this stuff like that means absolutely nothing if you don't have anything, you know. If a people don't know who they are or don't have anything sacred, you know, you don't have anything deep or profound or whatnot that holds you, a group of people together, they're not going to be together, you know. Americans have a whole thing. They got the American flag. They got the Constitution. They got all the things that they go to World War I, World War II, the whole history, all the things that hold America together, you know, that they could rally around, you know, identify around. Black America really has nothing. Whatever little we had, right? Whether it was Pan-African, all that stuff was taken from us, you know. We used to have our music, you know. We used to have our culture. We used to have rhythm and blues. Like in the movie Sinners was great. He said, look, our music is the one thing that we brought ourselves. It wasn't imposed on like religion. He said that Christianity was imposed upon us by the white man. He said our music is the one thing that's ours, right? And if you look at that movie, it was just so powerful, you know. They basically were just saying how powerful music is. It can move the soul. That's where you have kindred spirits. That's what unites people. Like for that time period in that juke joint, you're connected with your ancestors. You past, present, future is connected. I remember that thing when you're basically in those things, you're around your own people and stuff like that. You're connected to something deeper, like almost like thousands of years. It's like going through time. You're going through time travel. You're like, geez, when we used to do the breakdancing and stuff like that, you knew you were connected. You were just there. You were in the past and you were in the future. You know, you were connecting on a level. You know, then when you left the place, you know, you just go back to your thing and say until the next night was. I learned that when I worked in a nightclub. I said there's something powerful about working in a club where you see people together, fellowshipping and everything like that. It's something deep. That's why clubs is so popular in Black America. You know, there's something deep in them. You know, when people listen to rallying around that listen to the music and stuff like that, dancing, they're connecting with something. And then people come there, other races come there to get the feeling of that. You know, what's that Negro, what they call Negro soul, you know? That's why white people come there and say, man, I want to go up to Harlem. Why? I want to feel some of that Negro soul. Because they didn't have anything, you know? But when they heard black people doing our jazz and our art, rhythm and blues and stuff like that, playing the piano, there was something deep that they basically wanted to own. They said the one thing the white man always wanted was the black man's soul. He's like, man, if I could put black soul in a bottle and sell, I could be rich, you know? So the whole thing is, this is what I'm talking about tonight. We have lost our soul. I mean, I never thought it'd be a day where you have black men with no damn soul, you know? It's like, damn, where's your soul, nigga? You know? It's like, damn, man. Black men used to always be the epitome of cool and what's down and everything like that. What the hell happened to our culture? You know, it's just sad, man. It's just frustrating, you know? You cannot build anything if you don't know who you are. I'm just dead serious to that. If you don't know who you are, you ain't gonna build nothing, you know? You're just a bunch of people around you, it's all superficial, surface. I don't like being around superficial people, you know? Either it's real or it's not. You know, that's what I'm saying. Either you're real or you're not. If you're not real, then you got to keep it packing. If you're real, then you stick with me. You stick with this movement. You stick with what's going down and whatnot, you know? So it is what it is. No, we need not a revival. You can't revive something that's dead. We need a renaissance. We need a rebirth. We need a rebirth, a renaissance in thinking and literature and thought and everything like that, you know, because America has destroyed us, you know, the crass materialism and all the foolishness, you know, the sin, the gluttony and all stuff like that we see in America has destroyed our community, you know, the lust, you know. I look at the black women. I mean, it's just sad when I see black women nowadays. I see this one video I play on Facebook, right? The girls out there, these nasty looking chicks out there on stage talking about with a for sale sign, talking about for sale. It's just like, yo, look, the demons are walking the earth, you know? The demons are walking. Farrakhan sold out, you know? Farrakhan sold his soul, you know? He's an old man and whatnot, you know? He knows he fails, you know? Because he wasn't real, you know? If you fail when you spend 70 years doing something and you don't have no success, that means what you do. I don't really think Farrakhan really believed in anything he was ever saying, because people believe that what they're saying, if they think they were saying is true, they will see results. Farrakhan's Nation of Islam is a joke, you know. So they went along with the thing. They were riding off the Malcolm X and what Elijah Muhammad did, you know. We don't need no damn chiefs, you know. We don't need no damn chiefs. We don't need anything. What we need is God. We don't need man, principally. We need God. Only God's going to pull us out of this. We lost our way. Yeah, Sinners was the best movie I've ever seen in my life. I'll tell you that with anything. That was the best. I thought Marvel Endgame was the best movie until I saw Sinners. I didn't think anything. No, there was Marvel Endgame, and there was Creed 3, and then there was Sinners. Creed 3 was the best after Marvel, about tied with Marvel Infinity War and Endgame. And then came Sinners. That just blew me out the door. Everything that I knew, a black person doesn't like Sinners. He's a cancer. Yeah. If you don't like Sinners, man, I don't know what to tell you, The women are not, though the women are worse. The women are supposed to be the temple, A woman's body is supposed to be the temple, of a soul of a nation. The temple, you know what the temple is? The temple is where the soul is housed, A woman basically that opens her legs up and whatnot. A woman, basically a horse woman, can destroy a man, destroy civilization, and destroy life as we know it. Men are always going to be like that. Men are controlled by women. Women control. If women have no morals, no grounding, and no anything like that, the men is going to do whatever they want to do. Women are supposed to be the balance to men, So you can call in tonight and debate me on this. Women are supposed to be the balance. God gave them that power. Women have natural power over men. All women have power over men. If a woman does not have power over men, then she's not a real woman. All women have power over men. That's the balance there. Men have physical power over women. We're physically stronger. Women are emotionally stronger than men. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the worst. Yeah, women, black women now open their legs and lay in with the enemy, and it's about to happen in Africa. You're gonna have they're gonna seriously when they corrupt the African woman, it's gonna be thing. We already have a problem with Chinese men leaving thousands and thousands of babies. Thing. No, the head doesn't rule. Yeah, the head rules, but who is this person, man? You know, read the Bible. I don't know what Bible you read. You know, the men and women are just one flesh. When you join together, you become one flesh, a husband and wife. That's one flesh, you know. That's husband and wife is one flesh, you know. So ain't no men rule over the women; they rule together. Yeah, no. It's the bottom line is just like I told you: the gates of hell are open. You know, black women basically people think it's innocent and cute when women I want to get with a white boy and all like they go out there friggin' sexing up white boys and all this kind of stupid shit like that. They don't understand what they're doing. And they do is that's why I said this is really serious, right? You know. No, I don't blame African American men. It's a black culture altogether. It's men and women that are screwing up, you know. It's men and women that are screwing up. It's not just men, it's women too. They're all screwing up, you know. The whole entire black community's failed, you know. The man lead to me. Well, what about the women like Sexy Red, Glorilla, Nicki Minaj, and all this Cardi B? Are they men, principally? You know, women are just as dangerous, you know, and there's foolishness that's going on, you know. So like I said, you watch that movie Sinners, that would just so explain everything, you know. Bottom line is this, you know, he said, Sammy, put the guitar down, Sammy. Let the Sammy go. I don't care what you said, waste, you know, whatever. College, so-called African American confused. Like, heads brewed this goofy ass shit, you know. We got goofy. You're so goofy. I mean, broody. You're so way off, man. The Africa, that shit is gone, man. That African ID is freaking gone. It's gone, bro. You gotta bring that someplace else up, you know. That so-called American, it doesn't mean nothing. Black people have nothing sacred in America. We have nothing sacred. That's all. You got to have something of your own, you know. You can't just have what you doing is you asking black people to get the vague and abstract and profane. Africa has become vague, abstract, and profane. It means absolutely nothing to black America. Nothing. So it's a vague, abstract, profane, just like Ubuntu. It's vague and abstract and profane. It'll never work among black people because it has no meaning to black America, you know? Has no meaning. That's what people don't seem to understand, you know? It's not all black women. Yeah, I know I'm saying all black women, but I'm saying it's enough. There's enough black men and black women that are freaking destroying the culture. Now I see what they got this AI stuff. People, you got white people out there taking images of black people and having them doing having black women acting all ghetto and ratchet. It's not even real videos, and it's making stuff up and posting them on TikTok and everything like that. And it's having black women out there acting ghetto, ignorant, and whatnot. And it's not even freaking real things that's happening, but people believing it's real. Just like you seen the AI video of Umar Johnson with a white chick, that's fake. So now you got the racists and taking AI and making racist propaganda against us and whatnot, you know. But we invited them in, right, DK? Like in the centers, like you got to invite them in. We invited them into our culture. We invited them into our lives. Black women invited them into open their legs by inviting their body, you know. Yeah, he treats them like little children, and they're sitting there thanking President Trump. Like I said, it's a joke. How much more humiliation can we endure? Africa is supposed to be our motherland. The continent. Here, Baruti talking about we identify with Africa. I don't blame black people if they don't want to identify with Africa because Africa is embarrassing. You know, I don't blame black people for being ashamed of being African because one thing that we always had was this idea that we're Africans and we're going to be returned to Africa and whatnot. Then we look what the reality of Africa is, where we see friggin' the way the president of South Africa was treated like a child. And then you had friggin' you have the Congo invited Trump in and whatnot, What is that? There's nothing left. There's really nothing left. The only thing we could do is build our culture in America and hope but something happens where we could build a nation for ourselves and whatnot, So we could keep the devil out of our fucking life and whatnot, Yeah, they literally invite the devil in Africa, I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Baruti, notice how Baruti had nothing to say about that shit, because he's fake, Here's Ubuntu, man. Get the fuck out of here, bro, Despite our Christian, bro, like that, Christian pro-black, pro-family center, and our hoodlums and hood rats that you make excuses for them offend. Like, what the hell are you talking about, Principe? I ain't excusing nobody, I condemn all the negative stuff and whatnot, and it's not even that. It's the fact that majority of black people, we're not doing none of that stuff, right? But the culture, our representation, what represents us is that. That's what represents us, I know the shit ain't real, They have no basic human dignity and glory. Yeah. Like Mike Olawale. I said, remember DK? And I got to get you up here, DK. I asked Mike Olawale, I said, Mike, what do you love? Who are you? What do you believe in? All thing the nigga kept talking about was, I'm just trying to get money. What the hell, man? I'm saying, I want to hear from Africans. This is what we believe in. This is sacred. This is what we fight for. This is what like that. All this motherfucker talking about is I'm trying to get is that all the African thinks about? And they wonder why, nobody likes them, You might more definitely explain your disagreement with my last comment. Your comment is this. You just think that everything, we just got to call ourselves Africans, that's it. And then when the qualifier is, when you look at Africa, Africa's a friggin' mess. Africa is nothing to emulate. You don't have no example of what you should think. Give me a specific example of an African culture and society where Black America is going to emulate. I wasn't pro-Trump on Diaspora's show. I just said the truth, He did a lot of good stuff for Black people back in the days. But I said, when it comes to Africa, Principe, I don't give a damn who you are. If you're not Black, I don't want you there, I don't want no United States government. I don't want the Chinese there. And the Chinese are a problem too. I'll say the same thing about Xi Jinping. He's a fucking devil too, Principally, anybody that's after what's rightfully mine is a devil. Anybody goes against what I believe in is a devil. There's white devils and there's black devils, So it is what it is. I don't care about like that. What Donald Trump is doing with America is amazing. He's on a winning streak. He's doing great things. I hope he gets his bill passed, whatever he wants to do. I wish him all the luck in the world. But when it comes to the one thing that's sacred to us, right? Our ancestral homeland. That's the last thing we have. We lost everything else. We lost our music. We lost our religion. We lost everything. The last thing we have is this hope that Africa will deliver us, and we'll have a piece of the continent or one day return. That's once we lose that, that's it. So if the United States builds in Africa, that's lost because the Congolese and people like that will turn on us. America will be in a position to turn Africa against us. They already have it right now with propaganda. Most Africans are against Black America, So it is what it is. So, but I tell it like it is. I'm not gonna candy coat this shit. I tell it like it is. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what the Saudis. Look, the Saudi Arabia and Trump could do what the hell they want to do. Are you sitting here defending what Trump is doing in the Congo, Principe? Why the hell does the Congo need Donald Trump? I don't fucking get it. I don't fucking get it. I don't get it. You can never convince me. I can't blame Trump because, like you said, the Congo reached out. Yeah, they invited him in. When you invite the devil in, that's what happens. You invite it, just like slavery would never happen if they didn't invite the white man in. They invited him in. They let him build a slave force and whatnot. I said, come on in. That's it. If you invite somebody in, that's what happens, you know. It was not Saudi that did that, was Qatar, you know. So it was Qatar. So it is what it is. So I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. Let's get this discussion started early tonight. I don't know if I'll be on all night. Rwanda, look, I praise Rwanda because not because of EU back, whatever like that. I don't care what people do. But when somebody says that you could come to our country and take all the minerals, do you understand, Principe? Rwanda is actually building computers. They're making semiconductors. They're even building cars now. They're manufacturing cars, not just assembling them, right? So I see progress in Rwanda. I see all their kids now have laptops and they go into school and free education and stuff like that. They have housing for the poor. So when I see Rwanda with no natural resources doing well, I don't give a fuck who they're with. I don't see that in the Congo. The Congo is the richest region on the planet. And basically that wealth of the Congo should be going to develop the Africa and the black race. But now it's going to develop America's future. America already looted the Congo to get rid. Congo is what birthed America. The most African Americans are actually from the Congo. People don't realize that early American colonies were people from the Congo, my ancestors, and so therefore America came into being off the blood of the Congo people. Us. And now you're telling me that we give the same land is now giving them all its precious minerals, exclusive on all precious minerals. I'm never going to accept that. I'm sorry, Principe. I'm sorry to hurt your feelings. I'm never going to accept that. That's insane. Like I said, I wish Donald Trump, I voted for him. I wish him a lot of luck. When it comes to Africa, there's something that's mine. The Bible says, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. I realize America is his. He's a constitutionally elected president, whatever like that. Okay, he can do whatever he wants in America, right? That's what it is. But the bottom line, when it comes to Africa, no. Now you're messing with me, So, what's up, DK?
What's up, man? I'm a bit sad because I watched that conference with Trump in the
Yeah, it
Rwanda.
is sad, man. It's pathetic, man. How far? And so when you look at that and you look at people like Baruti telling us we gotta adopt being African, what do you think?
Yeah, it's really bad. It's just fuel for the FBA movement, for all these
Oh yeah, the FBA
pretenders.
movement, they're having a field day over this shit, So we
It's
don't need
hard
to.
to be
It has
right.
Baruti. We need to find out African. We don't need to find no fucking other Africanists. All that shit fucking failed us. We what does this guy get it or not?
No,
All that shit failed us.
it's so bad. I mean, if I don't know which was worse, the Cyril Ramaphosa one or this one. It's as if
The Cyril Ramaphosa one was the worst because he was the head of state in the country.
yeah.
These were just
But
these.
this one's on so many levels. It's as if Africans can't solve their own problems.
Yeah, that's what
We
it's
need,
saying.
we need
Basically, Africans are
it's
children.
exactly what 7076 says. The white man has to be the referee.
Yeah,
Trump's the referee.
so people like that have a legitimate thing. Like I said, Bruce and so on. We just find our own. You can't just look. This is what I'm talking about. You can't. It's like I said. What's the old saying I'm looking for? Like to be or not to be. Remember that?
Yeah.
That means either you are or you're not to be. You know what that means, Bruni? You can't just one day say I'm an African. No, it doesn't work like that. Our Africanness was whatever it was erased and transformed here in America. To be or not to be, we're not. And so therefore, that's why the guy in the chat would say you can never do Ubuntu because you're not a Bantu. You can't just be an Americanized person and go back there. You was transformed to something else. You're no longer one of them.
Yeah.
So
And
so that's what I say, to be or not to be. That is a question.
Straight
The
up.
bottom line is this: Black America. There's no way in hell we're going to be going back to so-called being African, because that was taken from us. That was
That
taken
ship
from
has
us.
sailed. That ship has sailed, man.
Yeah, that ship
It's
is
gone.
stale, man. That should have been done 300 years ago, Bruni. That's done. You
It's,
just got to accept the fact that this beautiful people you call Black America is not going to identify how you identify. You just got to get used to that. And the bottom line, I barely can get Black people to even admit to be associated with Africa, much less, we just got to stop. They can accept the
it's like,
fact that we say African American, but you
can
say,
we get a proud head of state from Africa to come here and stand up like a proud black man so we could
no, because
look
they're
at
all weak.
see
They're all
something?
freaking weak. Bruni don't
Like,
think that's
should we,
important. He thinks the burden
so
is on
like
us.
so people here can at least identify and be proud of being black and African. We can't even get that.
Yeah, so
It's,
people like Brewery don't think that's necessary. He thinks Africa, we just supposed to look at all the humiliation. So that's why I say I don't blame these people for wanting to be fucking Indians or whatnot, because Africa is so degraded and humiliated that nobody wants to identify with it.
see, I don't have a problem with someone saying they're a Moor because at least a Moor is technically an African, or it's like an
But
Indian.
I know
They
the
don't want
Moors.
anything to do.
The Moors were white people, primarily Persians and all that stuff like that, Berbers, and they had blacks among them.
I would
Like
be like, hey, if someone wants to say they're Egyptian, that's cool. But like, if you're an Indian, I'm like, come on, like
yeah,
that's a
I'm like
stretch.
this. The people, Black people going so much pain. If that's what eased their pain,
Yeah, at least
whatever like that.
I'm like, hey, you're Egyptian. Yeah, I could say they were black, but I mean, when you see what's going on today, what the Cyril thing was bad, and if you're looking at that, you'd be like, you know what, I don't want to identify with Africa at all. And
Yeah,
I
that was
see
really that was really sad. It was really pathetic. I felt humiliated as a Black man. Principally says
me too.
Colonization movement has said he'll work with whites. I work with any fucking body. I'll work with anybody. Look, when it
The way
comes down
it
to it,
really made
when
me,
I hit the ground in Liberia and open my office, anybody can walk through my fucking door. I
yeah,
don't give a fuck what you
yeah.
don't think about it. I'm
I
done
was
dealing
really
with and talking about Negroes and Pan Africans and all stuff like that. I need shit done. I need shit
I
built.
was really pissed off at Trump when he tried to when he said, "Oh, you're so beautiful. Come up right next to me." He told her to come up to him like she was a dog, and it was just
Yeah,
it's
so
like they don't have any
it's just ridiculous.
respect,
They
man.
always and shit, everybody just so flattered by the white man's praise.
Yeah.
And
He
she
wouldn't
probably
have done that to
that
like
shit. She knows the White House reporter. She probably dating a
yeah,
white guy. I bet you any amount of money she's with a
of
white man.
course. Like he wouldn't have done that to like a an Arab reporter or someone from China. No,
No,
but
it wouldn't do
he
that. It
feels
wouldn't do
comfortable
nothing like
doing
that.
it to an African or a black person, of course. It's
Yeah,
like
he's with people
we
like this.
basically have nothing, man.
Yo,
No
can you imagine? Can you
self-respect, no
imagine,
image.
like, if Donald Trump starts sending large numbers of military and then contractors to the Congo? Then you see white guys, redneck white guys, walking around with Congolese girls and whatnot. Can you
We
imagine that
basically
sight?
it's probably going to happen. They're going to invite him in. They're going to invite
Yeah,
him
they
in.
invite him in. I tell these Liberians, I said, stop inviting these people to your country. Like somebody asked me about the freaking the Lebanese last night. I can't say nothing about the Lebanese. They invited them in. A native
But it's
Liberian
funny, like
invited them in.
all these people, like Elvis, will be saying, "Oh, the Lebanese are doing so good," but they'll hate on South Africa because they have white people. Like, what's the difference?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Or
The Lebanese.
the only difference
I'll be
is the
perfectly
difference.
honest with you, right?
Mhm.
And I hate to admit this, right? I wouldn't even go to Liberia if the Lebanese weren't there because they provide so much of the modern infrastructure. You want, like, you go to a restaurant and whatnot. The fact that they got modern bars and seating and everything is because they got Lebanese builders and something that you could tap into. If they weren't there, Africa will look like it was still in Liberia, look like it was in the 1940s. You know.
But Liberians don't have a problem with him. But if it was another black man,
Oh yeah,
Fulani
the
or
bottom up. There was a
Black
black man
American,
for America. Oh yeah, they're gonna find a way how to. Oh yeah, the Liberians have a problem with the Fulanis. The Fulas. They hate the Fulas.
it's
You know.
incredible, man. I just think
Now, Perseus called
once
me a
this sort
Lebanese tool. No, I'm not a Lebanese tool, bro. I'm just telling you the reality. Why don't we change the reality, Principe? Why don't we go over there? You're a young man. You could go there tomorrow, the Liberia tomorrow. Move there tomorrow, Principe. I could tell you where to work. I could tell you what to do. But if I can't get people to come to Liberia, the black people to move to Liberia, take up and do what the Lebanese do. Are you going to do what the Lebanese do? The country needs development. If you're not going to do it, the black man in America is not going to do it. The Liberians that Elvis sitting in America are not doing it. The Lebanese are going to do it. That's just common sense.
Yeah.
I'm
Like,
mad because the Congolese want a deal. They don't want a deal. They're bootlicking, They're trying. It's just ridiculous,
It's crazy. I mean, what do you think they're going to get out of it?
If you look at America's track record, can you show me any success where America went to? The Philippines, how'd that turn out?
No. And they'll say Japan, but Japan was already industrialized.
Japan was already industrialized. It was already. I studied Japan. That was the Japanese that did that. America just assisted. The bottom line is this: the Fulanis are considered foreigners in Liberia. That's a problem. And Liberians, for the most part, don't like Fulanis. My boy, one of my boys called me and said, "Colin, man, you were just in Liberia?" He goes, "You go to Caldwell?" I said, "Yeah, I was in Caldwell." "Yeah, what do you think about all the Fulanis?" I said, "I didn't even notice it. I can't really tell. I can tell some people, but I didn't know." He goes, "Those are all Fulanis, man. They all took over, man. They got all the girls, they got all the women, they got all the businesses, they got everything. I'm like, shit, man. I just see black people. That's what I thought.
Well, I don't know about Liberia, man. I think that's a powder keg waiting to happen.
Yeah, as long as we got people like Elvis around, yeah, we'll. You can look at the President Booker, who I like, right? This guy did a ceremonial reburying Samuel Doe, and people are coming out of woodworks that people had suffered. Because one guy wrote this thing. I'm gonna read it. Read his words because it needs to be spread, right? I'm trying to get some more Liberians on the show. He broke this thing saying Samuel Doe killed it. His father worked with Samuel Doe. And this guy said, Samuel Doe murdered my father, and you're celebrating. He said, you guys are opening up old wounds, Samuel Doe murdered my father in cold blood. And we were without a father, when I was a kid, So let me see if I can find this article,
And Prince, how did Lebanese get to Haiti, man? Like, how did he let them
Yeah, how
take
the
over
fuck
your
did
country?
that happen, man? How the hell that happened,
Crazy. How is that? These small people from like Lebanon's a third
Lebanon
world
is a
country.
shithole. Lebanon is a shithole. It has no money, no natural resources, no nothing.
No army, nothing. Like Israel,
No
they
army,
get
no
pumped by
nothing.
Israel and Hezbollah. Like
Yeah.
they don't
So the
control
bottom
shit
line,
in their
the
region.
bottom line is you can't. I said to myself, how the hell did only in Africa can you could Africa is the only place you can go to. You could come from a shithole country in any part of the world and go there and be above the local people and feel superior. If you want to get your superiority on, you come to Africa. That's all it is.
It's crazy, man.
But
Even in Nigeria, Lebanese are
yeah,
embedded
Lebanese
there.
are everywhere, and we glad because they're invited in.
And you know what? Everyone says
Africans see light skin people with white skin, and they have this inferiority complex. They do.
that's it, man.
I see it.
That's
They see an
exactly it.
inferiority complex.
And you know what? A lot of the infrastructure that was built in Lagos, it was done by Lebanese. Even Echo Atlantic, that's spearheaded by
Yeah, well,
Lebanese.
nothing is built by Nigerians. It's not even Abuja built mostly by Japanese.
Yeah.
So it's like this. These people spit shit on black people. Yeah, but the bottom line is this: principally, black people, Africans, invite them in. They invite them
So
in. What can you do?
I have sympathy. I know a lot of people shit on South Africa. I have sympathy because they at least didn't invite them in. They at least didn't invite the white
Yeah,
people
the
in.
white man invaded them.
But other places, I can't say
What
anything
does
about
Audrey have against you, bro?
I don't know. I think Audrey is I don't know where she's from. I don't know this person.
She's from Nigeria, man.
Oh man, she's probably from one of these Southwest tribes that kiss the white man's ass, kiss the Lebanese ass. Tinubu, man. God damn, if he was in the White House, they probably make him eat a banana or something. Who knows
Yeah,
what
he
he'd
go
do?
there. He'll be doing his bananas. And then put up Tinubu, show us your gorilla call. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, he start doing gorilla calls and whatnot. In the White
It's
House.
pathetic, man. We got nothing, bro. We got. I mean, there's a bright spot with Ibrahim Traore. I like what he's
Yeah,
doing.
it is.
Yeah, we'll
Yo, check this out. Ibrahim Traore, my friend, Mr. Rosenthal wrote me today. I didn't know they were working together. The African Bullion Bank. I didn't know he's actually working with Ibrahim Traore, and he's friends with that Dr. Arikana. I got to change my opinion about her. He says Ibrahim Traore says they now have $18 billion worth of gold reserves.
nice. Yeah,
So
they
I told
nationalized
him
the
today.
gold.
I told him today. I put it out there. I told him today. I said we're gonna start looking. I'm gonna start doing my feasibility study for building a gold bullion bank in Liberia. Because I got several. Miners. I want to do is when I go to Liberia next year. I'm gonna organize the miners. I want at least 50 miners. Put them on a contract or whatnot. Supply us with gold. And build a refinery. And so that's going to be big. We build a bullion bank in Liberia, bank. Then we can finance any infrastructure, large infrastructure project we could do. Then it's over. Then you're going to see a revolution. All the stuff they talk about, all these people laughing and chit-chatting in the chat room like, oh, damn, Kala. I'm determined to make it happen. I'm determined. Like I said, Liberia is one of those sacred things that we always had. It was always that place, the promised land. Let me tell you about another sacred thing that we have, sacred and profound thing. Was Black America, if you understand African Americans, right? We always search for this sacred place or this holy place called what? The promised land. You ever heard of that, DK?
Yep.
It was always this imaginary place that we always held out, the promised land. We're going to get to the promised land, the promised land. What's that land of promise? That's been taken away from us almost, the idea of the promised land, the idea of a place where we go to, we're all brothers, sisters, and everything's good and we're safe and everything like that. When several African Americans founded the settlement of Nicodemus, Kansas, that was a promised land,
Mhm.
and what you call Mount Bayou. You heard of Mount Bayou, Mississippi?
Yeah, I heard
That
about
was the
that.
first Black incorporated town. Still Black incorporated. It was only 1,400 people still live there right now, but that was considered a promised land. Black America.
Yeah.
If you don't understand Black America, the promised land, the sacred thing and profound thing, the depth of what do we call the promised land? Soul City was in that tradition of Black America, the promised land. That's why I said somebody said this. He said Martin Luther King had it wrong. Black people were not trying to seek integration and busing and all that. That's not Black America. I don't know what Martin Luther King, who put that in Martin Luther King's head. That was not Black America. Black America was all about the promised land, So
Yeah.
everything was geared towards the promised land, whether it was leave America, go to Africa, or build our own communities in America. It was always a promised land,
Yeah. I don't think this guy from Congo is going to get $7 trillion, man.
Who
That's
said
not
they're
going to
going to get
happen.
$7 trillion? Who said
I
that?
think
Principe, man. The
Principe.
Principe and Kwame, these are young guys, though, They're wide-eyed and belligerent, wild-eyed with mouths agape. They're staring in amazing brewers. They don't know, Yeah, they're ignorant. They're young. They're ignorant. They're enthusiastic, Well, like a Kalagenesis, a jewel from the Kalagenesis. Let me play the intro music. Every time I do a jewel, I got to play the intro music,
Yeah.
So every time I play a jewel from the Kalagenesis.
I mean, there's some bright spots, the AES, Angola. This is awesome.
1, 2, 1. Jewel from the Kalagenesis. Yeah, jewel from the Kalagenesis, Exaggeration is the bastard child of enthusiasm. That's a jewel from the Kalagenesis. The more people exaggerate, the more enthusiastic they are about something, Enthusiasm, if you take enthusiasm and you take stupidity and shuck and jive, right? You got the child will be called exaggeration. Take stupidity, shucking and jiving, and you have a child, you have exaggeration. Excuse me, you have enthusiasm. You take exaggeration and stupidity, you have enthusiasm. No, wait a minute. No, I had it backwards. Take enthusiasm and shucking and jiving, you got exaggeration, the bastard child. So it is what it is. Yeah, tribal massacre in Nimber County with liberal. Yeah. The bottom line is this, and they're celebrating, and like this is what's going to open up old wounds. It's already doing it. I can't find this thing. Hold up, but I basically tagged Dave. I hope Dave comes on next. I tagged him to this post. Maybe he could pull it up. But the whole thing is this. They basically instead of saying this man was a tyrant, this man killed 600 people in one day. The Lutheran Church massacre. He killed thousands of people. He tortured people, everything like that. He murdered people. He usurped the country. It was a criminal act. Imagine a bunch of criminals in your city taking over city council and just taking over the police department and everything. Sorry, what would turn out?
Yeah, he was a savage.
He was a fucking senator. Was a fucking animal. He was a savage.
Yeah. Well, I still don't understand why you do the whole spectacle of the beach massacre.
Because they want the bottom because they're savages. They don't know any better. They're savages. The spectacle like this, and these guys didn't do anything. All they did was run their country, and they were just honorable men, and they were just killed out of hatred.
You tie them up.
That's why I tell people. That's why I tell people like Baruti.
That
right there.
What do you think the rest of the world
will never happen to our people ever again? That right there will never happen. That's why we do not. We cannot just go be African. We cannot trust these people. We cannot do that. We will move Africa. We have our own military, everything like that. We have to have our own protection from these people. We have to be protected from the African, and we have to be protected from the European, and protection from ourselves, Those are three things Black Americans need protection from: ourselves, the African, and the European.
Like, what's the defense for that? Like, how can you defend executing people in public like that? It's incredible.
So not even giving it dignity. As a matter of fact, Cecil Dennis was like, "Go ahead, shoot me!" Right? It was like this prayer said, "You don't know, guy." The dude sat, and all they sat there. They was how brave they sat there. And they died like men. They died like men. They were brave. Those were strong men. But Samuel Doe, you already played a video of Samuel Doe getting killed. I don't know if Elvis had me flagged.
I saw it. They tortured him.
He was crying. He was crying. He was crying like a little bitch and crying. He was crying in his native cry. He was crying. The man. Grown ass man, General Samuel Doe, crying like a baby. That's all they are. They're all nothing but a bunch of little boys. I
don't understand. Why would you videotape that and show that to the world? What do you think they're going to think about you? That these are really
I have no idea. When you're dealing with people, like I said, our ancestors knew that these people, when they met them, these people were savages. That's all they were. And that was the truth. No matter how much they try to dress it up, and people try to say the way you treat the native, no. The bottom line, the way they treat savages, that's what it was. They were dealing with fucking savages. And the bottom line is they were not going to die. They was like, we're here. We're not going nowhere. And the bottom line, get used to it, And so it is what it is,
But I do say they fucked up by not bringing more people from the diaspora.
That's where they fucked up. They thought that they could trust these native people and bring them into the government and unify with them and all that stuff like that. They should have never did that shit, They should have never did that. So
and once they started learning
history, man, lesson learned history. That's what happens when you believe in Pan-Africanism, Pan-Negroism, all this bullshit, It works for the white man because white people are inherently racist, So that works for them. But Pan-Africanism don't work with the black man. The black race don't love itself like that, So, I don't think there's a street named after Samuel Doe, but they did name a stadium he built that he did not build, after Samuel Doe. The stadium was built in 1976, he came to power in 1980. Why'd they name the state? He put his name on the fucking the state. That's what they do. They didn't build anything in the country, nothing, They can't show you anything that they built in the country, but he put his name on the stadium. But That's what it is. What it is, man. I'm not gonna hate these people, but I'm just
Yeah.
putting things like that. So, but we just gotta make sure that shit like that never happens. That's why I can't listen to people like Principe, because people like Principe and Baruti will have us dead. Like our ancestors that went to Liberia. We dead. We tied strapped to a pole somewhere and killed. That ain't gonna happen. Sorry, not on my watch.
Yeah,
I'm
Principe should be worried about Haiti, man. How do some Colombians just come in your country, execute your president, man? That's crazy.
Oh yeah,
That's
man.
the
It just came there and just bum rushed the country and just took over, man. What the
yeah.
fuck, man?
Like they got their own boat. They're like Colombian mercenaries, just got their own boats and just walked up to the president's
Oh, what
mansion
about
and just
Nigeria?
killed him.
Today in Nigeria, another 200 people were killed. Yo, do you know? Oh, I gotta play this. A total of since 2009. Guess how many Christians were killed in Nigeria?
I guess maybe in the tens of thousands, or maybe hundreds of thousands.
57,000 Christians massacred in Nigeria. Does these people even care about human life?
Nah,
50,000
there's no
human
value.
lives lost because of their religion in Nigeria. That's the country you want me to come to and move to? Are you kidding me? No. I think our people are better than that. I'm sorry. We're better than that. I'm not gonna send my people to that shit. 50,000 people, man. That's genocide.
Yeah, but people look the other way because it's destabilized the country. They don't care about
So what? I
Nigeria.
would say destabilize the country, then tear it down and build something up righteous.
It has to be Nigeria. Just needs to be divided.
Maybe Nigeria needs to be destroyed. Nigeria needs to be destroyed and built back
North,
up.
South. Yeah, it needs to be destroyed. Nigeria is not even a black man's inception. It was created by the white man.
Yeah.
So
Lord Lugard, right? He took a handkerchief or on a
yeah,
napkin and drew it up on the map. With over dinner.
and it just
This is
means
Nigeria,
it
and we
just
call
means
it
nigger area.
we'll
That's
call
what.
it nigger area. The
Yeah,
nigger area, Nigeria, nigger area. He said it's our nigger area, Nigeria. It's a
that's why
joke.
I'm for. I'm for Biafra. Fuck Nigeria. Fuck that place.
Yeah, if I was a Biafrans, I would succeed from that shithole fucking experiment too. Diane said,
It's
no.
going to happen because it's being destabilized. I mean, that last attack was in Benue State, which is like what they call the Middle Belt. So it's mainly by Fulani herdsmen. And you say, what we need is food, but how can we get food when farming communities are running for their
Yeah,
lives
they're gonna
because
starve,
Fulani
man.
herdsmen?
Nigeria. They said Nigeria, millions of Nigeria are now, because of these attacks, are facing starvation. These are
Yeah,
the country they always brag to me about. Oh, Nigeria. This is how stupid these people are.
yeah.
They got big Burner Boy got Lamborghinis and all kinds of shit and rocky ass road thing, but you got people starving in your country. I just don't get it. Look, if the Nigerian mindset wins the black race, we are fucking finished.
Yeah.
That's why I tell you, I
Yes,
hate when people even say I'm Nigerian. I don't even like that. I think that's offensive.
yeah.
If
It's
I
like
was
even the guy they're going against, they arrested Namdi Kanu. He would say like, we're in the modern age and we have people
yeah,
herdsmen
instead
bring
of
their
look,
cows in.
check us out.
Crazy.
When that whole movement started, I was part of that. The iPod, I was part of that years ago, 10 years ago. And I said to myself, why is it that at the same time they was having referendums in Spain, the Baptist state, Catalonia, they had this. Okay, what do we want to do with our future? They had a right to do that. Scotland was talking about seceding from England. Remember that?
Yeah.
And they stayed. But the whole thing is, why is it that when it comes to Africa, the part of the people that is in power act violently? Like if the Amazonian part of Cameroon wants to succeed, they like this. Why is it that so I joined this group called the Association for Emerging African States, and I put
Yeah.
down the emerging African state I put down was in Afghanistan, and I was in there with Biafrans. I was in there with in that group with I want to have that group. It was a Ning site too. I was in there with Amazonians. There was several other people, that wanted to secede from the colonial borders and form their own state,
Yeah.
So 200 people were murdered in Nigeria today. by
Yeah, and
gunmen.
these are mainly like farming communities
Yeah,
in
200
Benue
people
states.
killed today. Two men, women, children butchered today because they were Christians. All told, since 2009, 57,000 Christians were murdered in Nigeria, massacred in Nigeria. 57,000. You hear that? Not 57, not 5,700. 57,000 Nigerian innocent Nigerians murdered since 2009.
But they'll say, "Oh, Nigeria's." Dinas used to say, he used to piss me off when he said, "Oh, Nigeria's the most Pan-African country in
Oh,
Africa. It's
please.
the most
I
pro-black."
love Dynas, but like I said, check this out.
Yeah, wow.
Hold
What's
on,
this guy
Audrey. Okay,
thinking?
if Audrey, see, Audrey, where do you get your news from? Why did they ask for it, right? Don't you love this show? How I always bring receipts, Why do you ask for it? Audrey be asking for it. I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings, but goddamn, 57,000 people have been killed. And I'm going to show the video in a minute, 57,000
Yeah.
people,
Mr. Money comes first. It was Colombian mercenaries that executed the president of Haiti. They were hired by insiders in Haiti by either the what are they called, the Lebanese, or those light skinned mulattoes.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh no, we got Stephen Adama, man. And I would say something,
Uh-oh.
but I can't diss these brothers like that. But well, welcome, Stephen Adama. I'll be nice tonight. I was gonna say something smart, but
I'll
Well,
say this, Colin, is that I think this is especially when it comes to Dynasty's channel. I think Dynasty's channel is kind of obsolete. I mean, it's been obsolete for quite some time because now more people are aware about things in Africa now, and people know now like all the problems in Nigeria. So there's no way that diners can just sugarcoat Nigeria anymore because now there's too much information out there about it now. Everyone knows that the president Dangote was a drug dealer in the U.S. That came out when he was in college. He was a drug dealer going to college in the U.S.
no,
You
that's
know
the
I
what I
heard
mean?
new.
about that.
Hold on,
Yeah, yeah. Everybody can
hold
see
on, hold on, hold on. We got
the
That was
dirty laundry now.
hold on, Adama. Calm down. That was Tanubu, not Dangote.
Yeah, I mean not that. Yeah, I mean Tinubu. I'm sorry, but yeah, everybody can see that now, and so I think that guys like you, Kala, are like the new cutting edge, like people who actually like well researched into Africa, like you're real research into Liberia about the subject material that you talk about. And Dynast, he's doing his thing. He has his business that he does in Africa, and I wish him the best, but his information just isn't. It's just not on the level of yours. So I'll land right there.
Dynasty, my good brother. I talked to him yesterday. I talk to him every day on the phone. He basically is an enthusiast. He's an enthusiast about Nigeria. He's enthusiastic about it. He's an optimist. But me
Hey,
personally, I'm older than him. I have a better responsibility. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. If I tell you something is good in Africa, that's a good investment. You can rest assured that you're going to call it. If Colin said it, it's real. That's why I hold out in endorsing anything or whatever like that. I don't tell nobody anything, even Liberia right now. I don't tell anybody to go to Liberia now until I know 100,000% the coast is clear. Okay, as I said, no.
hey, and Dama, are you African American?
Yes.
Hello. Okay.
All right, go ahead talking. I'm finding a video.
I want to ask DK a question. So you think Nigeria would be better if it does split up?
Oh, definitely, no question. Split up to at least two, three, maybe 3 or 4 countries, two at minimum. North and the south, maybe north, southwest, southeast. Who knows, man? Maybe more.
Okay.
Because these thing with these Fulani herdsmen, they're just gonna keep coming. So, and you don't have any security. There's no law and order. There's nothing.
Okay.
I know Simp
No
knows. He's been
problem.
tonight.
There's so
No
many.
problem, Frenchie.
My That is total since 2009. 57,000 Nigerians have been killed by Christian Nigerians been killed by jihadists and people like that. You know, just that's
a lot.
That's genocide. You know,
Yeah.
That's when you got to look at alternatives. Maybe the state is not working. If the state can't protect their people on that level, and what gets me is the state has no legitimacy with the people. Nigeria really has no legitimacy with the people. You look at people like Makoko, like what the hell? 57,000. 57 not Frenchie, not 67. 57,000.
But African goddess said the people of Makoko, you know, they want to live like that. And that's what you were saying.
No human being wants to live like that's what they're forced to. You know, no sane person wants to live like that. You know, that's what a lot of Nigerians tell themselves. That's what will happen if you went over to Nigeria. You black people in America say we're all gonna go to Nigeria. We'll listen to Diane Samir. You'll end up in Makoko like that, and they'll tell you that you that's what Black Americans always wanted to live like that. You know, that's what you're dealing with. You know.
I understand Dinah's just trying to sell tours and things like that, but we're talking about real life, man. You can't have people bum rushing a place like that. You know?
Yeah. Let's see how many. I'm gonna look this up. So Christian Nigerians kill Christians. All right, fellas, keep talking, man. I'm looking something up.
I mean, DK, do the people want to split up in different countries, or
it's not really that?
Go ahead.
I can't say that people, no, but I think there's definitely increasing numbers. But I can't say like the majority of people want to switch. There's not really been a referendum like that's been put out in the public for us to vote, for people to vote and say whether they want to or not. So I can't really say like, yeah, we down to switch, but yeah, there's a big issue going on. I'm for it, but I can't speak for everybody.
Audrey, call in.
Hold on, I just found it.
Audrey.
I just found the article. The article says, while precise figures are difficult to obtain and many vary depending on sources, methodology, numerous reports indicate a high number of Christians killed in Nigeria since 2009 to political violence persecution. Key sources, over 52,000 Christians have been killed, according to reports in like the martyred Christians but in Nigeria reported by the International Society for Civil Liberties Rule of Law. At least 52,250 Christians have been killed since 2009 by Islamic militants and other groups. Over 50,000 Christians killed. Other organizations such as International Christian Concern have reported similar figures, stating that over 50,000 Christians have been killed since the rise of Islam terrorists and troops in 2009. It's all when Barack Obama came to power with the Arab Spring. Remember that? That's when all this shit started. And it said annual estimates, like 4,000 Christians killed every year in Nigeria due to their faith. 4,000 a year. You know?
I mean, Dinah says that Nigeria is safe.
Well, if you go to Lagos and everything like that, it's like a whole different country. You go to Lagos, pretty much you not safe, but you got other problem thing like that. That's not propaganda, Audrey. That's the fucking truth. That's what I said. Africans and whatnot don't fucking like the truth. They don't like it. They want to get on here and always show up for the Black America. Oh, we got it like this. But yet when it comes down to Black America, do they ever say that's propaganda, DK?
Yeah, nope.
They believe all the bullshit about Black America, gangsters, all the shit like that, welfare.
She said that.
But when it comes to them, it's all just propaganda. Africans are so fucking full of shit.
They try to say, it's only in the north. Like in the north is a completely different country. In some ways it is, but it's still part of Nigeria.
She's saying it's mostly Muslims that are getting killed, though, not Christians.
Christians getting killed by Muslims,
Yeah,
I understand that, but they might be killing each other as well. So it's not. I don't.
If you're living there peaceful, what the hell you're killing them for? What? The Islamics are coming in under order of the Islamic State to eradicate Christian.
Yeah, you have a lot.
I don't agree with them killing innocent people, no matter who it is.
You know how
people. I don't care if they're fucking not innocent. You don't kill anybody. We're civilized. You know,
You have Boko Haram in Borno State in the north. They mainly kill like Muslims, of course, but you even have a new group, Islamic State of West Africa. They're just popping up everywhere, man. It's like nothing. There's like no security whatsoever. There's nothing.
so yeah, so it is what it is. I have no idea what the thing, but if it's in the north, what's stopping it from coming south of the Niger Benue
That-
River? You know,
That's what they want to
there's
do.
only
They want
one
to
river
come.
separating them from the rivers protecting the south. You know, from all that. You know, but if that's ever breached and whatnot, you know, the motherfucking flying herds start getting in boats like in the Delta region. You know, it's over. Nigeria's finished as a country. You can
Why are those like the herdsmen? Like why are they like that? Like what's up?
one is the Sahel is creeping. I learned about this years ago. Years ago that the Sahel was drying up, right? And I was part of the Sahel Science Institute when I was in my 20s, back in the 90s, right? And we used to go. I used to meet with a lot of Nigerians and stuff like that. And the Sahel Science Institute was a young guy, a young Pan Africanist. And I used to study infrastructure. That's where I started the idea of infrastructure back in the 90s. It was like 94, 95. And they were saying that if the Sahel is not the Sahara Desert is not stopped, it's going to cause all these problems that we're seeing now. They said that years ago. They said the Sahel is drying up, right? And the Sahara is creeping forward. So more and more Sahel is becoming dry. So as they become dry, these Fulani herdsmen got to push south. Lake Chad is almost empty, you know? So what we wanted to do was talk about like Gaddafi did. He did underwater rivers and aqueducts and stuff like that. That's the technology that we was trying to introduce to West Africa, right? Where they was going to also divert water from all the great rivers in southern Africa. Oh no, am I one up there? Ahmed's not going to come up here and talk my head off. I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to hear. You going to
But
talk?
like now they're going further in the what we call the middle belt, which is the
Yeah.
breadbasket.
So
Is this just a like? Is
let me
this
finish this, DK. What they wanted to do was divert water from the Congo River, Zambezi River, the Great Lakes. I mean, not the Great Lakes, but like Lake Victoria and all that stuff like that, which is a powerful river source, right? Pipe them all the way up and green the Sahara Desert and the Sahara and stop it, you know? And also divert water from the Blue and White Nile River, right? I studied this stuff years ago and divert water into the Sahara. But the bottom line, a lot of Westerners say, oh, you're going to mess up the romantic thing, the Sahara Desert. Like, it's a fucking desert, you know? Yeah, it's a freaking desert, you know. It's a goddamn desert, you know. What the hell we care about your romantic thing of Lord or whatever the hell you think a desert is, you know? We want the desert green, you know, so we could grow stuff there and human life. They say if you green the Sahara Desert, that will be the next biggest frontier in human civilization, you know. They said South Sudan, it would be like South Sudan's the most fertile place on earth. South Sudan land is so fertile, it could feed the whole entire planet. That's how fertile South Sudan is. And same thing with southern Libya. You know, since they and Egypt, all the places that they start drilling for water underneath the desert is very fertile and good for growing and everything, especially things like cotton and stuff, you know.
Well,
So
is that
I'll say this, Kala, is that the thing that strikes me is that South Sudan, that's a country that with the Afghanistan we need to really establish relations with, because I think that the thing that we have in us as Black Americans, they have that same thing in them. As a young fledgling nation, look how they played basketball, the Olympics. They damn near beat LeBron in that. They came close. You know what I mean? So you see them on the basketball court. I watch their players and stuff. Okay, I said these guys, they can play. They got moves and stuff. They're competitive. They're strong. You know what I mean? And they're just a new country, and they already doing it big in basketball like that. So that is a country we need to consider. I know countries like Nigeria are problematic, but them South Sudanese, we need to consider getting with them, man, and seeing what we can create with them, because you know what I mean. They have a lot of potential.
Is Boko Haram just in Nigeria, or is it surrounding countries as well?
It's in Chad and Nigeria mainly.
Okay. And they came from Chad, right? Or
Mainly they're from Borno State, which is bordering Chad.
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's like the Fulani herdsmen, right? But I mean, aren't there like, they're not like that everywhere, are they? Like as far as the Fulanis,
No,
or it's just
Fulani, all right. Those are the herdsmen. You know, the
okay.
herdsmen. They're mostly jihadists and just there's a thing. Mostly Black Islamic were always peaceful, but these Islamics has always been there. These extreme fundamentalists have been there, right? They were always like a fringe group. Now they've taken over. You know, what emboldened them was that Arab Spring. That's what emboldened them, you know, and the Arab Spring and the rise of the Islamic State, ISIS, and the Caliphate. So they're trying to make West Africa a caliphate. I'm going to tell you right, it'll be World War III if they try to do that, because they are not going to let, the West is not going to let that region fall into a caliphate to be able to threaten that close to Europe, you know? So that right now, what you see like in the Sahel right now is, I just think they don't. I don't think the West has anything against Traore, but I don't think they think he can handle the Sahel, these Islamics by himself. That's what I think they believe. You know.
That's why they're working with Wagner Group in their country.
Yeah,
I heard that. So,
themselves.
I mean, I heard that Traore said that he's gonna he's gonna allow Christians in his country, and like don't try to persecute the Christians or whatever. So
backwards. It's so freaking backwards, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
So as far as I know, you don't have any.
Are you really saying that? Man, come up here and tell me what's on your mind, bro. I put the link in the chat room, man. What the hell, man? You know, I didn't know what I said. You know, I hope you don't talk about the 50,000. Yeah, 50,000 people killed. Those lives mean something. You know, I'm not gonna sit there like this. Your beloved Western countries. No, I'm saying the West is not gonna. I'm not saying that's not me, bro. I'm saying like, so in other words, basically, this is what man don't seem to understand. I live in here in the West right now. I don't want no crazy motherfuckers getting no fucking nuclear weapons to shoot across the Atlantic to me, you know. And I'm right here.
That's facts.
So the bottom line, if I gotta go, these people are freaking. This is why we say we can't really deal with these lunatic Pan-African stupid. It's not reality, you know.
Yeah.
It's not fucking reality. Here's Ahmed now. Oh boy, dumb.
What you mean, man? It's not reality, man. Man, DK, man, what you know about the world is very tiny, man. Very tiny. What you know about the world?
Are you Fulani, Ahmed? Are you Fulani?
It don't matter, man. It don't matter.
It
don't matter. What you know about the world, man, it's very tiny, man. Are you Nigerian? Is your parents Nigerian?
Yeah, they are.
No, he's a foundational Biafran American. That's what DK
he's Nigerian.
Biafran American. I'm a foundational Biafran American, born and raised in North Carolina.
What you know some Nigerian? That's why you're talking like that.
Yeah,
I can tell,
baby.
I can tell that you know certain Nigerians. That's why you talk like that.
Of course I do.
Kala, Islam is the most devastating thing that ever happened to West Africa. Not even a slave trade.
Man,
not so much Islam. Kwame, let me tell you this, right? Now, when Islam first was introduced, it was very peaceful, right? It's not about Islam.
It wasn't peaceful.
Kala, that's how they come in.
Hold on.
They come in peaceful, then they get their numbers, then they enslave the people.
Hold on. Kwame, it's like this. When mankind has certain deadly sins, right? What are the 7 deadly sins?
I don't know. I don't believe in Abrahamic religion.
Okay, hold on. I know that's why you're a heathen. That's why. Let me tell you something. Heathen.
Gluttony,
gluttony, greed, envy, jealousy, hatred, pride. Pride's the worst deadly sin. When you have all those things, right? No matter, it transcends culture, it transcends religion, it transcends all that, right? That's your lower self. This is a jewel. I didn't play my music. A jewel from the Kalagenesis. Let me play music. Let me play music. Let me play music. Let me play music. Gotta get back, get it right, man. A jewel from the Kalagenesis. You know, we gotta play it right. You know, we gotta do it right. You know, sounds.
You gotta play some music, man.
No, intro.
Hey, brother, you Fulani?
Man, what's gonna be next, man? Your news from your white people.
Oh, he Fulani Hausa.
Yeah, he from Sierra Leone.
Yeah, Ahmed, I believe in. I love Black
funny,
America,
man.
my
you
people,
guys are funny,
whatever
man.
like that.
You
know,
guys are funny.
hold up. Your fight,
DK,
whatever
you got the nerve to say that Colombians went to Haiti.
Look, I'm not colonized, so that's not my problem.
You got the nerve to say that Colombians went to Haiti and then took out the president, right, and everything, right?
Yeah,
but you forget. No, don't
happened.
put it like that. No, don't put it like that. The U.S. government.
What happened then?
The U.S. government used Colombians mercenaries.
They take no responsibility.
That's your problem.
Hold on. Let him finish.
That's your problem, man. Y'all come to these shows and talk blah, 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 this and that. The U.S. government used Colombian mercenaries to take out the president. Carla, you got the nerve to say that, oh, the West don't care about the AES, about Burkina Faso. Are you guys kidding me?
No,
what's going on right now currently?
What I'm saying, let him finish.
What's going on right now currently?
Hold on. They look right now.
Man, Carla, just like I just said,
I
do not go around the social media.
Look, let me put it to you. Let me clarify this. Let me give you like 1 minute. So how I support Ibn Traore and what they do, I like that. But Guinea is unstable right now. Right now, people are rioting against the president, Doumbouya, whatever his name is, right? They're rioting against him, whatnot, you know. Ivory Coast just had a coup, right? Cameroon just had a coup. All of French West Africa, whole Africa, West Africa region could go up in flames at any moment, right? That's going to invite all these things. Do you think Ibn Traore could bring stability to
Ivory Coast did not have a coup. Cameroon did not have a coup.
Yes, they did. They removed fucking Biya.
No, they didn't.
Yes,
Paul Biya is still in power.
Man, get it on there. No, they removed the military
power,
came in
the
and removed
man.
Biya from power.
Okay. You know? Okay, first of all, I'm not a fan of Paul Biya. Let's get that straight. Carla, I do not go around social media looking for blah, blah, blah. Every day of my life, check this out. Every day of my life, for almost 2 years now, I spend about 3 to 4 hours checking what's going on about the AES. Constantly, every day of my life. I told you.
What you want you want a caliphate?
Man, be quiet, man. I got time for childish talk. Every day, I spend about 3 to 4 hours digging what's really going on in the AES. You know what you know Ukraine is doing right now with the
with Senegal, no, Mauritania.
With the European Union. European Union is using Ukraine to send weapons to these terrorists.
To the terrorists, right? Yeah.
To just realize what's going on in the AES. They're using drones. See,
so in other words, basically,
come on, man.
Hold on. You're saying that the Europeans are arming the terrorists so they could take it over.
They are, Carla.
They are doing that. I read that, Carla. I read that.
Oh yeah, I know you read that. But you guys got to stop surviving to boo boo the
Carla, Ukraine right now is training more. They train in Mauritania.
Hold on. Okay, Kwame. Give me some defense from a credible source.
I'll give it to you in a second. Give me two seconds.
Credible source, you know.
Carla, I do not go around the social media looking for emotional battle. I don't do that. I don't have time for that.
In this platform, we like dealing with facts.
I don't do that. I don't do that, man. Carla, I don't do that. I know who African enemy is. Number one is the West. After the West is the Arab
and itself.
And then Islam. Don't forget Islam.
I do not sugarcoat it, man. I do not sugarcoat it.
Everybody's an enemy in Africa, but the whole thing is Africa. You know the sad part is Africa doesn't have any enemies. You know, that's the sad part.
No.
When the day Africa's enemies is doing something, Africa's weak to have enemies. You know,
I do not come to your show every day.
Have enemies, man. What are you talking about? To have an enemy,
I put the source in the back. I put the source in the back.
I do not come to your shows every day. You have
hold on. Check this out, Ahmed. In order for you to have an enemy, you have to be some sort of threat or existential threat to somebody. You know,
Your
Collar,
favorite
do Black
Africans don't
Americans
African,
have
threaten
enemies?
anybody. You know,
your
Do
favorite
Black
African
Americans have
is
enemies?
Elvis. Your
huh?
favorite African is
Yeah, Black
Elvis.
America, because we
He
got
come to your
fucking
shows.
power in this country. You
But
know,
we ain't
yeah,
got no power though, Collar. You said we don't have no power.
oh no, we have power. We don't have power with white people, but we do got power in this country. You know, we got influence in this country. You know, culturally, like that. Yeah, we got power. You know, that's why they watch. Look, that's why they monitor everything we do. Why do you think they monitor
Oh my
what
God.
TV shows that we
So,
get?
so they don't monitor
They
Africans,
monitor.
Collar?
They monitor what movies get made.
Oh man.
Everything like that.
They-
So the bottom line is because they want to regulate black power in this
But
country.
Collar, don't they monitor Africans as well?
Let me say
No.
something.
Africa, look,
They don't?
hold on.
Okay.
Africa got its own movie industry, but it still doesn't make no cultural impact on the world.
Let me say something.
Hey,
Your
DK,
favorite
do you know
African.
any African movie that's been revolutionary or
Your
changed
favorite
anything?
African is Elvis. He come to your show every day or every other week, right? He's an anti-African of
Oh
self-power.
man, don't tell
Your
Elvis.
he is. Come on.
Elvis
Don't try
is
to
an
bullshit.
anti-African.
Elvis, he is self-power. Remember, look, I said self-power. Understand? So that just tells me your whole entire show is built around making sure Africa does not develop.
I
Let me tell
did
you
a
why.
whole
Let me tell you
video
why. Let me tell you why.
yesterday on
Let me tell you
Liberia,
something.
driving to Liberia. Remember I did Angola the other day. Look, I did the other day. Hold on, where were you at, man? You had life off that. I did Angola the other day. I saw the beautiful city of Abuja. I did. I saw
Let me tell you why.
What are you
Hold
talking
on, let him
about?
finish, Collar. Let him finish, Collar.
Let me tell you why. Because you think Africans are supposed to bow down to you, to your people
No, I
in
don't think
America.
so.
You believe so. You believe so.
I don't believe Africa bow down to me.
No. You said it plenty of times. It was one time you said.
I know. I said because somebody asked me, "Should bow down?" I said, "No, I don't want nobody bowing down to me. I'm nobody."
I can go back and play it for you. You said
Go
it
ahead,
your mouth.
do it.
When y'all take over Liberia, every street in Liberia will be a Black American name.
Who said that?
You said it your own self.
No, I never said that. No, I was talking about an African.
Yo, Steve, that sound like Collar?
I said an African.
I ain't gonna say it. I gotta walk on eggshells, Kwame.
No.
I go back and look for the video. And then after you said,
hold on. I think he misunderstood. Hold on, he misunderstood what he said. I said if we build an African from the ground up, yeah, it will be all African American names on the streets and everything. Yeah, I remember that. You know?
No. It wasn't an African.
Yo, Collar.
It was Liberia.
I never said Liberia. I think you must have white ears, bro. You must have banana peel.
Your son David was on the show. Your son
Come
David
on, a banana peel. Come on, Collar. You
No, I'm just saying. That's also
it's always the bananas, Kwame. It's always the bananas.
That's the first thing
that comes to bananas with
Africans. What you said after that?
That's the first thing.
You know what he said after that?
I never say anything about Liberia, African Americans, Liberia, because Liberia's got a lot of heroes.
You know what he said after that?
Need to be like. I never said that about Liberia. You know, I
said about after that.
Oh man, Colin even said something good about Nigeria, man. I was surprised.
He said after that? Man. He said after that they'll be the most powerful people in the world.
No, I said if we built our own community there, if Black America built their own community,
we Africans,
so Black America can't be great. They assimilate. They can't assimilate and be great.
This enclave in Liberia, yeah, it will probably be the most powerful country in West Africa. You know?
No. You didn't say West Africa, man. You said the world.
Yeah, but between Black America and that new state, it will be probably powerful.
Your president, Donald Trump, a couple weeks ago, whose hand he shaked? Who he met? A terrorist, an Al Qaeda, an ISIS leader. You see, y'all don't mention all of that. The current president of Syria, he was a former ISIS.
He used to be former ISIS.
Who hands he shake? He shook your president's hand. In Saudi Arabia, y'all don't ever mention about that. That's what I'm saying. You see, y'all problem is y'all don't understand geopolitics. Y'all constantly look at geopolitics from the white man view. That's your problem.
I've mentioned it before.
That's your problem.
So what is your point?
Come up here talking about Nigeria, this Nigeria, that.
Okay, you made your point.
You act like you don't. You act like.
Hold on. Ahmed, you stated your case. Now, what is your point? What are you trying to say about that?
My point is, whenever y'all talk about terrorists, y'all try to attach it to something else. But then y'all don't see who
I call
funds terrorists.
terrorists, you know, Muslims.
Y'all don't see no. Y'all don't see who fund these terrorists and why Western countries use them.
So in other words, you think
Western countries use these terrorists to destabilize these countries?
Let me ask you a question. Do you think the Western countries funded terrorists to take down the World Trade Center?
Hey,
I think the World Trade Center was an inside job.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, it was an inside job. Inside job.
Hold on.
Explain.
First of all,
to get them
you look at the history, right?
Yeah, they were war for what? Well, hold on. War for what? We lost like trillions of dollars on that shit. What did we gain from that?
What do you mean? What you gain for that? Your people ain't getting nothing.
What did we gain from?
You know who gained for that?
9/11 in the war.
You know who gained from
We're still paying that debt, right now.
Destabilizing Iraq, Syria.
That's basic the way you look at it. That's elementary that you just look at it, Carla. Come on now.
Yeah, like I said, this is why I say it's hard. It's terrible bringing third world people to this country because that's the way you guys think.
Oh, come on, Carla.
I'm dead serious. You guys don't know how the fucking world works.
No. Listen.
Anyway, hold on. Anyway, Ahmed. Let me say. Let me play this video. You said the coup didn't happen in Ivory Coast.
You acting like third world people come up with these theories. This first world Americans and Europeans.
No. Let him keep calling all these names.
Americans who it's third world people
all these names so he can feel good about himself.
Ideologies, you know.
So he can feel good about himself.
No, these are white Americans that come up with these theories.
Third world nonsense, babble.
That's all he is.
Everything somebody else. They don't take no responsibility. You know. So
then he can feel good about himself.
Okay, look.
When the spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion. That's an ancient African proverb. And right now, something is happening in Ivory Coast that proves just how powerful united webs can become.
Who do you think
on May 21st, 2025, social media exploded with reports of chaos in Abidjan. Videos of protesters flooding the streets, claims of internet shutdowns, whispers of military movements, allegations of coup attempts that could change everything. But then, silence. Major news outlets stayed quiet. International media looked the other way. It's just like someone pressed the mute button on an entire nation's cry for freedom.
There's a coup right here. They're showing you what's going on in the country, man.
Today, we are going deep into what mainstream media won't.
That's why I said you can't.
Today, we are uncovering the Ivory Coast crisis that has Western powers scrambling and African revolutionaries.
I'll take a person who thinks like you. I can't have a serious conversation. You know,
how you gonna tell me there's a coup going on in Ivory Coast?
I told you there's a coup going on. The government, Mulatto's government,
your
gone.
President,
you know,
your president met an Islamic terrorist, an ISIS.
What the hell does that got to do with anything? Yo, God, you give me a headache, man. What the fuck does that got to do with the price of tea in China?
Okay. You remember this? Okay. Let me break this down to you.
See, that's stupid, man.
See, people like you.
I don't like calling people dumb, man. But goddamn, man.
Let me break it down to you.
This is what I said. The people they flew us over the last 10 years. That this myth about Africans being smart, you guys, man. What I've seen on the line, man. Goddamn, you guys are stupid.
I'm not Elvis.
College, just let him finish his point. Let me break
it down to you, right? Why? That guy was an ISIS. He was an Al Qaeda. He was a terrorist.
Yeah, and
they used him. Okay, hold on. They used him to take over Syria. Why are they using him to take over Syria? Because
how are they taking over Syria? They just helped the new government.
He's the president of Syria
anyway. He just allied himself to try to stabilize the country. You know, how's that taking over Syria?
This. Oh my God!
That's what I say. Africans are so used to being weak, right? They always think somebody in the West is in control. That's in your mind. You think the white man's in control, but he's not.
America overtake the oil in Syria.
America, next thing you'll tell me America installed Xi Jinping of China, right?
You in love with.
Hold on. Man, let me ask you this question. I'm gonna show you where you're at. Do you believe America installed the Chinese Communist Party in China?
No. Why would I believe that for?
Why not? America does billions of dollars worth of business with China. China has a trade imbalance with America. Why wouldn't you think that America is over China? Because America is heavily involved.
No. What you compare is not the same. That's not the same. So
what's the difference?
Okay. Let me say this. Right? Look at Taiwan.
Because
look at how many military. Hold on, let me see. You're gonna interrupt me, Carla. I do not come to social media to look at for emotional battle. You know what I'm trying to say. Even if I was an American, the truth is the truth. Just like I said, Africans are fucked up. There's a reason why I said it the last time I was at your show. I'm not gonna sugarcoat. The truth is the truth.
All right, Frenchie wants to see the rest of the video. Let's see the video.
The truth is the truth.
All right, let's watch the video.
Celebrating. Because what happened, or what they are claiming happened in Ivory Coast, isn't just about one country. It's about a domino that could topple an entire system of control that has been choking Africa
this is fake,
for
man.
decades.
He's some of those they pay.
Well, I'll play several of them. I'll play a few of them, all right? Let's tell me your own thing.
Carla, when was the video posted?
Carla, if Ivory Coast...
Carla, is this a credible source?
Yeah. Okay, if you don't believe this one,
Let me walk you through what we know and what we don't know. May 21st, 2025, starts flooding social media. Thousands of Ivorians allegedly on the streets. Government buildings reportedly on fire. Internet connectivity issues across the country. Claims of up to 33 unalived between May 19 and May 20th. But here is where it gets interesting and suspicious. Why these reports spread like wildfire across X, Facebook, and WhatsApp. Not a single major international news outlet confirmed these events. BBC silence, Reuters nothing. Al Jazeera radio silence. Now you might think maybe it didn't happen, but hold on. Let me ask you something. When has Western media ever been shy about reporting African instability? When have they ever missed an opportunity to show Africa in chaos? Unless this wasn't the chaos they wanted you to see. Unless this was the kind of uprising that threatens their interests rather than serves them. Because according to reports that did circulate, something unprecedented was happening. The Ivorian people weren't just protesting. They were celebrating the possibility of military intervention. They were allegedly welcoming a potential coup. When was the last time you heard Africans celebrating a coup? When was the last time you heard people took to the streets to ask their military to overcome their government? When?
Oh my God.
To understand what's really happening in Ivory Coast, we need to understand the perfect storm that's been brewing. 3 explosive ingredients have been mixing up in this West African nation, and the combination is proving deadly for those who profit from the status quo. Ingredient number 1, a secret military deal that nobody asked for. While Ivorians were going about their daily lives, their government was reportedly negotiating with the United States to host American drone bases near the border with Burkina Faso and Mali. Now think about that. Surveillance drones that are pointed directly to the revolutionary governments that have been inspiring African youths across the continent. Ingredient number 2, President Alassane Ouattara, the man who wants Congress to step down after 2 terms.
Will you apologize and say, Carla, you're right, and shut the fuck up?
What do you mean, apologize to Carla, you're right? You just said...
Look, bottom line, the guy just said that. Hold up. The whole thing is this. That right there. The international media is not going to show you that because the reason why they're not going to show you that, Frenchie, is the fact that the matter is. Hold on. Look, the media was not going to show you. The media's not going to show you a coup because they want to make you think that everything is all right. This idea, what's going on in Burkina Faso and is growing throughout the continent. Burkina, whatever, and they're trying to cover this up. You know,
you just said,
so
you said
it might be happening in places like Liberia. There's a movement in Liberia.
Hey, hello, what's going on, everyone?
Oh boy.
You said it was a coup at Ivory Coast, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, brother.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Then you said it was a coup in
is this Ahmed?
Cameroon. I said no.
Ahmed. All right, Ahmed. Let somebody else talk.
Ahmed.
You can talk all night, you know.
The ancient Greeks said you are what you eat. When you eat bush meat, and you get a bushmeat mindset, you have
Oh
bush.
my god! Oh man, come on,
You have,
1776.
Man. Come on,
no,
man.
you are what you eat, man. So when you have a
Come on, man. I
bushmeat
don't have time
mindset,
for
man.
immature
Hey,
topics.
Ahmed,
I
why
don't
does
have time
everything
for
have to
immature
be?
topics.
Why does
I do
everything
not
have
come to
to
the
be
social
blamed on the
media
West?
to look for emotional battle. I don't do that. I
Don't
don't do
people in
that.
the
I
West
don't do
eat
that.
bushmeat?
I don't do that, man.
1776.
I don't do that, man. I do not come to social media to look for emotional
Raccoons,
battles.
deer meat,
I
beer
don't do
meat,
that. I don't do
Exactly.
that, man. Go do that with your wife
rabbit,
or your
alligator.
girlfriend or your
Hey,
sister or your cousin. Go do
Ahmed,
that.
why
Go
does
do that.
everything have to be blamed on the West?
Go do that, man. Go do that with your sister, your wife, or your
Does
girlfriend.
African leaders have
Ahmed, we can't all talk at the same time, man.
does
Let him talk and then you can respond to him.
does African leaders have any agency? Like it always seems like you're a child. You're always being manipulated by a parent from the West. You know, Africa problems are Africa problems. You know, and when you mature, you take responsibility for yourself. You don't blame others. You know, everything that the West does is accomplished through collaboration with Africans within Africa. So we have to stop blaming the West for everything, man. It's not fair. It's not just. It's not right.
Okay, you finished talking?
But when it's
Yeah.
Black Americans,
Okay,
it's the
let me say
CIA,
something.
it's the
Let me say
FBI.
something real quick.
I
Hold on,
never
hold on.
say
Please.
that.
It's
Let me say something. Let me say
COINTELPRO.
something. Let me say something.
Hold on,
Let me say something.
Kwame, you never heard me say that, right? I said our responsibility in Black America is
Let me
on
say
Black
something.
America. I never talked
Yo,
about the
let him
white man.
let our man finish. Let our man finish.
Because this
Yeah,
man came in
so-
to, this man came straight to insult me. First of all, I'm not coming to social media looking for emotional battle. If you want to do that, call your wife, call your ex, call your shorties, call your sister, call your cousins, call your auntie, debate them about emotional topic. I do not do that. I don't have time for that. First of all, your country you live at is an empire. Understand that.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Then how the fuck you gonna say the other stuff then?
You're welcome
If
to
there's nothing wrong with that,
Podcast.
what the hell is an empire?
Listen,
Colin,
and
you
so
gotta give
and,
up,
and
man.
You
There's
see,
no
you
credible
see that?
source about no Oscar.
Okay. It's not gonna be because you don't want to believe it. So the
after
bottom line
No,
is,
there's
after
no credible
I'm gonna keep
source.
playing it.
No,
Right?
the man just said
Playing
there's
it.
nothing wrong with that. What do you think an empire is?
it's an
This is why
empire.
Africa.
What do you think an empire
Oh,
is?
this
Do
is
you
why
do you,
Africa and the
hey
black race is all
What type of
fucked.
fool is
That's why
how
this?
do
they
you
want to know
say
that in the
is
United
it
States.
a long A or a short lady? Is it A or A? Med. Well, anyway, right? Do you believe in social Darwinism that the powerful should conquer and manipulate the weak? Do you believe in that?
Can you repeat that?
Do you believe in social Darwinism that powerful countries should dominate and exploit weaker countries?
I don't
Hey,
know.
when you have the world, somebody has to be on top.
Yeah,
Somebody has to be
exactly.
on top. But hold on though. You see,
1776.
listen though, listen. Hold on, let me say something, right? Just
Hey,
like
Colin.
when you came here, right? You said you said you present America as if it's a friendly. My buddy, my friends, we equal, we partners, we share everything together. That's how you stated. That's how you start your statement. Now you're saying about if a powerful country has the right to dominate another country. So that's not the same. That's not the same view. You understand? That's not the same view at all. Okay, now look at it, right? America's about what? 4.4% of the world, right?
Yes.
The world population, right? What gives America the number one right to say, oh, you gonna have to use my money only? China has the right by numbers. China has the right to probably dictate that. You understand what I'm trying to say? China has the right to dictate
Brother,
that.
I
I'm
don't want,
sorry, man. You don't
I
have
don't
to
want
use
to,
that money,
brother,
sir.
I don't want, I don't want to insult you.
No, bring it,
But brother,
please.
you have
There's
a
no
very
need to use that
effeminate
money. I'm
mindset.
sorry.
Bring
You have
it.
a very,
Insult me.
you have a
Insult
very
me.
effeminate mindset, right?
Insult me.
After the English Empire came to an end after World War II, America took that baton as the world leader. We are the new power, right? And we're going to try to preserve that for as long as possible, right? Until there's a country more powerful than us to take that baton, we're number one. We're going to seek our own self-interest. It's not about other places. It's what's going to make us maintain our power. See, and that's the problem with Africa. You never conquered anybody. You
Hey,
never, you
Colin,
don't.
you gotta be the one to save African Americans, man. I ain't gonna lie. You gotta be the
No.
somebody gotta say this
Listen.
mindset that Black
Listen.
Americans have.
Let him keep
I want to
talking.
say all,
Let him
but
keep talking. Let him keep talking, please.
Right. So
Let him keep talking.
if you look through the annals of history, you had different powers. You had Rome, you had this person, you had the Persian Empire, you had the Greek, the Romans. You all throughout history, you had somebody on top. We got that number one top. We the number one dog. We the big dog,
Kyler,
and
the
we don't
reason why I
intend
say that,
to.
you should have a man mentality. You should have, like men like to have something of their own, like a
Let him
country of
keep
their
talking.
own.
Let him keep
To be a
talking, please.
The
Let
world
him
is our
keep
kennel.
talking.
We're the big dog, and the world is our kennel, right?
Okay,
And
yeah, keep going, keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going. Keep
right.
going, keep going,
And
keep going.
like I always said, Africa is one big beautiful cake. There's a lot of tasty things in Africa, and as
Keep
long as
going,
you
keep
have
going.
corrupt African leaders that are going to give us
Keep
the
going.
resources we need to
Keep
maintain
going.
our empire, I'm for it. I'm America
Keep going.
first,
Keep
right?
going.
Through
Keep going.
Kala, I'm Africa second.
Keep going.
So I'm embracing Africa a little bit every day. But
Keep going.
until then, I'm America first, right? And
Keep
whatever
going.
your country has, it belongs to us. Now we may be gracious and
Oh
allow you to
man.
have a
Keep
little
going. Keep
bit,
going. Keep going. Keep going.
right? But until then, it's ours. Whatever, if you find gold in your country, it's ours. You
It's
find
ours.
diamond,
Keep
it's
going. Keep going.
ours.
Keep going.
You
Keep
find
going.
oil, it's ours.
Keep going.
Whatever you have in your country, you better break it off, or we're gonna break our foot in your ass. That's bottom line.
Keep going. Keep going.
yeah.
Keep
Is
going.
that
Are
but
you finished?
come on, like
You finished?
1776, is that right
Hold on.
though?
Hold on. Hold
Thank
on.
you.
Hold on.
No, but
Hold on. Hold
see,
on. You
when
done?
you learn about you got to read
You done?
Nietzsche. You got to read Nietzsche, The Will to Power, right? And when you understand what the will to power is, to preserve power, you can't share everything.
Keep going.
This is for me.
Keep going.
So
Keep going.
you have to understand the will to power. America has the will to power. We
Keep going.
we we we, we are a force of good, but we
Keep going.
also got that hammer.
Keep
So,
going.
we're gonna ask first,
Keep
and
going.
we're gonna take second.
Keep
Like
going.
Biggie say, we kicking the door, waving the
Keep
full
going.
fork.
Keep going.
You feel me?
Here
I'm
come the.
mad.
Keep going. Here come the rapper now. Here come the rapper now. Keep going. Okay. Okay. You done?
Yeah, I'm done. Ahmed.
Okay. Wow. All these American power. Oh my God. Empire. Oh my God. So amazing. So amazing. First of all that power you're talking about, it does not belong to your people.
Who's our
It
people?
does not belong to your people. It
He
belongs to the
talking
white
about
Hold
man.
Black
on,
Americans.
let me
It
ask you a
belongs to the
question.
white man.
Let me ask you a question,
It
right?
belongs to the white man.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question, right?
So hold on, no.
Hold
No,
on,
Colin. No,
hold on.
Colin.
Why
This man saying a lot of
I
shit.
got you? Hold on. I got you on that point before you roll. Let me ask you a question. Okay, that's a fair thing. You said it doesn't belong to our people, right? Now, let me ask you a question. What does belong to Black people in America?
Misha, what?
Everybody has to latch on to power or something, right? Like I said at the top of the show tonight, what's sacred and profound. A lot of Black people have embraced America as something sacred and profound. Unfortunately, that's this guy's America first. I'm not.
Colin, there's nothing wrong with that.
Hold. You didn't answer my question, right?
What was your question?
My question was, you just stated that the power that he's talking about belongs to the white man, not him. Is he not an American citizen?
Okay. First of all, right? Let me
No,
say
you can't
this.
answer that. Is he American citizen? Yes or no?
He is.
So that
He's
means
entitled to that same
by
power.
birthright, he's entitled to identify with. When we may not like it. A Pan Africanist like me may not like it, but he has a legitimate claim to this country.
Colin, you Pan African.
Okay.
No,
Can I answer the question?
I'm trying to set my people free, right?
Colin,
If some people look, I'm like this. If some Black people want to go that route, I'm all for them. I want to hopefully bring people to my route, but I'm not going to freaking sit there. Just like I said, I don't care about Black people. I don't condemn Black people no more when they say they don't want to
Colin,
identify.
can I respond?
Can I respond?
This man talked for like 2 minutes. I did not interrupt him. You asked me a question. Okay. There's nothing wrong with that by him saying that. There's nothing wrong with that by him saying that. Absolutely, because he's American. I get that part. I would too if I was an American. I would say the same thing. You understand what I'm saying?
That's all you need to know. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I don't do that. I don't identify American power, but if he chooses to do that, that's on him. I'm not going to condemn anybody for making a choice. Every man has to
respond to his dumb ass.
That's being a man. You choose your own destiny.
Let me respond to his dumb ass real quick.
Why is he dumb ass, man? Come on, man. Because you don't agree with Sid.
Okay. Colin, you don't call people worse than that.
Let me.
Yeah,
let me
Colin, you
respond to
called me
this
an
man
idiot
real
the other
quick.
day.
You see? Let me respond to the man. Let me respond to the man. It proved my point when I said Africa enemy is the West. The man just proved my point when I said Africa enemy is the West. AES enemy is the West. If the West is fighting terrorists, who's funding these terrorists? It's the West. Who's trying to make sure these guys don't succeed? It's the West. Who controls the West? The white man in America. So you understand? So everything
It tells me that sort of logic is the reason why Africa never won a war.
Look how he just said it. But what he said.
I'm starting to believe black people as a whole just defeated.
I'm going by Bob.
Ahmed, did you hear what that lady from the Congo, that beautiful reporter, said? How she said she thanked America for intervening and ending the war in the Congo? Is that good or bad?
That hurt my heart.
Was that good or bad, Ahmed?
You talking about the lady?
Yeah, the lady. She said, that America intervened and ended a war where you had a lot of precious black life that was getting killed.
That's bullshit.
And she thanked our president.
That's bullshit.
The 47th president for intervening and ending black on black violence.
That's completely bullshit. You see, this is y'all problem. Y'all always take a white man media to judge the world. Stop taking these white man media to judge what's going on around this world. It doesn't benefit y'all.
Who killed Thomas Sankara? Was it the West or black man?
It was the West, man. Come on.
So it was a white man who killed them.
It was a black man, but he was
some type of responsibility.
No. What I'm saying is,
blame the West for everything.
So the West, like Magneto, took control of that black man's brain and said to kill a revolutionary leader like Thomas Sankara.
They were collaborating with the white man.
Was it the white man who took control of the mind and told people to kill Patrice Lumumba? Was it the white man who told them to kill Kwame Nkrumah? Right? Is it the white man fighting Ibrahim Traore?
That's very basic the way you put it in, man. You understand when I say the West, man? Come on now.
Do black people have agency?
Come on, man.
Does the black African have agency to say no? Or they can't?
I
can't believe 1776.
This mess.
Can you hear me?
Let's start with this mess.
I can hear you.
All right, Mike,
I can't believe that I'm coming to be on your side, you and Callum, man. I can't believe it, man. I honestly can't believe it. Exactly what you and Callum been saying is what I've been saying for generations, for decades. And many Africans want to kill me, like whenever I say, it is so funny because the old African proverb says, it's the ants in the kola nut that's really killing the kola nuts. Don't worry about the one that are outside. He's the one inside that is killing the kola nuts. And throughout the history of Africa, everything till today, everything that has happened, everything Europeans have taken, they didn't really use effort. It's the African hand that they used to do it.
They were invited, like the movie said, they were invited in. Europeans were invited.
In fact, most cases the Africans, they were invited them in. And it's not even the principle is not even different from what Traore is doing, which I'm not saying I'm against the guy. Where he's even going to call Russia to come in. It's the same way we call the British all of them to come in. It's almost like we see what we don't want to understand is sometimes when someone possesses something that you want, rather than surrender yourself, go figure out to make that particular thing. You get what I'm saying? What's been Africans' problem over time, over years, is that you look at Europeans, see what Europeans have.
Africans have no unity.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Mike,
they see things that Europeans possess. Rather than them to figure out to make those things themselves. Hold on, let me just line this point. They will go to the Europeans to ask for those things. And now you put the Europeans in a position where now they got the upper hand to negotiate and take whatever they want because now you want something. So that's always been an issue. Even the leaders today, they go to, when they want something, they go to the Europeans to get it rather than invest in their people. Go among the population, look for the genius that can probably figure a way to make that thing or make it happen. That's how everybody else has reason. They look inward to figure themselves out. The Chinese, when they wanted to, even North Korea, they locked their country up. They didn't say, "Oh, we don't have this. Oh, America has it. Oh, we have to go to them." Or no, they locked their country up and figure how to make whatever they don't have, that whatever anybody else is making out there. But unfortunately, my people in Africa just don't want to reason like that. Like they just don't want to look inward and say, let's figure what's inside. There might be some genius among us that can figure out how to make all these things that we admire from outside world and all those things. That's just been a problem. And many Africans don't want to accept their reality. It's very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate.
Mike, man, these guys are just haters. That's all it is, man. They're being defeated by the white man in their own country. They're confused. They don't know what the fuck to do.
You know what? No.
That's all it is. End of the day.
How 13%? How is their country? They only 13%, bro. Be honest, bro.
No, what I'm trying to say is this, right? There's certain Americans, right? Black Americans, right? They looking for legit power, just like the white man. That's what I'm trying to say. They looking for the same legit power, just like the white man. They turn left, they turn right. They can't get it. They can't get it. And then in the day, nowadays when you have social media, they look at Africa, they get more frustrated. That frustration is what they put in Africa, and they're saying all type of nonsense.
Listen, honestly, I don't think the Black Americans is the problem with Africa. At this point, in this conversation we're having, honestly, because what Carla and 1970 are presenting to is just reality of Africa. So at this point,
ain't no black Americans brought the Congo and Rwanda to the White House and made them give over all their resources.
Exactly. So it's
that's not what I'm. Listen.
They're not really people you should be facing, responding to.
That is not what I'm trying to say. This is not the 80s. This is not the Black Americans we talk about in the 80s. These folks are different nowadays.
Whether 80s, Mike, 2025,
we don't talk about the Black Americans in the 80s or the early 90s. No.
We didn't know any better back then.
They don't have the means to harm you, man. They can only talk trash, man.
We talk about these folks that thought that they were the shit, that thought that they had power in America. When they start realizing they don't have power in America, they start getting confused and misplaced in the fucking head.
What does that have to do with the African issue, like this power issue that we're discussing?
Because the issue is now when they talk about geopolitics, my main beef that I have.
Ahmed, I don't know if it's a Chinese proverb that says 99% of a person's problems is self-caused or self-inflicted, right? A lot of Africa's problems are just self-inflicted wounds. And you have to admit that. You have to.
The old Chinese proverb that says the philosophy of one century should be just common sense in the next. Why are we still talking like we're in 1922 Marcus Garvey? You know,
I will tell you what's going to bust your bubble, man. I'll tell you what's going to bust your bubble. Do you know that during colonization, the army that the Europeans were using to occupy African spaces were all Africans? Do you know that? I'm dead serious. Like literally, the armies of I'm dead serious. It wasn't the British army or French army or the European army that occupied the continent. They literally came to Africa and created army.
They recruited Africa.
And Africans, they make an army. And they use us even to today, like even those countries we're talking about. Who are they using to get their people?
African rifles.
Those countries' military.
Mike, please.
Lord Mama.
Let me just have my night. 30 more minutes or 40 more minutes, I go to sleep, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
You guys do this all night for weeks, every day for like 6 to 7 hours. Just give me about 40 minutes. I'll leave you alone. Y'all can do your little BS and everything and spend about 6 or 7 hours talk about some emotional topic, right? But Mike, all due respect to you, I know the type of African you are. You're very similar to Elvis.
Trust me, I'm far from Elvis.
No.
Carla, is that true? Have I ever agreed with you, Carla?
Sickness to Africans.
Elvis
is a pure sickness to Africans.
I'm nothing like that, man. When it's time to face reality,
Elvis is very intelligent.
He forget that he was a refugee. Elvis forget that he was a refugee. He came to America. Now he think he's better than Africans.
No, he didn't.
That's far from any point I'm making tonight. Carla, is that what I'm making tonight?
Hold on.
But Ahmed, you have to give him respect. He was a boy soldier, man. He fought for his country. You know, I mean,
that's the difference. I always say Africans are fucked up. I said it plenty of times.
Okay, so if you're saying it, this also saying it. So
wait, Elvis for General Mosquito and General Butt Naked?
Oh yeah, just talking shit.
I'm not one of the people that's not going to say this and that. No, we got conquered. We got played. I said it plenty Plenty of times.
I think you conquered yourself. Actually, I'm the
That's
one
right.
even.
Okay,
Hold on.
okay.
I'm the one even being more. What's the word? More of elevating of Africa in my criticism, because I'm not really saying we're conquered. I'm really saying we are the one conquering ourselves. But you are the one saying they conquer you. So if there's anybody that's talking down on Africa, it's you.
Mike, we conquered. We gotta admit that we conquered to get out of the to get out of the situation.
And I'm admitting, but I'm telling you the way, I mean, how the conquering is done and how it was done, which is your hand is the one doing the conquering. That's the point I'm making. So if you voluntarily hold on, if you conquering yourself on behalf of your enemy, it's the same whether the enemy do it or you do it with your hand. But the point I'm pointing out is that your hand is the one doing most of the damage, and that's exactly what Kala and the 70s are also trying to tell you.
Right now,
that your hand is doing the most of the damage. You go to the Congo, the hand that's digging the minerals. Hold on. Wait, I know your point is doing. I'm not talking to your point. Just give me a second. Give me a second.
Do not help Congo. Congo would never
Kala, please. Let me ask you a question, Kala.
Let Mike finish.
Come on, Mike, man.
Kala, please.
Finish point, then you can respond.
Thank you.
It's a dialogue, not a monologue.
It's not monologue. I'm not. Trust me, I'm not going on.
I'm talking about Ahmed.
Okay, I'm landing with a question. Just a question. Kala, please. In Africa, if you go to any country in Africa, whether it's Congo, everywhere, on the mine, who do you see digging the stuff out of the ground and handing it to the Europeans? Is it the white people? Is it the white kids or white men that are out there digging the mineral? Or is it the African? Please tell me, Kala.
The African.
Yeah, exactly. All they have to do is maybe stop digging. And maybe the white man will have to come do it. That's all. That's all they have to do. Just stop digging. That's it. Because all those guys in Congo, they're all poor, dirt poor, and they've been digging for years. And none of them is making anything. And they're digging trillions of dollars.
Why the rest of the continent not helping?
Let me respond.
Bro, you gotta help yourself first, man.
I'll be quiet. Let me respond. Mike, first of all, what you just said is very childish. Like for you to look at it like that. It's very childish for you to look at it like that. It's very childish. The only people that could rescue Congo is actually Africans. Like, for instance, I'll give you an example, right? Like your country, right? If your country was stable enough, right? Over 200 million people, right? Nigeria could form an army, let's just say 500,000, and go to Congo, and then take out all those corrupt leaders that's in Congo that's giving all this shit to these Western countries. You understand?
Just like 77 say, the only Congolese have brains to solve.
You're missing the point.
Are you saying the Congolese brains are empty? They can't really solve them.
That's why I said our biggest hope right now.
So the Congolese are so done they can't stop digging, right?
It's the 3 countries. Our biggest hope right now is those 3 countries. Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. Those are currently our biggest hope right now in Africa, especially in West Africa. Every other country does not matter right now. Nigeria does not matter. Ivory Coast does not matter right now. Togo, Benin, Senegal, Guinea, Sierra Leone does not matter right now because
Ahmed, you're gonna depend on the smallest African country. The 2 powers of Africa, Nigeria and Ethiopia. Those are the 2 powers of Africa.
Those countries, okay. I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna be quiet. Those countries, right, are totally independent. They can wake up and do what the fuck they feel like. They can wake up.
Let me ask you a question, Ahmed. Like, what's the backup plan?
You see the difference, what's the backup? Right? You see the difference? What the fuck Tinubu was doing?
What if they get overthrown, Steve?
Right. What's the backup plan if they fail?
I have to go to France.
Which countries are you talking about?
What the hell you think Tinubu is going to France?
In the AES, probably Nigeria.
The AES countries.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't think white man is running on Nigeria. So all that stuff you're talking about, I would never come here and tell you the white man is the one holding Nigeria.
You're missing the point.
There is literally nothing a white man.
When you conquer people,
decision is making.
You got
you can't go forward with self-inflicted wounds. As soon as Africa stopped the self-inflicted wounds, the collaboration, working with the so-called enemy, Africa would rise.
Who's this, Steven?
This is my. Hello.
Yeah, who's this, Steven?
1776.
Oh, you that weird motherfucker, man. Come on, man. I got time for people that's kissing white American ass and they telling me what the fuck.
Ahmed, most African leaders
is talking facts, though. Ahmed, you started
saying that the white man has the right to do whatever the fuck he wants in Africa, You started saying. You clearly say that.
He's gonna do what he wants to do in Africa if you have African leaders collaborating with him.
But don't tell us that. Oh, Africa should this. Africa,
And
no.
it's
Because
sad to
you only
say.
slide with the white man because you said
It's
the white
sad to
man has the
say
right
that
to
Congo
do the fuck he wants in Africa. So
just sold out Africa again.
So please, Mr. Because I can't see your name. Whatever your, so please.
Hey, Ahmed.
Just like I just said.
When we build that high-speed rail train in Angola, I hope you get a job, man.
Those three countries, they could wake up and do what the fuck they want anytime.
Which 3 countries are you talking about? I didn't remember.
But
3-4 countries.
It's 54. What about the 51 other countries?
No, which 3?
He's talking about Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso.
The AES.
Yeah.
They could wake up right now and do what the fuck they want. Any
but
contract.
Ahmed, you can hit.
Okay, what can they do that the rest are not doing? Please tell me.
Ahmed, what about the 51 other countries?
No, what are they even doing that the rest cannot do?
You got to do by sections. In West Africa, just like
they building factories, they building
just
different
like how,
industries, and they feeding their
So they're not building factories in other African countries.
Mike, are you asking what the fuck they doing?
Are you talking about tomato factories? We have
but
about 3,000
you come
tomato
up here
factories.
and talk about geopolitics? Come on, Mike, man. Come on, Mike.
Make a point. Stop being emotional.
Elvis.
Just make a point.
I do not F around with any Africans that thinks or believes like Elvis. You could go to hell.
Okay, what is that belief? Can you define the belief?
Leave Elvis alone. Leave Elvis alone, man.
No, because
Elvis is a good man.
He's similar to Elvis.
Okay, what is the similarity? Can you define the similarity of the thing you're talking about? Because that's so I can know maybe I agree with you or not. You can't just say because what you're doing is just
okay. Like for instance, look at my country, right? Goddamn Sierra Leone. It's a fucking mess. It's a mess. It's a goddamn shithole. Let's put it that way.
So what does that do with me being Elvis?
Okay, we have a gold mine, right?
So Elvis messed up your cut, Sierra Leone. I know.
Exactly. He's talking about I'm being like Elvis because
Elvis went to Sierra. I know Elvis went to Sierra Leone.
There's a difference between something that's poor by nature. Africa is not poor by nature. Let's get that right.
What do you mean by nature? We're trying to understand what you're saying. We're not whether I'm just arguing with you or anything. We're just trying to understand your point. Because what you're doing is you're not actually defining what you're saying. So we're not really understanding you. So we may be taking out of context.
What I mean, like Africa is not poor by nature. I'm saying is Africa has resource. Africa has the weather. Africa has rain. Africa has everything, sunlight.
Okay, so the land itself is rich, but the people are not rich. Is that the point you're making?
I don't mean to interject.
Anybody else disagree with you? I don't think anybody disagree with you on that. Does anyone disagree with him that the land is rich, but the people are poor?
Okay.
I don't mean to interject, but Kyla, can you play that video "Diamonds Is Forever" by Kanye? That was the first time I learned about Sierra Leone.
I'll get flagged.
Okay. Listen.
Speaking of let me break. Let's take 5 low temperature. I got a video about illegal mining just the other day. Like Ghana's cracking down on illegal China. I did not know there was that many of them. They say 500,000 Chinese illegal miners in Ghana. You know?
Oh, the West does it all the time. The West does it all the time.
You're okay with that, right?
What are you talking about?
Oh, you're okay with that, but the West goes in there.
All the time.
Hold up, the West has legitimate contracted governmental thing.
No.
The Chinese is dumping their citizens on there.
Your U.S. government, your U.S. military, they have a military base in Ghana, my friend.
It's up to us black people in America to do something to save Africa. The people like Ahmed, you put around, man, we'll be back.
I disagree with that, Carla. We gotta save
all
ourselves
Africans
first.
are not the same, man. That's one problem.
We gotta save ourselves.
All Africans from different kingdoms are reasoning the same way.
Hold on.
That's not true, Carla.
He's about to play his white people video.
Despite ongoing raids in Samaroboy and its environs, the miners were found operating in reserves close to Enchi. The team seized 3 excavators, bringing the total of excavators at the Samaroboy camp to 99. Erastus Asari Donko reports.
You said 99 excavators seized by Chinese. This is serious. That means they don't respect the sovereignty or nothing in these countries.
Carla, what country is that? Carla, which country is that?
Ghana. This is Ghana.
But that's Ghana, man. You can't say it's the same thing everywhere.
That's what I'm talking about. When people start building homes in Ghana. No, I can't deal with this. No, I'm sorry. This ain't gonna happen. I know one thing about Liberia. This will never happen in Liberia. I know that.
Okay. That same country, right? That same country.
It's been about 3 months now since the Inspector General of Police initiated raids, series of them, on Samraboy, our Win municipality, the Amenfi area, trying to raid the forest and the rivers here of illegal miners.
In the past 3 days, 28 illegal miners have been arrested at Papueso and Pantonso, both in the Awin and Amenfi West municipalities, following screening of the 21 Ghanaian suspects and compiling of statements.
What about the Western people?
11 of the
Western people
suspects
don't do
were
it.
released on
I don't
bail,
believe that.
whilst
The Western people
all
don't do
7
it.
Chinese
Oh my God.
nationals and the
Oh, the
remaining
Western people don't do it.
suspects
It's
have
worse
been
than that.
transferred
This is
to
from
The
a year
Western
Accra
people
ago.
don't do it.
prosecution.
Oh, America
3
has a
excavators
military base in
found
Ghana.
operational at the
The
two
the
sites have been
military people
conveyed
cannot
to
be
the
searched.
team's
They can
camp
go in and
at
come out
Samraboy
and
for
take anything they want.
safekeeping.
Man, we
They
can't
have
hear
all
you,
private
man.
terminals.
This brings
So y'all don't
the
say that.
99 total
Oh my
number
God.
of
Come on, man.
excavators found at the Samraboy camp of the team at the moment.
Come on, come on, come on.
The team still faces stiff-necked individuals who
This is just
continue to mine by roads,
no. This is
settlements,
true at
and
the same
forests,
time.
It's all
despite the
propaganda. Oh yeah,
crackdown.
those
There
all
should be a
those
highlight
excavators, they're all
on the
props.
Western
That's all
At
countries
AI
too.
Papueso,
stuff, right?
the
Yeah.
Western
team
countries
had
do it
to
too.
stop the continued pollution of this stream by individuals operating champagne machines. On our way to check the situation in the Tanonimri Forest Reserve, the team
Western
accosted
countries do it too.
Prince Kwame
Just like the
Asante,
Saudis.
a known frontrunner for illegal mining entities in the Apamprama Forest Reserve. A search in his car revealed a foreign pistol as he sent officers on a wild goose chase on
America
his
has a
mission in the
private
Tanonimri
terminal
Forest Reserve.
at the airport in Ghana.
The team
American
has so
military
far
come in
cleared
and come out.
villages
You
along
cannot
the
search
tunnel
them.
of the illegal
This
miners
is
who
currently going
once
on in Ghana
occupied
for the past
and
4 years now.
polluted the river.
Oh wow! So you
The
telling me
result
no
of
military
illegal
stealing gold?
mining, which has existed and thrived for close to 7
Come on, man, that's
years,
bullshit.
is
That's
visible
bullshit, man.
along
And
the tunnel,
then you telling me,
the
oh, it's
Samraboy
Chinese.
Township,
Come on, man.
along the main
Come on, man.
airstrip, and
Come on,
inside its forest.
I commend them for sanitizing this area. We are heaving a sigh of relief. Although there are no jobs, we cannot mine in forests and water bodies. The police have really helped us. We have to stop them. Yes, we have to stop them. I wish the police would stay here to protect the forest.
Yeah, oh, it's very nice. It's very nice. But my this thing is we don't have problem. But if they are mining into there to destroy the river, it is very bad. Yeah.
Thank you. So the fight is on. The team is not leaving anytime soon, and the IGP is on a relentless war against illegal mining. Reporting for Joy News, Erastus Asare Donko, Amenfi, our Win municipality, Western region, Western North.
Kala, can I say something real quick?
What about the Western country? What about the Western country, man? Come on now.
They got
a private terminal.
I don't see any Westerners
You
in
cannot
there
search them.
robbing
You cannot
people.
search them. Coming in or
Chinese
leaving.
and
Don't have to show your ID. Don't have to show your passport. They can just
What
show
if you could
an
become
American.
a certified life coach and learn how to get your first paying clients in?
They don't have to show you a passport. All they need to just to show you is just the military ID. You cannot search them. They got the private terminal. You cannot go to the base.
I mean, honestly, we're trying to understand your point,
base.
man. Honestly, I've been listening to you, but I don't really. It's I'm trying
man,
to know your point. I don't even know if I agree with you or
the
disagree with you. Yeah, it's kind of like talking all over the place. So we're trying to understand your point. It's like
the point is, it's not just the Chinese stealing gold. The Western countries are stealing gold. Just the same way the
nobody said
Chinese
that though. Who said that? Who says just that? No one ever said that.
Because
you're kind of like just doing this blind argument with people.
Because when you deal with these type of Americans now, the first thing coming out of their mouth is the Chinese. The Chinese.
Well, Carla, they already talk about Europeans. Everybody's
No.
Why are you arguing that?
These people too much.
When did anybody here say it's only
I listen to
Chinese
these
that's
people too much.
taking something?
These people wants to be just like white people in Africa.
It's irrelevant what they want to be at this point. That's not the topic. It's irrelevant what they just focus on the topic we're having. Focus on that. You know that's what I want you to do. Forget anyone's personality or.
It's to be like white people in Africa. I'm telling you.
Okay, calm down. Tonight, I don't think the goal here is for Kala to convince you that he's going to be the white man in Africa. I think they're talking on the topic of something we're doing desperately wrong in Africa, and that's what I want you to speak on. You don't need to take it.
That's something we're doing wrong too. I'm gonna give you a story. My country signed a gold mine for 100 years to a white company.
Okay, so and that's what we're trying to address here tonight.
Was it a white man or a black man who signed the contract?
The mistake we're making in Africa is what Kala and these guys are trying to address tonight.
Hey, Mike, was it a black man or a white man who signed the 100 years?
It's a black man, exactly, and that's what you guys are trying to tell him, and he's upset, and I don't understand why he's upset.
Mike, my country is 10 times more than your country. My country is about
fine, good for you.
People. Hold on, let me say something. I'm trying to connect it. For instance, right, when we have our own election, right? If you want to run for president, right, guess where you gotta go? You gotta go meet the king of England.
Okay, so
who pick you? You understand?
So whose fault is that?
Whose fault is that? Like, I mean, if you
and that's what they're trying to. I don't know why he's just upset with you guys because that's what you guys are telling them something is wrong with that.
You act like right now you go demonstrate in Abuja right now. What's gonna happen to you?
What's what? I didn't hear you. Say it again.
Okay, right now you go demonstrate a protest in Abuja or somewhere in Lagos where the president lives. The soldiers gonna kill you.
Okay, so something is wrong with that. So why? Let's discuss how to solve that problem.
Okay, then. So you act like Africa is like so independent. Stop with this bullshit, man.
Listen to what you just said. Doesn't even make any sense. So you're saying if I go protest in front of my president, he shoots me, and that means Africa is not independent. So it's a white man's fault that my president shoots me.
The white man empowered your president.
He means the white man is in control of my country. But in Iran, the Iranian president will shoot Iranians that protest. Is it a white man's fault too that Iran president will shoot Iranians that protest?
Hold on. Ahmed, can I ask you a question?
Mike, hold on. Our president in America just said we try to kill the Iranian Muslim leader.
Okay. So what does that have to do with Abuja and Nigerian president? Because you're talking all over the place, man. I'm really trying to know your points.
You see, it's a regime change. If I change your president and I put somebody else that does what the fuck I want, that means now your country belongs to me.
Okay, so when did they do your regime change in your country? When?
We never had a true independent.
Okay, explain it.
We never had a true independent.
What do you mean you don't have true independence? Hold on. I don't agree with you that you don't have true independence. You choose not to have true independence in your mind. Because, hold on. First of all, when I look, listen, it will be a different argument. Hold on. Emir, listen. Emir, can you give us a chance to engage you, please? We're not fighting here. It will be a different, if you come in here showing us a white man occupying your land, occupying your space, I have guns on the heads of your people telling them what to do, then you have a fair argument. We can say, oh, you know what? Oh, we see guns being pointed at your head to do something. So I can't blame you. It's like somebody that has a robber having a gun on his head telling him hand over his something. I can say, hey, he's a victim because he can't do anything. But in Africa, I don't see a white man on the ground. Like with a army. Hold on. Wait. I don't see a white man with a army on the ground telling you what to do. You're just there. You volunteer.
Mike, can I say something real quick, Mike? I think he should write Ahmed should write a book called The Invisible White Man. That will be a bestseller.
Let me respond to him. And then after that, I'm gonna come to Captain America. I'm gonna come to Black Captain America real quick. After I'm done, I'm gonna come to the bootlegger. After I'm done. Okay, Mike. First of all, right? You saying as if if I do a regime change, right? I'm gonna pick somebody that's gonna do exactly what I want. I'm not just gonna put anybody that's gonna try to not do exactly what I want.
Okay, who's done the regime change?
Just like I mentioned, in West Africa right now, the country that's 100% independent. Burkina Faso Mali, and Niger. They can wake up and do what the fuck they want anytime, any day.
In what sense? In what sense? So everybody else cannot do what the fuck they want anytime, any day?
Yes.
Why not? What's the difference? So hold on. What's the difference between a president in Ghana, Togo, and the guy in Burkina Faso? Are they not all having free air, wake up in the morning, and speak at the environment, only see Africans around them? What's the difference?
Man. Come on, Mike, man. You talking like a child now. You talking like as if.
Okay, let me grow up, please. Educate me.
Okay. If the CIA comes, right, wants to open up a little CIA, investigation somewhere, right? Are they gonna put a sign that says the CIA right there next to a building? Are you gonna see a CIA sign next to a building? You would not see anything that says CIA.
But okay, you're accusing of that. Okay,
anything that says CIA on it.
Okay, thank you. So the leaders, hold on now. Okay, but the leaders haven't come out to say. Emir, you see what you're doing now is the CIA is there, this and that. But the leaders haven't come out. Hold on, wait now. Emir, the leaders haven't come out to tell us that, hey, I can't do what I want to do because the CIA is there in my door, in my backyard. They never come to tell us that. Because so you're giving excuses for these guys. Because if I'm if I'm a president of a country in Africa, and the CIA is doing something threatening me or somewhere or in my backyard or in my under my buildings, doing something that the people don't know about, I will come out and tell my people like, hey guys, my hand is tied because this CIA guy is hiding under my basement. You guys are gonna get him out or something. But the leaders are not telling you that. So why are you blaming CIA when the leaders themselves are not telling you that CIA is holding?
I'm not.
The leader never told you that CIA is holding his hand. You're the one giving excuses. You're the one giving an excuse for them.
You see? Okay. First of all, right? Since you want to put it as if they free, they're independent, right? First, right?
Yeah.
Let's look at the UN, right? 54 countries in Africa does not have a veto vote. 54 countries in Africa does not have a veto vote. Okay.
Who told them to join the United Nations?
Why don't you pull out of the United Nations? We don't like what's going on there.
Pull out the United Nations.
Let me say something. In my country, right? When you want to have election, right? Do you know who runs our election? Do you know who police are? Our goddamn election?
CIA. Let me guess. Who?
The West. You think the West?
Who's running your election?
European
the white man.
Is the people.
The last time I checked, whenever you conduct the election in Africa, the people are running the ballot and everything, all black people.
Hey, Mike, I got a quick question, Mike. Who invited the Western powers into Congo? Was it a white man or a black man?
It's black people, it's Africans, and that's the point where I've been trying to. That's exactly what I said. Everything we're doing in Africa, we're using our hand to do it.
Mike, hold on. Let me respond to this guy real quick, right? What's stopping Black Americans let's say Black Americans. Let me go straight to the point. What's stopping FBA having the same power as white folks?
Bro, leave Black Americans alone. Let's talk about Africa.
No. Because
if they have their own country, then maybe we can put them in this conversation, this thing we're discussing.
That makes sure black folks does not match the white people.
Listen. It's everybody's job to make sure the next man doesn't match you. Listen, it's everybody's wish and desire to make sure the next person.
No, forget about the minority.
Listen, the white man doesn't want the Chinese man to be above him either. So the Chinese man is not complaining. You're the only one complaining. The white man doesn't want the Chinese man to be above him. Neither does the Chinese man. So the same way the white man don't want a black man to be above him, he doesn't want the Chinese man to be above him. But the Chinese man is not sitting around not doing nothing. He's saying, oh, he's a white man, I don't want me to do something. The Chinese man understand that that's life. Even me and you, we're gonna compete. I would not want you to be above me. It's competition. It's what life is. That's what men do. You compete. Everybody want to be on top.
You compete by yourself.
When you come here and start this is crying that another man is the reason why you don't want to do. You're not making move for yourself. That's childish.
I'm talking about the structure, the foundation of the system.
It's your fault. Fix it.
That's what I'm trying to say. You understand what I'm trying to say? I just told you our only hope in West Africa is for sure not your goddamn president Tinubu.
It's what?
It's your Yoruba. Not your fucking president, Yoruba.
I didn't say.
I never said that. President that's destroying Nigeria right now.
Okay.
That old bastard. Not your president.
Okay.
The only hope we have right now, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. If you
let me ask you a question.
Your president, your Yoruba, Ahmed Tinubu.
Let me ask you a question.
I don't even know what I got to do
with yourself. Ahmed Tinubu was put there by
you talking all over the place, man. Make your point, man. Just make your point.
Ahmed, can I ask you a question?
Government. So don't tell me and act like African presidents are like free to do what the fuck they want.
Ahmed, where do you live at? Ahmed, where do
you just said it yourself? You say president is messing up the country. Is that no freedom to do what the fuck he wants?
Ahmed, where do you live at?
Yourself.
Why do you think they try to
you said a president is messing up the country? Is that not freedom? Is he not using his free will to mess up the country?
Why do you think the war in Ukraine happened? Why do you think the war in
Dude,
Ukraine
you're talking all over the place, man. Let's
all over the place, man.
Why
you gotta stay to the topic.
Is it because
he's just jumping from pillar to post?
America love Ukraine. They try to save Ukraine.
Dude, you jump from one, you running all over the place, man. Now you run to Ukraine. Come on,
man. And where do you live at, man? Do you live in Canada, America? Where do you live at?
Hey, I live in a spot where there's only two street matters: Pennsylvania Avenue and K Street. Those two streets, 95% of their power is controlled by white people. It's not controlled by your people. 95% of those power is controlled by white people. 95. Okay. Pennsylvania Avenue and K Street. Anybody that's familiar with DC or anybody that's familiar how the federal American government really operate, ask them. They're gonna tell you I'm fucking right. Pennsylvania Avenue and K Street.
I asked you where you live at.
Does not belong to your FBA.
I just asked you.
Power, it belongs to the
1772 argument that no one ever said anyone belongs. The guy never said the power belongs to FBA. I don't know why you now.
I just told you where I live at. Pennsylvania Avenue and K Street is only the two streets that matters where I live at.
So you live in DC.
Thank you. It's only two streets that matters. Pennsylvania Avenue and K Street. 95% of their power is controlled by white men.
But why don't you go and lead a military coup in Sierra Leone and get the country going right? Why don't you coup up? Man?
First of all, if I try, listen,
you know what's going to happen if you cool up? If you take over, he's going to start doing the same thing. He's going to do the same thing the last guy was doing. He's going to run to the white man.
When are we black people going to blame ourselves for the downfall?
Come kill your Africans. That's
when
what
we
your
going to blame ourselves for slavery?
That's what your president did.
When we going to blame ourselves for colonialism?
Your president from your tribe.
Okay.
Went to France.
I never said I don't have
how to kill Africans.
Sellouts in my tribe. I never said that. Hey, we are everybody.
Your president. No. Since you're from Nigeria,
it's all of us.
You guys are so better than everybody else in Africa.
I never said that. You see, I don't think you ever said that. I don't even understand. This guy just doing.
You never said that.
Did I come here to say Nigeria is exception? Did I say anything?
Your president went to France.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you. So
how to kill those Africans from those three countries? That is absolutely facts. Just like the last president of Ghana sitting there telling Blinken, oh, the Saras, these three countries are a problem for us. The last president of Ghana did that, sitting next to Blinken, telling Blinken, oh, Mr. White Man, help me. Who the fuck in charge then?
So we gotta blame ourselves, man.
I told you that. I'm not disagreeing.
That's the same thing we're telling you too. So why are you fighting us?
I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm trying to say.
So we basically agree. Everybody's agreeing. So
our hope in West Africa is these three countries. Anybody that tells you
can we blame ourselves for being enslaved? For enslaving our own people? Can we blame ourselves for colonialism?
Well, technically, they didn't enslave their own people.
We did, man. We enslaved our own people, bro.
What, Stephen?
No matter if it's one tribe, two tribes, three tribes, we enslaved
ourselves. That's Kwame.
Oh, Kwame. Okay. Kwame. Oh, another Nigerian. Oh my God.
Kwame's not Nigerian, man. He's just Jamaican, bro.
You guys are too much, man. Because Nigerians are something else.
He's not Nigerian.
I'm not a Nigerian.
He's not Nigerian.
Not a Nigerian
name. There's something about Nigerians when it comes to white
people.
There's something about Nigerians, man, when it comes to white people. I'm telling y'all the truth, man. There's something about them when it comes to white people, man.
Okay, what is it?
Oh, it's different.
Oh, man. So you trying to say? Wait.
There's something about Nigerians, man. When it comes to white people, man, it is different. The ass kissing is something else, man. A Nigerian will kiss a white man's butthole and put his mouth in it. That's how much they love a white man. That's how much these motherfuckers.
Tell me anything I said tonight that's kissing white man's ass.
I mean, did African tribes sell other African tribes into slavery?
Yes.
Exactly. That's what we did. So
of course,
we were, we literally handed our people to the white man. And I'm telling you, and we're still doing it today. We're handing our resources to the white man.
Wait, Ahmed,
and I'm trying to tell you that we need to stop it. And you're saying I'm kissing
Ahmed, are you a
white man.
Hausa or Fulani?
He a Fulani from Sierra Leone.
Oh my God, he can't even talk about that. Then he can't even talk about that.
You said what?
You a Fulani?
Fula.
Well, Fula.
Well, your people sold people into slavery.
They were the biggest slave traders.
Okay. So what's that mean?
They sold people to the Arabs and the white people.
Okay. So what's that mean then?
You gotta blame yourself.
It was a war. It was a war going on.
Now it's a war. We all, man, listen. We gotta take accountability.
People, man. Come on, man. You know.
But hey, you realize that you sold
white folks.
So you realize you help build these nations. Your slave traders help build these nations
up. Your tribe
up.
helped build up these nations. Your tribe helped build up Arab nations. Your tribe helped build up white nations.
Listen. By history, I don't like going back too far. Let's just say the last 300 years, right? That's why I just said people need to understand. People need to study the British Empire. It's very important for you to study.
Let's talk with the Arabs first. Let's start with the Arabs first.
What's that got to do with me? That's too far.
Your people sold Africans to the Arabs.
It was a war. You know what's going on between the other tribes?
Oh, it was a war. It was a war against the Kufas, right? It was a war against the Kufas, right?
It was probably a war between the tribes or the
no. Was it a war?
Whether it was a war or not, it was done. It was done. The point is that it was done. That's what they asked you.
It was tribes fighting each other for some reason, and then also probably the Arabs.
It was your tribe. It was your tribe wanting a caliphate, and they want to enslave the Kufas. Let's start there.
No. Listen. That's a Nigerian thing.
No.
That's a Nigerian thing.
That's a Nigerian thing. That's a Nigerian
thing. It's an African thing.
Wait. No.
There's nothing they do in Nigeria that they're not doing where you come from. Trust me. So let's not do this.
No. That's a Nigerian thing.
So wait. Ahmed, why we can't start with the Arabs first? Because you Muslim?
No, you can start with the Arabs. You can start with anything.
Yeah, let's start with the Arabs and how they enslaved Africans. How did they enslave Africans first?
I mean, I haven't really studied that, but at the end of the day, it has to be some type of separation between each tribe, and then after that, they probably had a battle.
You know what happened? Your tribe converted to Islam. They took the Shahada.
So you
and they started selling Africans. Listen.
They start.
Yes.
Stop it, man. Okay.
They did so.
I'll give you. If you want to put it that way, let's just move to the next question.
They saw the Arabs.
Okay, when are we gonna blame? When are we gonna blame ourselves for selling out each other for colonial gain, and now we're the laughing stock of the world?
Giving up resources, basically everything.
Okay.
Yeah,
we can't blame white people for everything.
We can't blame the white people for everything.
Man, first of all, I'm not saying we don't have faults. We do have faults.
Yeah, that's what we should be addressing. That's what we want to talk about. Amir, we want to talk about our faults. That's what we want to talk about. Is that okay?
You got to clean house first before you worry about somebody else. You got to clean house first.
If you don't discuss it, listen, you can talk about white man's fault all day. It's not going to do anything. So it's not going to change white man. No, if you want to change, if you want to move forward, if you want to solve solve your own problem, you have to
got to clean house first.
That's the only fault they can show you the solution.
Okay. Whenever
I'm mad, sound like the homeless man that blame everybody on the corner.
No, I'm not. Listen to me. I just told y'all. Every day, I spend about 3 to 4 hours looking up what's going on with the AES. Every fucking day, I spend 3 to 4 hours with my own personal time studying what's going on with the AES. What's the updates?
Can I show? Can we blame the Africans for trying to build the caliphate?
Listen, I'm not going that far in history because there's no point of that.
No, we talking about the Sahel.
Hold on. But Ahmed, let me ask you a question. What happens, and I don't hope this happens, but what happens if the AES doesn't work out? What's the backup plan?
We gonna blame the French too after that?
Hold on. First of all, the AES, for the AES to fall, like to fall apart, right? It has to be there has to be so much like devastated. I probably would not eat for 2 days.
Man, they could fly F-35s right now over the AES and it's over.
Oh my God, let's be mature, man. Let's be mature, man. If we're gonna talk about false, man, let's be mature. See, that's why I don't like to talk about certain subjects with people that just want to clown. Let's be mature.
I'm not clowning. I'm just being for real. We
What
gotta get our shit together.
It's a real fight that's going on with these countries. These men are putting their life to benefit Africans.
Hey,
I agree with you. I agree
You
with
study
you.
the AES every day. Can you educate us?
It was the first people. Burkina Faso was the first people to nationalize their own gold. Their own gold.
To nationalize their own gold.
West Africa. How much gold is in West Africa? Burkina Faso was the first one to do that. Mali just signed a deal for them to nationalize their own gold. 62%. The ones to get 38%. Niger just took over their own what you call it? That thing, uranium. They just took over from France. These are things that never happened before in Africa. Look at Nigeria.
I don't think so.
Oil.
No. Nigerian oil is nationalized. Many in South Africa, a lot of countries in Africa.
You see.
Nigeria oil. Okay, show me the doc.
Stop it.
Dude. Botswana. Listen, many countries in Africa.
The biggest problem. Okay, Mike.
Their work is nationalized. They may have bad
I'm gonna shut up.
Deals as far as
I'm gonna say this. Then I'm gonna shut up. The issue is going on with Nigeria, right? It's the British. People don't realize the British are the one behind all this in Nigeria for so long. Because you know what?
The British are in Nigeria?
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
When you write that book, The Invisible White Man, I'm gonna buy it for $100, man.
How do you think? Why America could print endless money? Petrodollar.
You going from 1.2? You just mentioned British
money.
God, look, this guy, man.
Why do you think the British pound is still high?
See, the white man has scrambled his brain. He can't even stay on topic, man. See what the white man has done to
that? Still high. The British does not make shit. You go around your world, right? Every day. You tell me something that you use that's made in the UK. There's nothing. For 2 weeks, you cannot use something.
We drink tea. We got Aston Martins. We got Range Rovers.
You're mad at the British for developing England.
The average person, my friend, who drives Range Rover? It's like what? 1% of Americans, man. Come on, man. Let's be serious.
We watch English football.
Let's be serious, man. It's like 1% of Americans that drive Range Rover. We talk about 60 to 70% of Americans, man. You go to Walmart right now.
It's more than 1% driving.
80% of it comes from China.
Ahmed, you making your country look bad, man.
80% from China. You tell me what stuff that you use daily that's made in England.
Who cares, man?
Who cares, Ahmed?
Then why the fuck the British pound is high then?
We drive Range Rovers in America.
1%,
we drive Jaguars in America.
1% of people drive Range Rovers.
We drive Aston Martins in America.
Oh, that's 2 or 3%, man. Be quiet.
Ahmed,
you just went from 1 to 3 now, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Because you said Range Rover is trash, man. That's like
Ahmed, I would say 90% of Africa problems is self-inflicted, man. And that's
the same thing with the black community in America. 90% of the problems are self-inflicted.
In West Africa, our only hope.
We gotta stop blaming the white man. We
gotta
Ahmed, you're
gonna put all your hope on a young man.
Ahmed, we gotta blame ourselves, no matter if we in America, the Caribbeans, or the continent of Africa. We gotta blame ourselves for these self-inflicted problems.
Going to France, going to England.
The white man ain't changed.
Okay. This is. Hey, I have a question. Who's fighting Abraham Traore? Is it the white man or fellow Africans in the West?
It's the Fulani and the Hausa.
Are they black or white?
You said what?
It's the Fulani and the Hausa fighting Abraham Traore.
Okay.
So it's black people. People trying to kill Abraham Traore, a star of Africa.
It's the Islamic jihadists that want a caliphate in the whole West Africa.
Okay. Are you done?
But is it the white man doing it? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
The white man got a part, but they still got to fight the battle by themselves.
First of all, let me say something, my friend. Let me respond, because at the end of the day, You gotta look at the bigger picture. I don't look at things from the surface. It goes deeper. That's your problem. Y'all look at something from like level 1 and then level 2, and then come up with y'all, no. You gotta look at deeper things, man. I look at things from the deeper.
I ask you simple questions like who's fighting Abraham Troy?
Who's fighting Abraham? Who's fighting the AES right now? It's the Western countries.
Okay, man, brother.
We gotta stop blaming it on the liquor. We gotta stop blaming it on the liquor.
I get where you coming from. At the same time, if it was like, listen, I'll never do nothing to hurt another black person, no matter how much you pay me, what you tell me.
You talk about millions of people, my friend.
Steve, somebody owes you 100 million.
Right? Let's say you have 20 friends, right?
You said what?
Somebody owes you 100 million.
Your buddies,
no,
right?
sir. No, sir.
If you have 20 of your buddies, right, of your friends, right, you telling me all 20 of them gonna be 100% loyal to you?
I mean, they should be. They should be.
It should be. That's like wishful thinking. That's not how the world operates.
But you got wishful thinking. You think
I don't have wishful thinking. I just agree to you. I'm saying what it is. I'm agreeing to you. I'm saying it's a nature thing. When you have millions of people, you're gonna have criminals that's gonna do whatever the fuck they want. So then they can keep stealing. These three countries, when they came in power,
you think they could pay Marco Rubio right now to delete Donald Trump?
Done it.
No.
Good luck, Jonathan. Have never done it. Buhari have never done it. Goddamn old motherfuckers, man, Tinubu have never fucking done it. So Nigerians need to shut the fuck up. Any Nigerian that comes here and telling me, oh, the AES is this and that. No. Your presidents have never done what these guys have done right now, currently. Any that stupid what's his name? Refugee child that thinks he's better than Africans. He's got the
who?
Elvis not even here.
Oh, come on, man. Listen. I understand what you're saying.
The one before that has never done it. The other one before that, he's a refugee, but he opened his dirty mouth as if he's better than Africans. The same thing with the typical Nigerians. Typical Nigerians think that they're better than Africans because they can speak the white man language better.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but I was taught that you got to clean house first before you worry about everybody else.
That's what we're doing in West Africa. We got to start from those three countries. We coming. You guys not seeing these things. These Western countries are terrified.
I mean, I've been keeping up with it. And I commend them. Shout out to them.
Just nationalized 5 gold mines. My country, we have gold. We have never. We got. You know what the fuck they doing in those villages? You think it doesn't bother me?
Ahmed.
Yes, boss.
Who are signing these contracts? Equatorial Guinea signed a contract with Exxon, giving them 90% of the oil. Is that the white man or the black man who signed that contract? I've met a lot of Africans, and a lot of them are intelligent 4.0 students. Are you telling me that the Africans that stay in Africa don't have agency to do the right thing?
Okay, listen. First of all, right? You gotta check this out, right? When you meet certain Africans, right? That's in America, right? There's certain reason they're here for. Some of us, like me, I have family members that stole Sierra Leone money. I have family members that stole Sierra Leone money in the government. I say facts. Some of us that's here, we're here because of we stole money back home, or we have family members that's in politics that steal shit. You understand? So when you meet certain Africans, right, they're not gonna tell you the truth. They're not gonna tell you the truth. I have family members that's in politics that stole money, but I'll say the truth because at the end of the day,
was it the white man who told them to steal the money, or was it their own greed and corruption?
Okay, first of all, just like I just said, these countries are not independent. These countries are not independent. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Independent country don't behave like that. They don't behave like that. Because let me tell you why. Just like when you have a country that's independent, right? What they do everything that they do is for favor for their people. Right or wrong? Right or wrong? Just like I mentioned, what's his name? The other time, right? He said the white man has the right to take 90% of the money and then give back the Africans $10. This is an African that's in America that said that clearly. He said the white man has the right to take, let's just say $100, right? The white man has the right to take $90 of your own money and then give you back $10. This man said it. This is Carla's favorite guest. This is Carla's favorite guest. He comes there every fucking night. Ask yourself why he said that. There's a reason why he said that. He's most like he's connected to the corruption in Africa, or he's trying to get in the door in Africa to steal money. Or
who's that?
Like, he has some type of church or something like that to keep the people poor. Because you got some Africans, right? They go back home. They don't do nothing. They don't do no development. All they do is just open church. And then every Sunday, they get the money for these people. There's certain Africans that have a bunch of churches that makes money off of that. There's certain Africans that's in America right now that do not want to see Africa prosper. That is facts. You're gonna run. There's some of them. You're gonna run to them. They're gonna tell you all this bullshit. Just like I just said, there's certain Africans, right? Their family has a power position back home. They make a lot of money. They have houses. They have properties. They have their money in an offshore account in the Western banks. There's a lot of Africans that's in America that benefits off of Africa because of Africa's poor. There's the reason why it's poor, because their people, their family members are the ones stealing the fucking
money. I understand where you're coming from. It's the same thing in America. There's black people in America that benefit off the destruction of the black community. So I get what you're coming from.
Ahmed, you're making my arguments that you're substantiating what I said. The situation Africa is in is because you have traders and collaborators that work with the West. It's not the West.
That's why I agree with 1776 on.
No,
it's not one-sided.
Okay. The issue is what you're saying is true to certain points, right? The problem is in Africa, right? Let me give you this point, right? What I've studied, right? The thing is this, right?
Jihad is one of them.
Hold on. Africans has this belief that what the white man has done so well, right? Is making sure that your president is the one in control.
Wait, Ahmed, are you talking to your Fulani tribemen and telling them stop deleting kufas and people?
I'm gonna come to your question. I'm gonna come to your answer. Let me answer this guy real quick because he said a good point. He's not off. He has a good point. But what I want him to do is to look at things more deeper. That's all I want him to do. I'm not saying he's wrong.
If you look at Vietnam, the reason Vietnam was successful, the reason Vietnam was successful is they got rid of their trader and collaborators, and the country was able to stave off one of the most powerful countries in the world.
So they clean out.
I'm not disagreeing with you. The problem is now majority Africans still got this belief that the white man is still trying to save us. That is absolutely facts. And then also, most Africans, right, they stuck on religion too much as if, if I can pray, God will come fix our problems. It could be Muslim or Christian. It's the same way. So
why are we arguing if we all agree?
No, we agree in different ways. What I want him to look at things more deeper. It's not just like this. Like
we understand what you're saying, but what everybody else is saying that we gotta take some accountability and fix our problems first before we try to worry about other groups of people what they're doing.
Of course,
because they're not making these people do anything. They're doing it because they want to.
No. Don't put it like that. You forget that the Western countries are very dangerous. You forget that the Western countries are very dangerous. Don't forget that now. Look at the list.
Fulani very dangerous.
Look at the list of look at all the names of countries they have overthrown. That is absolutely facts. They said it out their own mouth. Not me. That is absolutely facts. Western countries have overthrown so many presidents within the last 30 to 40 years. That is absolutely facts. So don't try to sugarcoat it. That is absolutely facts.
So what's the solution to stop that from happening?
The solution is I'm not gonna lie to y'all. man, I want military takeover.
Okay.
I don't want
Wait,
these
wait.
democracies.
But can we
Can
actually
I
get?
ask you?
But
Can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah.
Please. Are you talking to your Fulani or Hausa brothers and telling them we have to stop harassing the Kufars or the people that don't believe in Islam, like the Dogon tribe and the other indigenous African tribes?
First of all, I saw a documentary right yesterday, right? It was on YouTube. The documentary was made by some white people, right? So then I looked at it. It was in Mali, which you just said about the Dokkan and stuff like that. It was in Mali, right? I
Yeah.
think the documentary was about 3 years ago and stuff like that, right? So during this time, half the country was taken over by terrorists, right? You understand? So it was separated. Then you have the Dokkan that was still protecting small part of their own country. I mean, of their own village and their own town. They said that it's hard for the government to come in and then give them weapons because of the road is so dangerous because of the terrorists control a lot of parts of the country, right? You know what I'm trying to say? But then at the same time, the people that did the documentary, right? They show France. Oh, France is here to help and stuff like that, right? They show France teaching these people as if they're trying to help and stuff like that, right? So then, mind you, this was probably 3 or 4 years ago, right? So then, how come when Assimi Goïta, right, when he took over the country, right, after he kicked out France, right, they took over the biggest, I think the second biggest city in Mali, right? I forgot the name of it. It started with a D, right? As soon as they kicked the French out, they start taking back the countries like they're supposed to. These terrorists did not have a place to stay as they used to.
Wait, how many?
What's that tell you?
Are some of
What's
these
that tell you, my friend?
Wait, let me ask you a question. Are some of these terrorists Fulani or Hausa?
What's that tell you, my friend? If you
that,
kick
hold
out,
on, that means that certain leaders were
country,
compromised.
right? Hold on. If you let's just say you have a country, right? Let's just say you have let's say North Carolina, right? Inside North Carolina, right? You got half of the state, half of the country in North Carolina is taken by terrorists, right? Then you have another side where it's only you and your people, you're trying to survive, right? And then all of a sudden, after a year, a couple years later, the military took over, right?
Ahmed, we're not excluding the white man from this, but when are we gonna blame some of these African
I'm
tribes?
giving
Hey,
you who's funding these people. I'm giving you
The
who's
main
funding these
thing,
people.
the main thing
I'm giving you who's
continental
funding
Africans
these
have to
people.
learn is
Someone has to fund these people, my friend.
and nationalism, man.
Someone
Once you
is
love
funding
each
these
other,
people. That's what you have to understand.
you
Someone
have
is
to
giving
learn
them the.
black love and nationalism, man.
How they
It
gonna
shouldn't be
learn
that much
black love?
violence.
How they
Someone is
gonna
giving
learn
them
black
the
love when
weapons.
some of these tribes believe the
I
other
mean, the
tribes are
AES is
Kufa?
trying. The AES is trying, so I'm gonna give credit where credit's
But the
due.
thing is,
Yeah.
they're
The AES
fighting other
deserve
Africans, though, man.
maximum respect. But when are we gonna blame some of these tribes like the Fulani, the Hausa, Soninke,
People are blaming them. Some people are blaming them.
the Torre?
Because of you looking at it in the white man view. I just told you. I just gave you
Oh,
a perfect
stop it,
example.
man.
You
Stop,
missing it.
man.
Someone is funding these people.
Man, let's get back on topic, man. You just
Someone is
going in a
funding these
tangent,
people.
man.
Am I right or am I wrong? Then how come as soon as they kicked out France, right? These so-called jihadists, right? They start losing their positions in the country. They start losing lands.
But who are the jihadis? Are they white or black?
Listen, the
Are the
jihadists can be
jihadis
anybody.
white?
The jihadists,
Just answer the
listen.
question.
The jihadists, okay. The jihadists could be. It's just an ideology of life.
What's the ideology? Islam, right?
Then someone has to fund this ideology.
But
Who's funding this
Ahmed,
ideology?
who's pulling? Ahmed, who's pulling the fucking trigger, man? Who's pulling the fucking trigger? Is it a white man or a black man?
It's not about who's pulling the trigger. If you don't get yourself out of these Western
Have you
countries,
ever shot a rifle before, Ahmed? Who's loading the rifle? Who's pulling the trigger? It's a black man.
Wait. 1776. Ahmed, you still ain't answer my question. Are some of these jihadist terrorists, are they Fulani, Fula, Hausa?
Man, let's stop all this tribal. They are black men. They are fellow black men, man.
It could be.
I agree.
It could be
And all that tribe
any
stuff
tribe.
is just
It could be.
all them
It could
people
be.
in that
It could
country
be.
are brothers,
It could be
man.
any tribe. It could be any tribe. When you have a country, right, that's been
But we not
dysfunctional
gonna
for so
blame the
long.
GDs for some shit the
Hold on.
Bloods did.
You understand? Africa has
But
been
that's
down
still
for so
black on
long.
black violence, man.
Africa has been
That's
down
true.
for so
That's
long.
true.
I agree with 1776 that they loved each other. They loved another black man. They would never pick up a gun and
Yeah,
kill
man.
them over
Simple
some nonsense.
Stephen J.
nationalism.
Man, Stephen J.
Man, what the hell do they teach in
Stevie
elementary
J?
schools in Africa?
No,
Don't they
Stephen,
teach any type of nationalism?
Stephen.
Y'all don't pledge
education
allegiance
in
to the
Africa is
flag?
not free, man. That's why most of the people didn't attend school. Like education is not free. People.
Oh, so they don't like pledge.
Like
It's not like
that's the
United
same
States
thing.
where every
flag or
child must
nothing.
be in school, where education is
That's
free
the
for
same
every
thing in
all.
America. Like I never join a gang. Like what I look like killing other black dudes for, selling drugs to other black people. It doesn't
No,
make sense to
actually,
me.
But Mike said in elementary school they don't pledge allegiance to the flag or anything like that.
No, they do, but not everyone attends school in Africa. It's not like I think some people always think like in Africa is like United States or these first world country where education is free.
I see.
Yeah, it's not free. Like you, for
Okay.
example, if you don't have money to send your kids to school, they're not going to school. That's just the way it
Yeah,
is.
well, they need a reform that where like the kids learn how to love the country, man. You know, from day
Yeah,
one,
but they
and look at
don't.
each other
They
as brothers.
haven't got to the
AES
point
is
where
doing
they can.
that. The AES is doing that.
Yeah, but
Well,
they
that's a
haven't
good
got to
thing.
the
If
point where they can put every kid in school, and then because in Nigeria, people that go to school don't do all these things. Like because you go to school, you learn. You actually, know what the heck.
They trying to
Nationalism and
teach
all this.
patriotism in their country. The people
Oh,
be
they're trying to teach patriotism so then
Yeah, they
you
teach
saying
those
the
things,
AES
but
is self-independent. They trying to teach their people, their kids how to love their country their way,
you
right?
guys have to understand. Most people.
Okay. You see that? You see the difference? You see the difference? You, Mike, in Nigeria, do you guys have history class in Nigeria?
Do they have what?
History class.
It depends where you go. Depends which part of the country.
I'm talking about public. Do they have history class?
Like in Nigeria,
they don't.
Hold on.
You know why?
Let me tell you about
they
Nigeria.
Don't have history class. You know why?
Hold on. The
British government.
Calm down.
The king.
You're gonna ask questions. You're not gonna.
The queen told the presidents of Nigeria.
You asked a question. You didn't even get the answer. You already responded to the answer. Did I give you an answer and you already responded? In Nigeria, we have 36 states. So each state control their own education system.
No.
Yeah, that's the way it works. That's the way it goes in Nigeria.
In Nigeria, there's no history class. There's no history
class. I say depends. Like when I went to school. Hold on.
In Nigeria. Why? Why is that? Because
you can't say there's no history class.
Because you know why? Because you know why? Nigeria is not self-independent. The British Empire made sure that Nigerians does not know their history. Because if you know the history, you're gonna hate the
So the British is the Minister of Education. So okay.
That is facts. So you see what I'm trying to say? Like in my country.
Dude, you're not saying anything, man. Just forget it.
Is it the British funding? Are the British funding funding Northern Nigeria?
Mikey, you just like Elvis. You just like Elvis, man. Keep calm.
Man, Elvis ain't even here to defend himself, man. Let's keep it moving, man.
I hope he do. I just destroy him. That's a pitiful
Ahmed, you going all around the world, man.
African, man. That's a pitiful African. But anyway, in my country,
come
right?
on.
In my country,
Elvis
man, it was funny though. A man said that he think that Elvis is an Asian.
I'm just muted listening to you guys talk.
In my country, right?
Oh, hey, bring me back inside the chat. I gotta exit and come back. My mic acting up.
Okay.
Hey, Ahmed, you've been talking for like 3 hours, man.
I'm gonna leave soon. Either way, I gotta wake up in the morning. I gotta take care of business in the morning.
Hey, is the white man gonna set your alarm clock for you and wake you up? Like, does he have that much control over your life?
Oh, come on, man. You're looking at it in a very childish thinking, man. I just told you. You looking at
you
it
blame the white man for everything, man.
Okay. Let me give you an example, right? It's just like when Donald Trump came. Like,
man, if you wake up late, you're gonna be like, it's the white man's alarm clock. The white man did the alarm clock and sold it to the black man and he said the fake one.
The white man's gonna tell him to go to McDonald's and get a number 2. You know, like, damn.
Oh my God, man. I don't eat trash food. You never catch me in the McDonald's. I don't
See,
eat trash food.
you have agency over what you eat. Like
I don't
countries
eat
have
trash
agency
food,
of
my
what they
friend.
do.
I don't eat trash food. I don't eat trash food because I don't want my body to look like trash.
So the white man ain't
That's
making
the
eat
point.
trash food.
Man, first of all, you never catch me at a goddamn McDonald's. And I don't eat
Okay.
fast food. So
Okay, but
right.
you have the agency to choose what you eat. Like countries have the agency to choose what they do.
Donald Trump, listen. Let me say this real quick, right? A couple months ago, Donald Trump said, "Oh, BRICS is dead because I said so," and then all of a sudden, oh, all these Black Americans get on all these shows. Donald Trump says BRICS is dead, and then you hear all these people, oh yeah, BRICS is dead because Donald Trump said so. That's how you think. That's how majority of y'all think. That's how majority of y'all think. And then y'all forget to follow up a month after that. Putin had a conference.
Whoa. You know the minds of majority of Black Americans.
I'm saying people that come on social media. That's what I'm trying to say. People that come to these shows. People that come to
So people on social media
that's
have
what I'm trying to
majority.
say. We talking about people that come to these shows. I'm not talking about people that you know. No. I'm talking about people that come to these shows. You know.
Okay, I got what you're saying. I got what you're saying.
Oh, Donald Trump said BRICS is dead because he said so. So that means BRICS is dead. People came to the show actually believe it because Donald Trump just said, "Oh, BRICS is dead because I said so."
Ahmed, can I ask you a question? So the president of South Africa, it was the white man that made him come here and grovel. Was it Western powers that made him come all the way to America to beg?
You ever heard about Julius? This guy named Julius. What's his name?
Ramposa.
What's his last name? Julius
Ramposa.
No, fuck no. That bitch. He's a bitch.
You talking about Malema?
Yes.
Malenga.
Yes. You think if that was him sitting right there, you know what the fuck he was gonna say to Donald Trump? Have you ever heard that man speaks? You see, he came real close to winning the election. That's where the white man got scared. That's why he's doing all these things. He came real close to winning the last election. Go look up that man when he speaks, man. And then look up the current president when he speaks. You tell me what's the difference. That's like you compare Malcolm X to
why didn't he win the election?
Jesse Lee to Malcolm X. Two different mentality, two different people.
Why didn't Julius win the election?
So think about what you just said.
Think
about what you just said. So think about what you just said. That's like you comparing Jesse Lee to Malcolm X. Two different mentality. Not even Jesse Lee. What's that Supreme Court leader? Thomas.
Yo.
The black guy.
Clarence Thomas.
Yes, that's the difference. When you hear Julius speaks, you hear Malcolm X speaks. When you hear Thomas speaks, that's a South African president.
Hey, Ahmed.
Yes, sir.
Why is there always a black person pulling the trigger?
Because black people, because the last 500 years, black folks haven't organized the way they're supposed to come together. We haven't.
Would you agree that Abraham Troy is a dynamic young leader?
Oh, 100%. Only 100%, man. I've been following
So why are there black people fighting against him when he's trying to bring necessary reforms to the country?
Good question. Exactly. Just like I mentioned, there's some Africans that benefit of corruption in Africa. There's some Africans that get super rich because of poverty that's in Africa. That is 100% facts.
So what does that have to do with the West?
What's that got to do with the West? If you develop Africa, you just can't go to Africa and take the resource for free. You understand what I'm trying to say? If something is being functioned properly the way it's supposed to, you just can't walk in and just do what the fuck you want. No, it doesn't operate like that because you know what? It's functioning properly. You got to go through checks. That's what you understand. Everything comes in Africa. Everything comes back to the ground, to the dirt, and then what's underneath the, you know what I'm saying? The ground.
Right.
That's what it comes back into. When you look at it that way, then you look at everything properly. That's like I come to America right now and believe that black people are super lazy. They haven't done shit. Because you know why? I go to the bank, I go this way. But if I don't look at shit the way I'm supposed to, I could be fooled by white people in America. Right or wrong? I could believe that, you know, black people in America are bums, are lazy. The white man can make me believe that if I just came to America. I have to do my homework, right or wrong?
Well, why are those people fighting Abraham Traore like that? He only controls 60% of the country, and they're still fighting.
He controls more. He controls more now. They took over a lot of territory. They took over a lot of territory the last month. Trust me, they control a lot more now than before. Before it was worse than that. A year ago, it was totally worse. 2 years ago, that country was dead. That country was miserable. When I say miserable, even Mali. Mali was being attacked by the Arabs. Mali was being attacked by Algeria as well. What they try to do to Mali, right? They try to separate Mali into two countries. You know what they did to Sudan, right?
This is what I'm saying before I leave. Like I said, the Chinese parable, all problems are self-caused. All problems are self-inflicted. If you have black unity within a country, the West would never be able to exploit it. But if you have people inviting people into the country, offering them resources and goodies, the West is going to take them.
Africa was conquered. Africa was conquered first before you have the so-called these countries. Understand that first, man. Africa was conquered first by these Europeans. Get that first.
Why was Africa conquered? Why was Africa conquered?
Europeans. Get that in your head before you have a country.
How was Africa conquered?
You have countries like Mali, Cameroon, Togo, Benin. All these countries, there was never countries first.
Because of tribalism.
You have all these names.
A lack of unity.
Years after the World War II, that's when they hand over to these so-called independent.
Bang. Can you answer a question for me? Can you hear me?
What's up?
Why was it conquered? How was it conquered?
The number one reason why it was conquered was a lack of unity. But besides lack of unity,
There we go.
No more. Hey, Ahmed, there's nothing more to be said, man. Garvey said that. A lack of unity. Disunity has plagued the black man for the last 1,000 years.
Unity, and because of the gun. The white man had more power with gun compared to other Africans.
Stop that, Ahmed, that's bushmeat babble, man. Stop it.
Oh, stop it, man. Stop it, my friend. If you gonna fight somebody that has a machine gun and you have let's say a rifle or a spear, you're gonna lose, my friend.
Low key.
An invading force never conquer a small invading force can never conquer a continent, man. You have to have collaborators. You have to work with collaborators and traders.
To conquer a side, you gotta give them an option. You gotta create
I'm mad, man.
Okay. Just like how the Black Panther, right? The Black Panther got conquered, right? It was because of somebody in the middle.
Okay, man. Why does this always happen? Why does this always happen in Africa?
That's what the black.
Let me ask a question. Didn't they try this in China as well?
The Chinese will conquer too. What do you think you have Hong Kong?
But how are they able to,
What I'm trying to say is, in Africa, we would never unite the way we're supposed to before they even came. And at the same time,
this is the topic of the show. Now let me get back to the topic. Now I did this topic just for what Ahmed just said, right? I said jewel of Kalagenesis is sacred and profound against the vague and abstract. I believe black unity is the vague and abstract now. And profane. I don't believe it's sacred and profound like it once was. So if something's not sacred and profound, people are not going to fight for it. They're not going to die for it. They're not going to kill for it, right? So when you talk about black unity, you got to talk about how both sides, how we benefit from that. Right now, I don't see black unity benefiting nobody but a few people on the top. That's it. Everybody else groveling. Whatever you do is supposed to bring prosperity, peace, whatever to the masses. People should have a visible, tangible difference in their life. So as long as it's just talk, it's just the vague and abstract. Blackness is the vague and abstract.
But hold on. Where do we see black unity at?
There is no black unity.
That's what I'm saying. So how can you
We can
say
see that in
everybody,
you
AES
can't
and
benefit? We
ECOWAS.
don't see
always
it.
We can see
talks
that
about
with AES
we
and
need
ECOWAS.
unity.
Yeah, well, we do see it in AES. I will say that they got some type of black unity going
Yeah,
on.
they got some sort of diplomatic thing like
They
that.
need
Yeah,
more
but
time.
I'm
They need
talking.
more time.
I'm talking about look.
They need
They
about 2
have
more
something.
years.
They have something in common. They are part of a
They need
region.
about 2 more years.
You know, they're part of a region. So
Yeah, they need more time.
See, the whole thing is they have something to
They need more
actually.
time.
They have. Hold on, let me say this. When you talk about doing something, it has to be something tangible. Like I said, it has to be something gained. What are they gaining from what they're doing? Traore right now reports that Burkina Faso is now $18 billion richer because of the gold reserves he has now. Right now, right? That's something tangible. It's not thing.
Fixing the roads.
Niger is now making deals with its uranium.
Yep,
That's it.
exactly.
What I'm talking about is if you got a situation where you have no power, you have nothing. That's why I said the black people in America, right? This Pan-African stuff doesn't apply to us because we have nothing tangible at stake in things. So that's why I said don't tell us about your problems in Africa anymore because we don't have.
But haven't these people invited us to those countries?
No, they haven't. They haven't properly. They have not properly invited us, right?
We not.
So how Cuddy there?
That's all. They look. I'm in there. Like I have Mr. Rosenthal. He's helping. He's the one who helped Traore build a gold bullion bank. We have people over here, but the bottom line, they'll tell me the number one thing in Africa is these people. If they have to really make their case, you know, the real people in Africa are really not serious about unity. They don't see the world we do. They don't see the vision that we do, and they're starting to do it a little bit like in the Sahel region, the Pan-African ideology and stuff like that seeping in there and whatnot now finally, but places like the Congo and places like that, you know, just not there, you know, and that's most of the continent.
Maybe the type of people that got to see it first and then they'll jump on board. Maybe that's what it is.
Hold on. First of all, that's not true because usually when people are educated, it's preemptive. You know, this preemptive. They're like, oh, geez, they know exactly what happened in history. They'll look at Asia and say, yeah, you know something. In the late 1980s, Japan, who was once colonized us, right, basically looked around and said it wanted a new trade bar. We went from third world countries, you know, to first world countries with the help of Japan, right? That's what I look at. How come African countries haven't said, you know something? We know we got these problems with each other and whatnot, but can we find a way how to get to the next level, whatever, and like that? You know, so it's like, you know, Africans don't have a frame of reference in the world. It's like the European Union. You got countries that have nothing to do with each other, but now they got free trade, free travel, and everything like that. Africa hasn't put that into place, you know, where you can travel.
They got free trade in Africa?
No, they have free trade in Africa.
But hold on. Let me make this point. That's the reason.
Same point you just said.
Now you can have free trade without free travel.
About these three countries. Why do you think these three countries is a threat? These three countries are trying to do the same thing you said.
And let me add on that to that, Ahmed. Like,
it's a threat to these nations.
I believe that Ibrahim Traore is also trying to teach Pan-Africanism in school as well. So it's all about education as well.
African presidents right now that's working to make sure these guys get killed. It's going on right now as we speak. Because you know what?
So Carla,
these people benefit.
Look what I just put in the back chat.
These people benefit.
Yeah, look, dude, man, that continental free trade zone is a joke.
Yeah, come on, man.
You're talking to somebody who knows what he's talking about. First of all, let me tell you this. First of all,
keep going back and forth as if
you have to have. Hold on, Ahmed, I'm talking. You know, you got to have a unified currency. You got to have some sovereign bodies that certain things in the country has to have. So some African countries have to give up sovereignty over certain things, such as railway systems, such as ports, such as airways, airports, whatever, such as telecommunications, such as a continental power grid. If those take place in nothing, you're not going to have that. Also, travel. There should be a continental authority that passes out visas. There should be an African Union visa, you know? And then you can talk about free trade. You got to have travel first. You got to be able to study first. You got to have movement of people freely. You can go some countries, like, let me give you an example. Egypt is part of the African Union, right? One of our friends, his wife,
don't we bring the African Union? The African Union. It's being
Yeah,
controlled
but
by
they're the ones
know.
that
Come on,
sponsor the
man.
free trade zone. That's
Come
what I'm
on,
trying
man.
to tell Kwame.
Come on,
It's a
man.
joke.
Don't we call the African
Yo,
Union, man?
Ahmed, you've been talking for 40 minutes. Let Kyler talk.
Yo, so what I'm saying is this. So a friend of mine, his wife want to go on a wine trip to Egypt. You know, she's from Sierra Leone, right? You know, Egypt wouldn't give her a visa. And he had to refund the money because she couldn't get a visa to travel to travel. She's a professional and everything in Sierra Leone, but they said they don't give Sierra Leoneans visas. That's the reality of Africa. Some countries in Africa you can't even go to if you have certain passports. You know, hold certain passports. You cannot have a continental free trade zone. Also, Kwame, the only people that's going to smile the brightest about the continent is the whites, the Lebanese, the Chinese, because and the Indians, they're well organized on the continent. The Indians in Kenya, the Indians in Tanzania, Indians in South Africa, all united. They finance each other, they trade with each other, everything like that. The only thing that they'll do is use the so-called Pan-African agreements to benefit. You know, I'm trying to get people up on game, bro. It's bigger than what you think it is.
Everything you saying is what the typical Africans doesn't want. It's what we're trying to claim. You saying things that we already know. These are not things that's not facts. These are things that's 100% facts.
The free trade zone is a joke, man. Until Africans are empowered, empowered, we're not. It's a joke.
These are things that we trying to come. You know what I'm saying? Come up. That's why I said the only 3 African countries, the only country in Africa right now that's 100% independent, that's for the black people, are these 3 countries. Every other country, anybody that comes here and tell you, oh, my country, we doing this, my country, we doing that. If they not from these 3 countries, they are lying to you. Everything you just said, eventually, these 3 countries, if they stay together, they hold to, you know what I'm saying? They hold on to power because they have to get military tough because it's very important. You got to defend your country first, military-wise. Then after that, you can go after everything else. If they maintain it for the next couple of years, everything you just said is what the real Africans like me want. Not the ones like Mike or your boy that comes to your show. He's not one of them. Not even Mike.
Hey, Kwame, why do you have like 3 different things coming up here? What's going on, man? What's going on with your thing? Now, hold up. I got 3 Kwames on the bottom. Kwame, what's going on?
Call me an Asian, man.
Yeah, what the hell? I don't want. Look, you gotta cam up, bro. I gotta know which one. Can't see you.
What, Kwame?
All right,
this Kwame Brown. Kwame Brown used to play for the Wizard. He was garbage.
Yeah, my fault. I accidentally hit off by accident. But Kyler, you gotta at least give him credit though for
give him credit for what?
No, he's not giving us no credit.
That's
he's
a
not
joke,
supposed
man.
to
Look,
give us credit.
It's gonna make shit in Africa worse, man. That means the Afrikaners in South Africa are gonna have free reign all over. The one thing, I'll tell you one thing. Say what you want about Nigeria. Nigeria's not going for it. You know, Nigeria's like hell no, and that's why Nigeria's under attack a lot because a lot of this free trade zone is pushed by Westerners to penetrate Nigerian market under the guise of free trade. Like people were saying, Nigeria said, okay, we tried it for a little bit in ECOWAS, right? And the next thing you know, they start having French-made goods from as far away as fucking Malaysia and Vietnam and francophone countries flooding into their markets. So these francophone countries, and they said Nigeria. It said it wasn't reciprocal because these markets in their country are so small. So all you had Europeans were basically setting up camp. All the people from Quebec, French Quebec, was setting up camp in Africa, in French countries in Africa, to flood the Nigerian market with goods. You know, that's how the Vietnamese got those or was selling Nigeria so much rice. You know, under these so-called agreements. So Nigeria said, no, we don't want none of these so-called Pan-Africans. It's a joke. Until Africa comes up a little bit, it ain't gonna work. Nigeria's right about
that. These are fake Pan-Africanists that just attached to, you know, like whatever, because you know some of these corporations you can just attach yourself and call yourself Pan-Africans.
Ahmed, you live in the States though, man. Like you talk like a rebel or revolutionary, and you live in the States, man.
No, okay. I live in the state, right?
But that's crazy, man. How can you be a revolutionary? It's just it's insane, man.
That's what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying,
Man, 1776 is a brother named Cuddy that live in Burkina Faso right now, and people still call him a joke.
Let me get this man real quick, man. Let me get this man real quick. Because, you know, at the end of the day, a lot of y'all, you know, so good at, oh, won't you just go back home and fix your goddamn country, right?
nah, but you can't talk as long and as tough as you do and live in DC, man.
Let me get to you real quick. Oh no,
That's crazy, man.
Just like how you mentioned, right? Just like you just told me, right? How come you guys never told
You live in the West and you talk about the West. That's bullshit, man.
When I talk about the West, I'm talking about the truth. I'm not talking about like, you know, so and so. I'm just saying what's the real power, what they do behind closed door. That's what I'm saying.
Why don't you be like Moses and go deliver your people, man? Why don't you go suffer with your people and go help Abraham Traore put down that damn Islamic rebellion, man? Don't sit in DC and go to LA Fitness and live the good life over here and talk shit all night on fucking Al Gore's internet, you know? That's stupid shit, man.
Okay, you done? Why don't you tell your U.S. military base that's all over the world, about 800 military base, to come back home? You guys never say that though. You guys have almost 800 military base around the world. Why don't you guys tell your 800 military base to come back home? Not no 500, not no 200. 800 military bases, almost 800 military bases. You guys never say nothing about that. Once again, why would a country has almost 800 military bases around the world? It's because of what? Oh, they try to save the world. They're the good people. They're the kumbaya. Oh, first of all, I told you I spend 3 to 4 hours every day of my own personal life. What's going on with the AES? I do that for a reason. Because I know those 3 countries are our only hope to self-independent. Anybody that tells you that those 3 countries are not our hope, it's a mother effer. Anybody that's African, especially somebody that's African, because I take it personal. I would die for Africa. If I have a son or a daughter, they said they're not African, I would disown my kids.
I mean, we not African.
I would disown my kids. That's how much African is in me.
I mean, we not.
I would disown my kids.
We not African.
No, it's a difference though.
What's the difference?
No. You guys are just like us. But the difference is now we're supposed to fix Africa first, the way Africa's supposed to. Then you guys come in now. Because if you guys come in Africa, right, and Africa is not independent the way it's supposed to, then it just wastes of time. You understand what I'm trying to say? Then it just wastes of time because then it's either owned by the white man or owned by the Arabs or owned by the Chinese. It's supposed to be owned independently by the Africans. That's how.
You're right. You got a point.
Then you guys come in. You guys come in. Like Ghana is owned by the Western. I don't care what some Ghanaian comes and say this and that. Ghana is owned by the Western. That is absolutely fact. I don't care what they say. Oh, our money is rising. No, you have to be self-independent. You have to open up factories. You got to make things. You got to produce things. These are things that you develop, and then after you become a nation, you become powerful, so other nations can respect you. You got to produce things. Africa don't do that. Africa haven't done that for the last 500 years. So I'm not going to tell black folks to come to America.
1500 years.
It's controlled by the white people. I'm not going to do that. If my country was self-independent,
I mean, not 500 years, 1500 years.
No. It's okay. I don't want to go too far because you guys like to go way too far. It was that some guy talk about we got to take Egypt back. I'm like, how the fuck we gonna take Egypt back? Well, we can't even fix our own fucking countries. So motherfuckers like, where this guy coming from? I mean, we can't even fix our own countries, and you telling me we gotta take North Africa?
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm like, we have so much wealth within the sub-Africans, and then you were about taking over Egypt because of the parents, the Kemets. Man, get out of here! Get out of here with that, man. You know what I'm trying to say? Because it doesn't make no sense for me to tell y'all to come, and then everything is been determined and controlled by the white man. In Africa, West Africa, we don't have our own banks. We don't print our own money. All our banks is attached to the white man bank. Just like how you have the Bank of America, the BIS, the Federal Reserve. These banks are controlled by the white people. When I send money back home, the money has to go through New York and then went to my country. Who's getting paid? The white man. Who's being responsible? The white man. Who makes sure that system is there? It's the white guy. So if the white man wants to cut me off anytime from that system, he can cut me off anytime from that system. But if our people, create their own, white man can't do nothing. That's why the Western countries have problem with Russia and China, because Russia and China, they create their own. They have a problem with China because China produce, China compete. Africa does not do that. So the Western country does not have to worry about Africa. Now they started waking up and have problem with Africa because of those three countries. Because those three countries are self-independent. You give them 3 to 4 more years, they take hell of a steps. But all these other African countries, all the economy is attached to the white people. So whenever the white man wants to say, "Oh, I'm gonna block you from this, I'm gonna block you from this," that's a click. That's why you have African politicians that don't want to speak the truth, because you know why? When they steal millions of dollars, they put it in a white man's bank account. In Nigeria, when a politician steals billions of dollars, he or she has that money in a white man's bank account. So if the white man wants to say, "Okay, you're not gonna ask this money again," that's easy for them. Just like they did to Kanye West. When his money was tied to the white banks, what they did to him? They blocked him. That's the same thing with these politicians. When they steal money in Africa, they put it in a white man bank. So at the end of the day, the white man trapped them. So he or she sits there, say, "God damn, I have about 100 million in that account. Should I try to help my people? Kick these foreign corporate companies out, really fix our country? Nah, fuck that. I have my kids in overseas. They study over there. They live over there. I have 100 million over there. I have account, that I probably have about a couple houses over there. My kids are safe over there, everything. So fuck my country." This is what's going on in all African countries, from Nigeria to Sierra Leone. My president right now, his son, is in England. He has properties. His money is in England. When he steals our money, the money goes to the Bank of England. So whenever he opens his mouth about the British government or whatever, or try to talk about the contract, the British government could just block his account. That's Africa, my friend. Until you get a coup. A coup is the best way to fix these countries, because they're not attached to these Western people. Traore was not attached to France. Assimi Goïta was not attached to France. Tiani was not attached to France. They didn't have properties in France like that. No, they didn't have no money in France. You look at Paul Biya, been in power for 40 years. Everything about him is France. Ivory Coast president. Nigerian politicians, no matter where the fuck they from the north. Are they Hausa, Fulanese, Yoruba, Igbos? All their money is attached to the Western government. Sierra Leone, Senegal, Togo, Benin. Right now in Benin, the president, right? The current president, he's been in power for over 20 years. His father was the president. His father gave him the presidency. So what his son did 2 years ago, I think a year or two ago, he passed a bill, right, to make sure that he always win election. So that means he's trying to be president for life. That's why people trying to take over the country. That's why you have young people demonstrating right now. They just killed a couple of people on the street this week because they're trying to take him out. These are things that people don't look at. You think Africans just like to see Africa fucked up like that? No. But if you want to go after these people, life have to be taken.
All right, man. All right, bro. You've been talking for like 2 hours, man. 3 hours. Let me have the show back a little bit, bro. All right, so let me get back on topic. So the main thing is, like I said, if you don't have anything sacred, right, sacred and profound, right, you're not going to basically build anything. I started the show off tonight by saying everything sacred in Black America has been taken. I haven't heard any feedback on that yet. Everything that Black America held sacred was robbed from us. Kwame, I said that even the idea of return to Africa was robbed from us. The The stupid idiots. That's why I said you guys act like I'm hard on Cuddy. You know, I take the back to Africa thing very, very seriously. You know, so when people say I'm going to make that transition going over to the continent, even a visit and whatnot, I look at them a certain way. You know, you're making the most serious thing you could do as a black man is touch African soil. Any sort of way, whether you're going on a tour, a trip, or relocate. That's the most serious thing to me you could do as a black man, besides die and go to heaven, you know? So therefore, when I see people going over there and I don't think they represent the best of us, whatever like that, I get upset. I get concerned, you know?
Please don't bring up jollof rice, please.
What do you mean jollof rice? I don't care about jollof rice. That's not the point. The point I'm trying to make is the Pan-African, the Black national, the repatriation movement was one of the things we held sacred in Black America. And it's always been talked about for 400 years.
Right.
That was always at that trump card that we always had. That always something where we could return to the motherland, something like that, you know? Now that's being erased by these pseudos, you know, and all these people. You know, this I want to go to Africa and they're over there. The fucking how the hell are you gonna have fucking JT the bigger figure? You know, this is ridiculous. You know, how you gonna have Cardi B going to fucking the year of return in Ghana? You know, how you gonna have Nancy Pelosi over there? You see what I'm talking about? So therefore, everything's sacred in Black America. Whether it's our music, our gospel, everything has been corrupted and destroyed. Everything that was profound. It's like. Ask yourself, what is Black America? What is Black America anymore? What do we have? There's nothing. There's nothing. I'm trying to hold on to the last thing, you know, by saying we can be unified as a people, our identity as African Americans, and the idea that we'll be a nation one day. That's
Take over Liberia, man. Y'all need to do it.
What?
Man, sorry to cut you off, man.
We're doing
Take over
it. I'm trying
Liberia,
my
man.
best. I'm trying my best.
Wait, take over Liberia.
Take over Liberia, man. Seriously.
I don't want to take a look. I don't want to look. Bottom line is this: Liberia was a good idea. It gave us a blueprint.
Steve.
Also, I learned from Liberia what we did wrong. We cannot blend. We cannot look. This is what I'm saying. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this shit. Right? Look, what is sacred and profound to us will be vague and abstract and profane to somebody else. You understand? When I look at the Liberian seal, I really feel proud, you know? I feel like, yeah, that's my story. The love of liberty brought me here, you know? I when I'm in Liberia, you notice when I do a show that I'm very happy, right? I'm the happiest I'm ever when I'm in Liberia. But to Liberia, to the native Liberian, indigenous Liberian, he doesn't feel the same thing I do. It's very profane to him. It doesn't have meaning. Profane means something that doesn't have meaning to you. It's vague and abstract. So therefore, if you have people that have two different ways of seeing the world, how are you going to bring those two people together without conflict?
You're right, Kyla. At some point, though, Steve, we might have to go back to Africa to conquer Africa and
that ain't gonna work out, brother. That ain't gonna happen.
I'm telling you, if Africa don't shape up and get its act together, we might have to do that.
That ain't gonna happen. They'll run you away, and yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Steve,
it sounds good, but it's not gonna happen.
Steve, I may not agree with all of Dave's points, but I'm starting to see what he's talking about as far as the bigger picture. No, for real.
You talking David, brother David Hitt?
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, he's smart because he knows you cannot mix two different people and whatnot, you know, because Black America, our culture and who we are, our soul would die in Africa.
Hey, Kyla, I watched a documentary on Liberia.
Which one?
It was on Vice. Vice did a documentary.
Oh man, well, don't even mention that shit. It's bullshit. Don't even mention that dumb. Bunch of stupid nerds.
What was it? What was it, Kwame? Hold on. Let me finish.
Okay, no, it was stupid. I tell you, I said don't mention it. Don't mention it. You know, we talk to each other, but don't talk about that shit on my show. You know,
but Kyle, I'm getting to
it years ago, like 20 years ago. It's fucking bullshit. You know,
no,
bunch of nerds went over there. A bunch of nerds went over there, and Liberia was at its worst point, and they made a mockery of the people and stuff like that. It was disgusting. You know.
Yeah, but I'm getting to a point though. Although I may not agree with everything the American Liberians did,
But
at
look
the
at
end of the day, they should have
if
stayed
you
in
want
power.
documentaries, let me know. I'll tell you. I'll show you real documentaries on Liberia. You know, good ones.
Bro, when you got people ripping babies' heart out for
Yeah,
war,
well, that
nah.
happened during the war, but Liberia's way past that. You know, it's not that doesn't define Liberia. You know.
No, I'm not saying to define Liberia, but I'm saying though, we gotta look at some things and say, you know what, that was the best thing to do. The African Americans went over there and they made one of the greatest
They went over
civilizations
there
in
and
Africa.
built their version of civilization. They took all they had all those sacred things, you know, and profound things that they unleashed on the African. They believed in the idea of black liberation, of black liberty, that God made the black man to be free. Those were sacred and profound things they believed in. They were Christians. They would basically believe that everybody was a child of God and all stuff like that. That we have to deliver people. They believed in charity. They believe all these things that basically were not able to build a civilization. Also, they thought about from day one how to include and save the native people from the bondage they were in. Most native people lived in slavery and in bondage by their own people. We ended that, you know.
Steve,
So civilization, like I told Elvis, I said, when you guys took over the country, the reason why it fell apart because you can't take over something that was not based on your sacred and profound values, you know.
You actually think the African Americans or the diaspora from the West would let white people come and take over our ports and everything like that? No. We gotta be real. So we gotta be real sometime. And
Liberia had its own laws, it has its own maritime authority. Liberia was a maritime nation. It has its own ports, it had everything. It was a functioning country, you know, it has its own postal system, had everything, you know. So
and Kyla, why the white man never went to Liberia?
What?
Why the white man never went to Liberia?
Because why would he go to Liberia? He had no. He went to Liberia when a white man went to Liberia. They said that's the only place in the world that he had to. When he saw a black person, black people say white people when they see him on the street, they walk to the other side. They don't look you in the eye. Where he said, in America, it was just the opposite. In Liberia, like it was the one country that was controlled by black people. You know, there were. So he had no.
ZV, what do you mean by your last comment that hold on, that black unity already existed? What do you mean by that?
There's no black unity, you know, it doesn't exist. Black unity is something vague and abstract, you know. What's black unity?
Black unity don't exist. Black unity don't exist at all right now.
It never existed, you know. It never existed. Now we had togetherness at one time because we were forced to, because of segregation. We were forced to be together, and that created a sense of belonging, a togetherness. We never had unity. We had togetherness before, you know. We never.
I agree with you 100%, Carla, because it seems like it's like I was watching Neferkari Dessalines channel, right? And he was talking about this how since Trump won and how certain black people view Trump as racist. Now they all talking about, oh, we got to stick together, we got to look out for one another. And I was like, well, why come y'all won't?
They're only doing that because, like right now, you got people that before Trump won, all these Caribbeans and Africans were just talking about Black America ain't shit. We're different, you know. These people are this way. Now everybody's like, no.
I'm not talking about the black immigrant. I'm talking about Black Americans.
What it is, it's like when Trump went into the reality of dealing with. They see all these racist comments coming from white people. They really thought white people were these nice people and easy going. When they don't know.
Colin, nobody thought that, Colin.
No, Colin. What I'm saying is, it won't even. It's not even just black immigrants that are like that. It's black Americans as well. Because a lot of them were thinking the same thing. Like, oh, because like you see some of these comments, some of these black American females, like, oh, I got me a white man. Like, I realize that
now these people now these women are trying to run back to the black community. You know.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say. Like in my mind, I'm thinking like, why come we didn't think like that to begin with? It shouldn't matter who's the president, who you perceive as racist. We should just have togetherness or unity, just point blank. Period. It shouldn't take
only out of necessity.
Exactly. It shouldn't take
I'm really running with FBA. I'm not a damn FBA, but some of this a broken clock is right twice a day. You know, some of the points FBA hijacked from people like me is right. You know, they do basically. Immigrants do come over here, and they want to play both sides of it. They want to get in groups with white people talking about black people in America.
Holla,
They're so hardworking.
You cannot throw the Caribbeans and the Africans under the bus.
Well, I'm
Carla.
not saying that, but I like people like Paul. What about Principe? He sounds like a friggin' disgruntled African immigrant. You know, he's from fucking Haiti. You know,
Yeah, Principe is a cool brother, man.
Yeah, but he thinks he's an African. You know, he thinks he's an African. I'm like, dude,
he is an African by blood. What you talking about?
No. He crossed the transatlantic. He's a Haitian. You know,
but he's an African by blood.
You know, what he's trying to do is erase he want to take all the glory of Haiti, 1804, and all stuff like that, right? But he don't want to deal with the reality of Haiti. Reality of Haiti is like a despised, the worst, the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. You know. And the bottom line is this: Haiti is basically neglected, and the Trump administration was cleared to, and they're gonna start. But in September, they're gonna start deporting like thousands of Haitians, like 500,000 Haitians. You know, that's his reality. You know,
I hear you, Mary Shaw. I was just giving an example about my comment about that woman. I was just giving an example.
You know, so the bottom line is this: so, like I said, the whole thing is now is like so when I saw
now you're saying there was no black unity in the 60s, the 70s,
no, they had
80s.
Togetherness. There was no unity. Unity.
Yeah, I realized that was just it wasn't real, Kwame. As soon as they felt like, you know,
as soon as white man
integration and stuff happened, they all started separating and going their own way.
You know what really destroyed that? When the Black Panthers, all the people started inviting young white people out there, and these guys started getting with white girls and smoking dope with white people. Man, next thing you know, it was like Fred Hampton started it. It was no black unity. It was like all power to the people. Fred Hampton was 21. He was just a kid. He said that, oh, yeah, I've seen poor people and that. So we all got to come together, fellow disenfranchised. He forgot that it was a black struggle. So the black thing died out, you know? And then what happened was by the late 70s, everybody said, what happened to our movement? And they said, well, white people joined us because of the anti-war stuff and stuff they were trying to push, the LGBT, homosexual shit, liberalism, and all stuff like that. The sex.
So, Carla, what about the other side? The John Henry Clark, the Yosef.
Yeah, but they had never had any part of power and influence in Black America. You know, they were there, known by certain people, but the average Black person didn't know who John Henry Clark was. I'll be honest with you. You know,
low key, bro. You need to calm down. Ain't nobody being xenophobic.
Ain't nobody being xenophobic. We're just telling it like it is, man. You know, I thought it was just online, but no, I'm saying, look, I'm just saying Black America, low key. If you know anything I'm talking about, Black America is sick and tired. If you guys would stop talking shit about Black people in America. I told people years ago.
Carla, you know why, low key? Because we live in Queens, so we may be looking at certain things different from a New York aspect. We see Black unity. We live it. We live in a community.
No.
We live in a community where it's Black unity, huh?
Black America, like, hold on, look, let me tell you something. I'm from New York, right? Back in the days, Jamaicans, all these people were all the same. Black people were all the same, right? It ain't till what you got is you got people now, and Black Americans in the suburbia, and Caribbeans in suburbia, and they're not socialized in the Black sort of consciousness, right? Just like when you had Brooklyn Slave Theater, just as Jamaicans went in there and listened to Black Power lectures as Black Americans, you know, it was Black thing, you know. But if you grew up in the suburbs, and I look at these kids, right, and your parents are from the islands, and you got little white friends, Chinese friends, everything like that, these are the people that's coming into these conversations, making these comments, destroying the thing. It's not I know I'm not stupid. I know the real Jamaicans are freaking down with us. I know that shit. You know, Bomani's one of them. That's my brother. You know, he's Jamaican. But I'm talking about these Jamaicans that come here and they come here. They live in white suburbia. They got white friends. They got white colleagues and stuff like that. I get it. You come to America, you're not trying to join some struggle. You're just trying to enjoy the best of America. It ain't till they get that Negro wake-up call where somebody calls them a nigga or somebody does something to them, and suddenly they understand, damn.
I see where both sides coming from, because I remember watching.
I see what Kyle is talking about now. but you can't just make blanket. You got to say certain people because I'm not gonna.
Right. You
I
can't
know.
I'm not
generalize.
gonna.
I do
Kyler,
say certain
for
people.
instance, I'm not
I
going
say
to say the
certain people.
FBA is all African Americans or all Black Americans. I'm not going to say
No,
that.
I'm saying. So what I'm saying is the Jamaicans and the Caribbeans, I would say the New Age Jamaicans and whatnot, not the ones that came like 20, 30 years ago, but these New Age people coming here now are the ones born here now. Sometimes who don't know the struggle with their parents. Like I said, I get bothered by just Winston Sears that's running for governor here, right? She always makes it a point to talk about she's a Marine, she's an American, this country gave her so much and whatnot. That's that. Okay, I get that, right? That's the typical immigrant story. This country gave me a chance, but that's not my story as America.
Is she a Democrat or a Republican?
She's a Republican, you know.
I mean, that's just normal for Republicans.
Yeah,
Even Black American Republicans like to distinguish themselves.
just like Byron Donalds, right? They put an
Right.
avid thing on it. They always emphasize their immigrant background, their hardworking immigrant. That stereotype that the immigrants are hardworking and they're basically grateful. And the bottom line is this: you're not going to get Black Americans to think like that, you know, because we know for whatever we got in America, white people took like 1,000 times more from us, you know. We know that. We don't look at what we got from America. We look at what they took from us, you know. So, and so and that's sacred. We don't like to be talked about. We don't want nobody telling us to forget slavery. Slavery is a sacred thing in Black America, sacred and profound, deep thing in Black America that we don't really talk about. You know something? People don't understand something. You know, right after slavery, most Black people, my family, my grandparents like this. Every time I talk to my grandmother about slavery, she was like, "Don't talk about that. That's the past."
Right. They didn't really want to talk about
We
it.
never healed from slavery, right? Now we got people trying to pick the wounds, talk about, slavery ain't that bad. Slavery was that bad and we see Black people, some black conservatives, some people from the islands, some people from Africa, and that sends Black people into a rage. You know, it's like, dude, that's something sacred. Leave it alone. You know, you gotta have Black people in America, and they gotta have something. You know, and we say leave that alone. We still dealing with that issue. We're not quite sure what we think about it, but it's a lot of pain and respect. You know, just out of respect, just leave us alone, right? With that, you know. But you got people that want to come here and be like, "Oh, look at you guys always complain." The number one thing, like Caribbeans always say, is Black people in America complain. Not that they're lazy, but they complain too much, you know. And so when you say stuff like that, what you're doing is you're making a mockery of people. You know, you're mocking them.
Kyler,
I
you're
get what
making
you're saying.
another blanket statement again. You got to say
I,
something.
Right. I get what you're saying, Carla, about those who do that, right? Like, I never move to Jamaica and say, "Oh, the Jamaicans there, y'all got to do this and do that." Or I never go to Africa do the same thing.
I'm
You know,
in Liberia. Look, I'm in Liberia. This is take an example for me. I see a lot of stuff wrong in Liberia. I see a whole lot of stuff, but I don't say it. Why? Because out of respect. People come here, and America teaches people that these are a group of people, even though they look like you don't have to respect them. People will tell a Black American, "I was told not to be around." Even if you believe that, why would you say something like that to somebody? You know, I was told not to be around Black Americans because you guys are all criminals. Why would you even say something like that? People don't think about what they say, how damaging it is. That's why you have ADOS FBA people. So people in chat room talk about college FBA. No, I'm telling you, that's why I'm here to try to stop all that. But if I got to check the immigrants, the Black immigrants, and whatnot, I'll do that. Because I do not want this ADOS FBA stuff to fucking keep growing, you know? And it's going to keep growing because of the disrespect and stuff like that. And it's to the point where Mouthy Megan, she has friggin' commercials and memes with the ICE. Call ICE if you see some respect. She's actually going there trying to recruit Black people to join ICE. You know, like, damn, man. It's getting to that point, man. Like, damn.
Yeah,
When that gets to that
Colin,
point, the next stage is violence, you know?
Colin, I think it's already grew to I think it's already grown. It's grown by the day.
You know, so the bottom line, I tell people all the time, take these friggin' FBA people and ain't all shit seriously. I do. I used to think it was a joke, a clown, whatnot. But like I said, deadly clowns, you know? Take these friggin' people seriously, you know? Take this movie, like I told that dude, Ditto, whatever his name is. I said, look, dude, you are playing with fire, you know? You guys are coming to Black neighborhoods without taking over jobs, taking over shit, taking all the jobs, putting Black guys. It's all about you guys. You guys are coming here illegally, using resources up. The Hispanics, illegal Hispanics, destroyed the Martin Luther King Hospital in
Hold
Crenshaw.
on. Loki said, nah, I think they always had that hate inside of them. Nah, brother.
No, that
Like I
they
said,
don't. Look, bottom line, Black America never had that hate in them. Marcus Garvey was our number one leader. We always accepted Stokely Carmichael, Marcus Garvey, Sidney Poitier, all these people from the Caribbean. Kwame Nkrumah. All these people are famous in Black America. You know, Nelson Mandela had the biggest parade in Black American history. It was Nelson Mandela when he came here in 1990. You know, this right here is something new over the last 7 or 8 years because of social media. Black people looking at social media saying,
right.
this,
Like, I'm not gonna get into this argument again about who started this whole diaspora war thing, but I will say, people that have never even met each other in person or met somebody from another group are seeing people say stuff online, and that's what's causing it to blow out of control. So, in a sense, when I mean, it's just that people say stuff online and say things. So that's why the FBA movement is growing as well. I will give Colin that it is true. That's why it's growing.
yeah, it's growing. It's growing online, and it's spreading out there like wildfire. More and more Black people come online by the millions of people. It's really, really sad. That's it's really sad.
Man, Kyle, I was on Chaotic Truth channel today, man, and it was just sad. The stuff I was hearing, it was just sad.
What? Like
he
what?
He had a show today. It was kind of like a joke type of topic, but I guess the show was about White History Month. And like the stuff I'm hearing, the stuff I just heard Black people talking about, it just like
what? Yeah, tell us, man. What were they talking about? What were those Negroes talking about?
Basically they was the Black people was getting on the channel because the white people was like, yo, we built one of the greatest civilizations. So Black people started getting on the channel, said, well, we built this civilization, blah blah blah.
This civilization of America, where they correct?
Yeah. So it was some people that got on the channel, like from the diaspora, and basically like, yo, we can't really take credit. We can't take credit for America because this is a white nation. And then people just telling people you need to go back to your homeland. We not Africans. I hate
Oh yeah,
Africans.
those people like that. The FBA hate Africa when that people they got social media when I hate Africa when they do that to basically the majority of Black people in America don't feel like that. Trust me.
But my point, it was just so embarrassing, like just to be in front of white people saying this type of
Oh
stuff.
yeah,
And white people,
they don't care.
And to white people, they feel like, yo, we defeated y'all. Look how y'all don't even
white people look at it like, yeah, these people. Like I said, people talk about Black people a threat. Well, you are no threat to them. You are really no threat to them. They look at our culture. That's why I say I'm a culture critic. They look at all this stuff like that Black people talk when that the self-hate of that motherland. You give that up.
Yeah, and the point that I was like, yo, like white people, no matter if they Irish, Anglo-Saxon, Eastern European, Germanic, Latin, they're proud to be European. It's sad that some people have been beating out their African mind to the point that they don't even want to associate themselves with their homeland.
Hold on. Yeah, but low-key, you said it started with the immigration problem, right? I really don't. I mean, I don't. It's like this, right?
I don't think
I don't care about.
Trump. It's not Donald Trump.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't mind immigrants, but I don't agree with illegal immigration.
You gotta give Donald. I mean, I never heard people start talking about your shithole homeland and Africa's a shithole and stuff like that until Donald Trump. Though I will say that. I never even heard.
People just don't like to see people come from other countries waving their flag and talk about how good my country is. I love my country so much, and they like, well, why are you over here and all that? I understand where it comes from, because me as an American, I would never go to anybody else's country and wave my flag in their country and talk about how good America is, and I just wouldn't do it. I think I think that's disrespectful to do that.
Why?
To wave a flag in another man's country.
Why? I don't think nothing wrong with that. But
yeah, I think there's a lot wrong with that. I think there's a lot wrong with that. I think there's a
Explain,
lot wrong
Colin.
with that. I'm like this. As far as like I'm concerned, like, and I'm no American, whatever like that. But I do respect the fact that I'm in this country, you know, and I respect the thing. A lot of people, they come from countries that are the people that do that for the most part come from countries that are not developed. You know, I'm my observation. They come from poor third world countries, so they don't have a sense of nationalism in their own countries, right?
But Colin, what about the Greeks? What about the
I don't see. Look,
Irish
hold on.
people?
I see. Hold on. I don't see. I never see Greek. I do see Italian flags in restaurants. You know, because Italy and so about their culture.
Colin, you
But
go
look,
by
And listen,
Irish.
white Americans don't like when they do it either. So it's
yeah,
not
white
really
Americans. Hold on. White people don't like when Jews for the Star David flag. They be saying stuff about that. You know. So, but the bottom line, you got some Jews who do that. Most Jews don't. You got
Colin,
some Italians.
you got white people that
You
wave.
got Italians. Majority of Italians fly the red, white, and blue. That's the difference. Now, if you
Colin,
go to like Little Italy and everyone's got an Italian flag, when you go to a Mexican neighborhood or Caribbean neighborhood, 99% of flags are foreign. When you go to like in a white neighborhood,
wait, hold on. Low key, how is this xenophobia, man? That's not xenophobia.
Colin, if you go to an Irish pub, you're gonna see an
yeah,
Irish
you
flag.
go to an Irish pub, but that's not the whole entire Irish neighborhood.
You go to a Mediterranean restaurant.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, oh, you making my point. When you go to a restaurant, right? But you don't see these people riding down the street with them on their cars and all stuff like this. You do see a lot of people with Guyana flags. I didn't know what a Guyana flag was. And I know it's a lot. We have a lot of Guyanese people here in Virginia Beach. You know, I see Guyanese, I see Jamaican flags, Filipino
I'm like
flags,
this.
all from the third world countries, you know.
I'm like this, right? When you inside the house, you could be whatever you want to be, but as soon as you step out the house, you should just be an American. That's how I see things. That's my viewpoint.
And so
But
my whole point, I don't mind them being proud of where they came from, but when you talk about when it comes down to like pride, and when you start, the whole thing is what I hate is when they say, "Oh, in our country we got like this. Oh, America is not this." They always make it seem like their country that they came from is better.
But Colin, now it's a double-edged sword. Cause now if you're a proud American, people gonna say, "Yo, you're cosplaying as you're cosplaying as a black
No,
American."
it's not even that. It's just that black people, that's like white people. Like, this is the country we live in. We ain't saying it's the best, but this is where we live. You know, other people basically say, "Okay, America is like I said. Look, this is what I'm saying. Look, it's called the profane. Listen to what I'm talking about. This is gonna ease everything up. The profane, the abstract, and the profane. The profane is, and you live in a country. And I agree with the immigrants on this one thing, right? When you live in a country that's profane like America, everything's generic and homogenized for you. We got what they call the Starbucks culture. Everybody's Starbucks, the shopping malls. You drive down any city, everything's all the same. There's nothing distinguishing any city. You got the same thing, McDonald's, KFC, whatever like that. That's called the profane culture, right? It doesn't speak to anybody's thing. Then you got the sacred and the profound. You know, that means what people do is to get away from the profane, right? They go and they hold on to something that's sacred to them, like their flag of their home country, the seal of their home country. You understand where I'm coming from, Kwame?
Yeah, I understand what you're
So
talking about.
I understand. Look, I understand why they do it. You know, it's because America is so vague, abstract, and profane that people basically like. I just don't want to disappear into. Just like immigrants when they came here, they felt apprehensive. They lost their identity in this idea of being this homogenized, generic American identity. You know, so naturally, people basically like this. Well, welcome forever. You really think so? Loki says America welcomes immigrants. I don't know about that, bro. You know.
no, man. Like, listen, go ahead, Kido.
Sorry, bro. What I say here is, is this. It seems like the Black Americans, they kind of like secretly face the hostility without, not from the other blacks but from the Latinos. It seems like the low key hostility is this. When they want something, they can become your friend. But when they don't want something deep in their mind, they think Black Americans do not belong to United States. That they are foreigners. They brought there. They need to leave. And and if they can put Donald Trump into power, just like that, I think Donald Trump can fool them once. I don't think Donald Trump will fool them again. It's a piece that minority of people of Black Americans in the YouTube. They also they're talking too much. I think the Black Americans have to learn also to close their mouth. Also, they will do underground work also for them to also to survive. Let me just tell you the truth, bro. If Black America fail, United States fall, I think the Africans in that place will also fall also. That's why I want the Black Americans, in a way, underground to fight, to survive. United States, they need all that kind of way to show that they're there, and that is their country. You understand? Because in a sense, the 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 Mexicans, I call them the Latin, the Latin Americans. Naturally, if you meet these guys in the American embassy, the Filipinos, I was surprised. Oh, Filipinos are so nice. The Filipinos, the Mexicans looking, these Latinos looking men or women, they are very hostile to you in the American embassy. They go above the book because they don't want any Africans
Yeah,
to.
my wife tried to get a visa. She said it was like a Spanish Puerto Rican girl. I said, "What do you know about Puerto Ricans that denied her visa?"
Yeah. They will deny you life. You understand? Because if you meet them in that counter, you have to really prove yourself, overprove yourself, or prove yourself before they will allow you to come in. Because they don't want no Negro to join this Negro down there. No matter what it is, the Jamaicans and the Black Americans and the other foreign blacks, they in a way they would choose, just like a Nigerian guy who say you have a company, a Latino guy is telling him, fire these black guys and you're immigrant. Those are what they use against the other because they thought, oh, maybe the Black Americans are hostile towards the black immigrants. But if you have to check it, the Salvadorians and the Hondurians and all those light skin ones that actually have few black population in their country, those black population never see the daylight. They're not in the government offices. They never near ministers, everything. Apart from Colombia, maybe because that guy's a leftist and all these guerrilla things. But these people, they are quiet and secretly hostile to Black Americans in a way that is very dangerous. So they have very long memory. These few Black Americans on the internet that is always attacking them or you put this, they will hold that in their memory, their brain, because they live close to people there. But look, they will overwhelm Donald Trump by over. If you take them to Mexico tomorrow, today they're coming back tomorrow. It's their country. The population of that is huge. It's 200 something million population. So they will still be coming. And you have to understand politicians, you can't really trust them. Donald Trump is just a politician. He might be out of that place tomorrow. Fooling these people second time again, for some of them into this internet of start saying things, and they people blame them. You people vote for these people. That's what they attack you. They attack us. That'll be say they will vote for the next one that will not treat them what Donald Trump treat them now because Donald Trump is saying things in a white lens. You understand me? So the Black Americans have to, in a way, act secretly also to make them exist there and make sure their voice is being heard, and they should also vote in as a one. You understand me? Then they have to be saying, I understand most people like exotic things, but as the exotic things will not work in this place now. What work in this place is a teamwork so that they can exist. I want Black Americans in a way I'm related to them. In a way, if they fall in that United States, it will not be United States again. Like you go into some of this why United States really United States is because of the Black Americans. But if they turn that United States to be like a Salvadorian or whatever this some of the Latin Americans, my brother, just forget it. Nobody will come there again. No. Nobody is coming to United States again. Why is pumping now is booming? in terms of social gathering and that thing, it's because the Black Americans are there. It's a total different culture, vibe culture, nice, culture that you can vibe with. And, so all these so-called Puerto Ricans that look like Fat Joe, all these guys are secretly jealous of the Black people that I use the word now, foundation there. You understand me? That's just the truth. That's what I want to say, bro.
Thank you for that, Ola.
Yeah, appreciate that. Low key, man. Most Black Americans in the last election voted for Democrats who were, supported the open borders and all that. So I don't really understand. Even if there are Black Americans online talking about immigration, it doesn't. It's like.
Well, my whole thing is, like I said, that's why I said this thing's divide us, because there's some Black people I talk to, they don't know anything about Jamaicans or anything like that.
Right.
But they just look at a situation and they say, you know something? It's like you see, go to somebody's house, right? And you see the door open and you see flies and everything come in. They're going to say, look, you need to close that door because flies and everything are getting in. Now, I'm not comparing illegal aliens to flies, but you understand what I'm talking about. You see a fence right there. What do we got fences for? Can anybody tell me why do you have a fence around your house, Steve?
To keep people out.
Right. What's the point? Like I said, do you have your neighborhood, right? Your thing, you have a property line between your house and your neighborhood.
Right.
Now, do you go over that line right there, or is that the line of demarcation?
I understand what you mean, but no.
Yeah, so the bottom line is this: nations are the same way. If a country does not protect this line, that means it doesn't exist. Then everything is thrown out. If America doesn't protect this border or border integrity, then everything else, its monetary system, its laws, everything else is null and void. Because what makes America work is, as soon as you land on what we call American soil, you are subject to the law. So if you tell somebody you could cross the border and break the law and you're not prosecuted, or something's done and then the law, you got to get rid of all of the law. You can't just say, okay, I'm gonna have this law, I'm gonna obey this law. Once something's a law, it's the law. Either you get rid of the whole system, or you basically enforce all the laws to the fullest extent. All laws need to be enforced, and that's what people say. If I drive over the speed limit, I'm going to get a ticket, right? That's the law, If somebody crosses the border and come here illegally, they got to be prosecuted and deported. That's the law. And Black people are the ones that subjected to the law the most. They're like, wait a minute here. We can't catch a break no place. We're always in court, getting fined, going to jail and everything. And you mean to tell me somebody could just walk across the border and get 5-star accommodations in a hotel? That's what it is. That's not xenophobia. That's have a common sense, fucking low key.
Right. That's why I can understand. I don't agree with the attacks in South Africa, but I can understand where the South Africans are coming from.
Yeah,
when they talk about people are flooding their
country uninvited, whatever like that, just bust this bum rush and take over. You can't do that. I don't care what nobody say. Borders is something means something. So it is what borders mean something.
Yeah, but Kala, but what you have to understand also is just because if you have to also check South Africa one also, you see, because I've met Colombia Blacks. I'll tell you this, Kala. If you want to talk about people really doing xenophobia, this one called xenophobia, those sponsoring it behind the scene. I'll give you an example of South Africa one. The South Africa ones, there are some white billionaires in South Africa who are very scared of the Zimbabwe mentality coming to South Africa, teaching the Black South Africans a lot of things, because the Black South Africa, the Zimbabwe Blacks actually fought the so-called, they're all the same, the white people over there. You understand me? And they treat the white people there too in a way that it was tough. So they coming over to South Africa might be mingling with this Black South Africa, teaching them how to start businesses and everything. You have to understand the Black South Africa actually don't know how to run businesses, because most of their neighborhoods are being flocking with Pakistanis, Somalians, some of these really, really Arab-looking foreigners that doesn't have nothing interest with them at all. They are not ethnically connected. They're not, tribal way connected.
All our leaders Somalians alone, man.
No, hold on. I'm not talking about
take
Somalia.
a shot at
Yeah.
Somalis down there.
No. So what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
is this: they don't have any ethnically connected. Let me say genetically connected. Most South African blacks
Somalians are African. Come on, kiddo.
most blacks of South Africans also in the tribal way connected to the Zimbabwe is also people in the other side. They just divide them. So let me come
But
down.
all eyes talking facts though. I like
so let me come back now to what you have now in United States. In United States is also similar thing. They don't want the Negroes or the Caribbean, or the African Negroes or the Caribbean Negroes, which have genetically related to the Black Americans. They don't want them near that America. They just select maybe in a year 5. You understand me? But if you go across, what I've noticed about these Latinos, they practice what calls xenophobic a lot. And I saw a Black Colombian guy, right? This Black Colombian guy was a nice guy. That first time I've met a Black Colombian guy. He was speaking Spanish. I was a little bit confused. But the way he was dancing to that light-skinned Latino Colombian girl was extreme. You understand me? It was super nice. He was doing everything, to make the girl, he was doing even almost dancing like salsa to the girl. And the girl looked at me. I don't like that guy at all. The guy thought I might be like that because I don't have the experience of that black guy. That black guy might be beating them heavily to respect these people. The guy was like looking at me. I told the guy, I don't like you. Move, because we were like taking courses, together. I said, you don't need to come close with your chair close to me. I don't like you. Move to that side. I was a little bit confused because I've never met a Black Colombian before who speaks Spanish. I speak English. And the way it was extremely nice to that guy, to that girl, I'm like, okay, this is not even superpower in terms of financial means. Economic in their country is not even good. But because he was beaten down heavily in his brain to respect that Latino looking girl, doing everything to be nice, almost dancing merengue, all kind of things around that chick. You understand me? And the girl would look at me in the corner, even when I asked her to move, the girl that doesn't like her, move, The girl will look at me when she's sitting in the corner, she will be like angry in her mind, like, this Negro is not down for me like that. Like, man, get the fuck out of my sight in my mind, you understand me? Don't only me there, the other like Ghanaians, other people. I prefer to talk to the Ghanaians even, because I have more things in common with them. Then the Black Colombian guy was confused that I didn't receive him like, do I want to receive him? But I try to receive him to understand him. But the more I see him dancing to this person, I can understand, okay, is this job between a master and a houseboy? You know what I mean? That's what I see, because they're not on the equal level at all. It's because he's being heavily beaten down in his country where they took them to. You have to dance for that girl. I want to dance. You have to be super dance for that girl like that. And this is what you experience in some of these Latin American countries, in some of these papimentos. When I mean papimentos, I'm talking about now Curacao, Aruba, all these so-called where they speak this Spanish. The Negroes over there with the light-skinned Latinos that look like Venezuela's light-skinned people, they are really dancing to those people too. They respect people like something else, So that's what I just said. The Black Americans also to be very careful. These Mexicans have the DNA. They are Salvadorans that come and have the DNA. I want the Black Americans, because the Black Americans, they don't experience that yet, because they experience with the white man, but they experience it yet with this other one that are far more dangerous, even than the white man. Even with the experience, some of them are saying they experience in California and other things. I think if they overwhelm Texas, if they start coming to North Carolina, which is your cities, and South Carolina, which is your states, and everything, there will be a war. This is between the Blood and the Crips. They'll be really very well, because they have to fight back to survive. I'm in support of the Black Americans because I'm ethnically connected to them, and I want them to win. That's why I was surprised that guy from that guy from Costa Rica, he died the show. He wanted to gum himself. He doesn't like the Negroes. He sees himself as native Indian. The Negroes, who are you to claim the birthright is for them? Really, Africans are abusing that too. Nigerians will flog into your eyes. Oh, my child is American citizen. They will just get pregnant. Oof, go to United. The one that have money and come back with that so-called passport. And some of them even abusing the system also. I'm not just against, but I just want, if you're not born there, if your parents are not part of the American citizen, you're not allowed to be American citizen. Let the black people who own the, if you want to be American citizen, go and fall in love with a black American woman or black American man. He can make you and your children citizen if that's what he want or she want. In terms of love, love, real love. Thank you, my guy.
They don't have to fall in love with a black American, but as long as they just do everything right and become a citizen, then I don't see nothing. I don't see nothing wrong with that. But I don't like when people who are illegal have children here and then the children are considered citizens. I disagree with that.
I understand what Kidola talking about. If you, I think I agree with him too. If you
Well, he
truly
said you
want
should
to,
be a part of Black American culture and
yeah,
community.
if you truly want to be
You talking about want to be a part of
American,
the
you
culture?
should.
He
If you are
thinks you should be part
African
of
or
Black American
Caribbean,
culture
you should get
to show
with
Black
a black.
American strength in
Yeah,
numbers like Latinos do. Latinos got people come across the border. That's their army, Whereas Black people see other Black people coming here. We see people, we're made to feel that these people are against us, through things. But Latinos, they're united based on, okay, we're all Latinos and, La Raza.
yeah, and they united under that. No matter if they
So Black America and
Guatemala,
Africans,
Mexican.
we're at each other's throats because fundamentally we don't love ourselves. We don't love ourselves like other races. I don't know what's going to think, but
ZV, where are you from? Like where Black Americans are having children with who?
And what Kidola is talking about, I know a lot of people like to push back on it, but it's true though. When you go to Los Angeles and you see what's going on, you actually see like, yo, these
Los Angeles used to
Mexicans.
be a black city, back in the days of Tom Bradley and
But
whatnot.
it's a
Man,
combination of
them Hispanics in Los Angeles are united against black people. That's a fact. No matter if they from Guatemala, El Salvador, Mexico, they all united against black people. And it's even worse when they go to the jail. Cause then they link up with the Peckerwoods and the neo-Nazis and they fight against the black people.
Yep. I'm waiting for the freaking Caribbean gang start joining the neo Nazis and shit. Like that would be profound, man. I don't even know what the situation is as far
you
as
said the Caribbean gang joined the neo-Nazis.
Come on.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I see weirder shit going on, man. But I'm expecting that next one,
Kwame, man, your people gonna join the neo-Nazis, man.
Yeah, so I don't know.
I don't think Colin know about New York like that because he wouldn't.
No, I was
wouldn't
talking
make
about
that.
federal prison.
Colin,
Oh no,
do you know,
Black people, you gotta go by race in federal prison.
Yeah, but hold on. What if the Jamaicans and Haitians start delineating? I do know
The white people are not gonna accept them or
Florida,
the Latinos.
Florida, you do got all Haitian American. Yeah, they don't target Black America, but I knew some dudes, Oaktown dudes, man. Those are some dangerous dudes. And Palm Beach, in West Palm Beach, in Miami, Zopound gangs are all Haitians. They united.
Colin, do you know how the New York Blood started in New York, Colin?
They came. I know they started right at the time I left. I left New York in the early '90s. That's when they came.
I think it's because of Latinos, right?
Let me just get a brief history, right? When the 5%ers was out, they was kind of oppressing the Latinos. The Latinos, the Puerto Ricans, the Dominicans came together and they started the Nieta and they came with the Lion Kings. So they started oppressing the Caribbeans and the Black Americans. What the Blood Alliance did, it brought together the Caribbeans and the African Americans together to fight against the oppression, the Latino oppression. So I don't think
y'all some oppressed Negroes, man.
No, but I don't want to play no blame, but majority of the 5% was oppressing. Other people.
So Kwame, let me see. That's what me and Carla was talking about earlier, right? It took for the Latinos to press y'all before y'all had some unity.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
So before that, there wasn't no unity. You had to face and
Nah,
pressure with somebody else
yeah.
to get together. That's what me and Kala was talking about earlier. That black unity only happens. It takes external forces for black unity to happen.
Not just necessity, extreme necessity. You know.
Right.
It got so bad where people. It got so bad. Like one of my older OGs. It got so bad that his grandmother got cut on the visitor floor. That's how bad it got, and that kind of started where it's like, nah, we gotta come together because this is getting out of hand. Where people is walking up to people's grandmothers and cutting them on their face
It's
on visitor floor.
low key said that Mexicans and South Americans don't mess with each other until they go to federal prison.
You said Mexicans and what?
Federal prison.
And South Americans, all Latinos
Bro,
ride
they
together.
in Los Angeles, they under the Serrano Mexican mafia.
Yeah.
Man. No matter if you Venezuelan, Guatemalan,
No black, and also biker gangs. You got like white and Hispanic biker gangs in Native American, white, like the Mongols. They're Native American, they're Hispanic, white Hispanics, and white. You know.
Yeah, you got Mexican people in biker gangs. Yep, you got
MS-13. MS-13 is not a Mexican gang, but yet they are under
it's
the Mexican.
Salvadorian, but they fall under them like inmates.
Oh, MS-13 started with the heavy metal scene. They were like, but they started with the MS-13 started in California and went to El Salvador. They started with they were heavy metalers. They were death metal.
That's why they thought. That's why that gang
the point
sign
I'm
they
trying to
use.
say that MS-13 is Mara Salvador.
Yeah, but they started in
Salvador.
California. It started in California. Then they got deported, and I said they basically were not like traditional Latinos. These guys are hung out with white boys. You know, these are like.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, Kala, I think
like I was saying.
Hold on, let Kidola finish real quick.
1776, you just come on the panel and just always
sorry,
the
bro.
conversation.
I think what you see that Kala is necessity, even with the Negroes in the United States are looking at look the Caribbeans, they've been joining the Black Americans for a very long time. I don't think the Caribbeans go to join the Nazis for anybody. When you look at yourself, you look at the other guy, you say, whoa, this is my brother, and you know you're under pressure. You will join hands together to survive. You understand me? And when they join hands together, because in a way, all that foreign blacks need Black America to survive the United States. Because the Black Americans are far more the biggest population over there. And they know the tricks. You understand me? So joining hands together to survive what you're seeing right now, I understand all this fucking YouTube game and fight. This is just like brotherly fight and everything. But for them to this guy is playing by the blood, that was happened in London. My God, the Jamaicans, Africans are fought, they were fighting each other. You understand me? They were fighting each other. But what happened later? The elderly men, look, the love in London between the Jamaicans, the Caribbeans, and the Africans. But God, forget it, the intermarriage there is high. Very, very high. You understand me? But they also form a gang also together. You never hear, they call it the Bantu gangs. They go after the Somali there because the Somali call it the Jerere and other things, you know. They go after any other group there. You never see a separate gang. Oh, this
yeah, I heard about that in the UK.
Hey, Steve, let me know if you can hear me.
They're very united there, bro. You understand? Because
I
not just
hear
the
you.
united, also the interrelationship in terms of marriages. You hear a Jamaican man married to African woman, or African man married to Jamaican woman. They interbreed there with each other there. That's why Afrobeat who have roots over there heavily because of this relationship they have there. You know, they tell you we won. That's the language they use. We won. We won. No matter what kind of sport.
And I'm not going. And I'm not going. And I'm not going to lie. If the Bloods didn't unite, we would have got ran over by the Puerto Ricans and the Dominicans.
We can hear you. 1776.
What Cadola is trying to say is Donald Trump is saving Black America, man. If the Democrats had won this election and
we would have got overran.
We would have got overran. So like Donald Trump is the gift that people don't know is a gift. You know, he's preserving the integrity of African Americans through his executive orders. You know what I'm saying? Right now, he deported about 1 million Hispanic refugees in 6 months. ICE is working hard to get them out of here. These people are coming, like Cadola says, with racism, man.
Hispanics are very, very racist, man. They treat black Latinos in South America, Colombia, Panama very, very bad. Even in Cuba, man. So Cadola's 1000% right, man. These guys are something we're not used to. You think a white man's racist? Meet somebody from Spain.
Remember that idiot Carlos Mencia? That dude, whatever happened to him, man? He's a fucking clown, man. You know,
in Los Angeles, they don't even write the gang K. They write nigga K. They don't even write the gang K. They just write
on the
nigga
wall.
K.
And they spray painted Kobe's mural in LA. They spray, man. Yeah, Cadola's
Man,
right.
they just stabbed them Nipsey. Not Nipsey. What's my dude name from Canada? Tory Lanez.
Wow.
And I'm the
they stabbed them up in prison.
In Virginia, they don't have the numbers here, you know, so they act
Right.
all
Same in North Carolina. But I've had some friends of mine who were Mexican that told me like, oh yeah, it ain't like black people. I had two different Mexicans tell me that.
Okay, so I don't care what they don't like, man. I don't need them.
Well,
However, my clean lady, sweet little girl from Guatemala. She's my clean lady. She was my house and my office. You know, so like I said, they do. I get along with them here, maybe because it's such a small number.
You know, Tyler, one thing I learned, and I learned this in life: what happens in jail will become the reflection of what goes on in
The
the
only
street.
thing is here in Virginia, right? We don't have a jail culture. You know why? Because even in the regional jail right here, you do not want to go to this jail, right? People are like, yo, I'd rather go to federal prison than go to Virginia Beach jail. They make your life fucking miserable.
Even if it don't,
hold up, check this out. This is how bad it is in there, right? They have wallpaper on the windows so you can't see outside. You're completely cut off from the rest of the world. It's like hell, you know, and they make it so that you do not want to go back there and shit, you know, ever again, you know. And your loved ones, they don't come and see, you don't see them in the room. You got to talk to them through a telephone. They could be like 20 miles away in someplace else, or you're at home and they're in a computer. You don't get to see your loved ones ever again. It's like there's no coming there for visits and whatnot, you know. Don't want. There's give you like 10 minutes on a phone. And you call the person and you can talk to them like by FaceTime or something like that. That's it. Virginia Beach is hell on earth. So therefore, we don't have a gang culture here like that, you know, because
I'm not saying it got to be a gang culture, but what I'm saying is what you sometimes when you see go on in jail is kind of what kind of will reflect what goes on in the
Listen, I always said
jail culture here. You know what jail culture produces here? Motherfuckers getting out. They taking that fucking McDonald's job they never want to take. I'll take that shit.
Well, look,
joke, man.
As far as federal prisons, like I went to so many videos. Federal prisons show me what would happen if a race war really popped off in America. Because what I learned is black people don't stick together in there. It's like they always on the losing end of things because everybody oh no, we from over here, y'all from like they don't want to stick together.
Let me just say
Steve,
this.
we're too tribal. No matter.
Let me say this.
I'm New York first. I'm Jersey first.
I'm almost to talk. Forgot he was on.
Yeah. Let me just say this is that I think the biggest problem with the black community in the States is not really other groups. And this has been something that I have observed my whole life in our community. Now maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, tell me why I'm wrong, Tyler. But
absolutely wrong.
But the way that I see it is that we as Black Americans we don't have a patriarchal community. Okay, other groups are patriarchal. We're not, and that's what our real problem is.
Before you can have a patriarchal community, you got to first have a community. You got to be a provider. Patriarchal groups provide; they build. We chose not to do that. You know, we chose not to build industries.
So are you saying that we don't have unity because we're not a patriotic community?
Here's the thing.
Here's the thing. In a patriarchal society, you got to be providing. You got to. Our community is based on us working for the white man, and we take our crumbs back like that. After a while, the white man said, "I don't need you no more. I'm gonna ship my job over to China." To build a community on. You know,
and see, here's the thing. Let me.
When you put the black genetics under the microscope, what you say you see?
No, we don't. We don't. We're not patriarchal in the sense, and see, just hear me out with this. Is that we look at other groups, like for instance, and I'm from the West Coast, so I grew up around Latinos and stuff a lot. But we look at other groups, all right, and I'm probably gonna share a little bit about my family with y'all too. Um, we look at other groups and we think they're racist. They don't, they're racist against us. They don't like us. They're anti-black, anti-black. No, what it is what they are patriarchal groups, and they believe in preserving the integrity of their own group. And that's all that is. And that's something that we refuse to do. We won't do that. You go into, I had Hispanic friends, right? You go into the Hispanic household, okay, the man is up in that household. He up in there doing something. He up in there, he either working, he a construction worker, or he's in the military, or he doing something. He doing something. Okay, he in that household. Okay, that woman is making the food for him every night, kissing him on his cheek, kissing him on his head, or whatever. You go into the black community, okay, it's just a woman and children. There is no man. She might have a dude come through there every once in a while. Okay, and when that dude get tired of her, or he go find another chick, then he leaves, and then she got to either find another dude, or she just exists, as a single mom. And that's what you see in our community. And we talking about, and see, it's like with Latinos, it's like, I really don't know, as much as I want to be, on black folks.
Wait, man. This guy, man, I got
let me say this. I noticed this for working in nightclub for years, right? The average Latina girl, right? I noticed it, when you work in nightclub for years, right? You notice certain patterns, right? The Latina girl leaves the club scene earliest. Then, first of all, the Asian girl leaves first. Then the Latina girl, the white girl, and the last one to leave the club scene, settle down, is a black woman, because she can stay in the club scene. And I'm Marsha, I'm not taking shots at black women, but she'll stay in the club scene till she's 40 something, in her 40s. White girls like 25, and everybody else, Latinos be like 20. Asian girls, if they even go out, they're like to say early 20s, whatever, like that. White girls like 28, 29. That's like, they're 29 in the club, they think they're old lady. Black women, they're 29, they're just getting started when
I mean, it's the same for both genders.
Yeah, males too. Well, men like going out, no matter what age. But the bottom line is this: you do see. That's another thing. You do see a lot of single black men in their 40s and whatnot in the club. Like, damn. I said, if I'm in a club at age 40, somebody shoot me one day. I said, when I was clubbing, man, I was working in a club up until I turned 40. And I never went back to the club ever again.
We got to stop putting black people down and glorifying other people. Mexico has 8 of the most deadliest cities in the world, right? So if they were so family oriented and such great citizens, why can't they build their own country? You know what I mean? It's like we put ourselves down.
Let me say this, okay?
Yo, I missed the best show ever, man. That shit, I was just listening to y'all. I don't know how I missed the show. I forgot to tune in.
Well, let me just say this. Let me just say this.
Yeah, man was throwing you.
Man was apoplectic about Sierra Leone, man. Let me tell you about man.
Look,
hold on, Dama. Hold on.
Hold on, Elvis. Go ahead, Elvis.
Okay, so I was gonna say, right, and again, I like Ahmed. I just think he rambles and he doesn't, connect his sentences and his ideas. So, but the problem with him is,
type of African, Elvis. Damn.
I was gonna tell you, if I was on the show, Ahmed Tribe is the premier catch a nigga tribe, man. Them niggas. How you think the Full IDs capture all the other tribes, man? They sold all the slaves for all the guns, man, and they became the premier catch a nigga tribe. That's how they got so powerful. But his problem is that he confessed it. I'm not casting expressions on him, but he confessed. His daddy used to be a powerful guy in the Sierra Leonean government. The nigga got over, his government got overthrew. He stole a bunch of money and fled to DC. He'll tell you that himself, that his daddy fled for Sierra Leone, went to DC and took a lot of money with him. That's what he's been supporting our man and his family on for the last 20, 30 years.
He didn't get it on the slavery. That's what it is. A lot of these people, man. The opposition just wants that turn to loot. That's all that is, you know.
Yep. So I'm not saying himself. I'm not even cracking jokes. He said it himself, and it's true. A lot of these people who were once in power, they steal a lot of money to come to the West, and then they tell their kids all the stupid shit, and then they become radicalized. But they're not willing to go back to the country because they know they're not even sure if they're safe in their own country because they might think people looking for them. But I ain't got nothing where I'm at. I just think that the conversation, like you guys are trying to hold them accountable, you and Mike in 1776. Look, it's our fault, right? I get it. I think 1776 has been saying fine. I get it. You know, we've been complacent in our own destruction, in our own stagnation in terms of development on the continent. But people like Ahmed who don't want to admit that fact, and everything is the British. Before somebody become a president, you got to go kiss the king's ring. Nigga, if your country depends on the British for aid, and, you know, depending on them to come and watch your elections to make sure it's free and fair, I mean, whose fault is that? If you don't have integrity, you don't have the insurance, the assurance of the people that you can run your own election free and fairly, it's not their fault. So I was listening to the show. I had to Tony. I thought you guys are offline, but I just want to come in and get my 2 pieces. You can go ahead, Adama. I'll pass the mic.
Well, look, I'll say this, Kala, and you know, my thing is this. I think that the problem is that we still have a lot of work to do as black men, teaching, you know, our men and stuff about manhood and stuff like that and responsibility. And you can't just spend your whole life and just be fast and stuff. You know, at some point, you know, you got to settle down and build a family, you know, for the continuity of the black community. But it's the same thing with the black women. They have to learn how to work with these men. They have to, you know.
I'm looking if these reels and these clips I see on the
Kala,
internet.
let's
God
Kala.
damn, man. I have no hope, man. His woman
Come on,
at or she ordered like 4 meals for her kids. Dude was like, "This is our first date, and you already ordered." He said, "Nah." He walked down over there. How much is that gonna be? Like $300. She goes, my kids gotta eat. My kids gotta eat.
Kala, both sides need work, but Kala, both sides need to work.
Damn,
need
man,
to be, you know.
Once you're not in an urban setting, you don't see that dysfunction, man. You know,
right?
I'm not around black dysfunction. If you're a dysfunctional black person, I will give you Umar Johnson's number. Y'all can call him. He can deal with you. You know, I'm dead serious. I outsource all my dysfunction to Umar Johnson.
I see a lot of successful African American relationships.
Yeah, I know. Those are the people I want to build with. You know, so I see a lot of successful black relationships. My sister's one of them. You know, so bottom line is this: those dysfunctional black people just can't get together. I don't know, man. Like I said, like CCJ, the community can't afford you no more.
Yeah. Matter of fact, my sister just got married, so you know we still getting married.
Yeah, shit. So, marriage, baby showers, everything. Man.
You know, but one thing I will say is this, Kyle, is that I do see progress like that. You know, there's more 2-parent households in the black community like these days versus like 20 years ago. There is, and the
because
stats
of
actually,
online shaming and stuff like that.
Yeah, the stats
now
show it though. But even ever
like
since the early 2000s, our marriages and stuff have been going up. So
the gift of social media.
I see progress, you know.
Yeah,
but
because people do not want to be stigmatized and they don't want to be a statistic. You know, before you had nothing to really shame people with. You know, people thought it was cute. Oh yeah, you got a baby. And now it's like your family, you could make your whole family look bad, you know?
Yeah.
And people like avoiding it. A lot of women, a lot of young black girls are avoiding that shit like a plague. You still see it. You see now that young dude is out there trying to get a job at Amazon or something like that to do the responsible thing. You see a lot of that going on, you know?
Yeah.
You see them.
So, you know, that's the thing. But
is it Kala, is it because you people speak on the same answer? Because let me just tell you the truth, Kala. Some of these Black Americans are like queens in African boys' eyes. You know what I mean? Let me just tell you because it seems like because you people speak the same accent or something, you people maybe know a lot about yourself. Because some of these Black Americans girls, there's one in Nigeria now that is just Summer Vita or something like that. Man,
oh yeah, African Beauty or something.
Yeah, this guy have some money anyway, but this guys he love this girl like hell. A lot of Africans love these Black American girls that you have sometimes whatever you want to call them.
Hey, look, I would say something right now, but there's too many people listening. But
no, so what I mean is this.
I would say something, but nah.
When people call, they're these to African guys' eyes, maybe because of the different accent or different type of flavor. You understand me? Because to a normal African guy,
by all means,
hold
I encourage you.
Hold on, Kala. African American guys are far more patient to real African woman. You know what I mean? African American guys can be.
That is emphatically false, Cadola. I don't think you've ever dated an African American woman.
I've not. But what I mean is, what I mean to some, I'm saying because my uncle is married to one. She's not that. She used to be a very high-ranking board of executive in this Farwago. Is it Farway Bank or Farway?
Is that the one that he got?
Wells Fargo.
Yeah, Wells Fargo Bank and other things. The one my dad married to as his second wife. Nice woman, a teacher, and everything. She was cool. So when I started hearing baby mamas and this, it confused me because to normal African people, these Black Americans are like queen in their eyes.
Every women have their virtues, right? Every group of women have their virtues. African American women, they usually are very beautiful. They have certain things about them that it makes them
So are
unique.
you saying that African women are not Elvis? What does that mean?
No, listen to what I'm saying, right? I'm telling you that certain women have certain virtues that make men attracted to them. And in that same vein, they have certain vices that repel certain men, right? And one thing I'll tell you, right, and maybe it's just because of this country, and African American women has been liberated. They know their country inside out. They know how to like they used to say back in the day, how to treat a nigga. Not treat as in treat you good, but treat your ass and teach you a lesson. That's what I mean. So the one thing is, you fuck around, right? A girl would cheat on your ass, tell you, get the fuck out. There's nothing you can do about it. I don't want you, and there's nothing you can do about it. If you make a mistake and try to hit on her or be super aggressive, your ass get caught up in the legal system. A nigga could take her back to Africa.
But hold on, Nigeria or Africa, women know that to get out of line.
That's the point that I was going to make, Carla. So that dude took her back to Africa. He can love on her all the time, but she ain't gonna just talk to him anyhow. Because God forbid he slap her across the face. I'm not advocating for it. He ain't gonna spend a day in jail, especially if he got some money. It's not like America. So the point here is, African American women, they have their virtues and they have their vices. African women, like what Cadola was saying, they're not patient. That's not true. African women have lived in poverty with 75% of them live in poverty with their men. They do all the housework. They take care of kids. A lot of the times, if you do that shit here, an African American woman will kick you out. You're not providing. If you're not providing, they know they got the government that can help them. You become, redundant in a relationship. So it's not the same, Cadola.
African women, when guys put their hands on them, African women, a lot of the kids don't belong to that guy who put their hands on them. Like this one African guy. This one African guy came to the United States and he had a DNA test.
Yeah, that's an anecdotal
DNA test on all his kids. All 9 of them belong to different dudes, man. So African women.
A similar story.
African woman play possum.
No, but the point is, don't say that all these African women. It's not the case. That's just one instance.
But African women, they get back. Remember that song that was playing last night about the dude hitting the woman and how she went into the forest and made love with another guy? Remember the Liberian song you were singing yesterday, Elvis?
Oh yeah,
How the guy used to.
yo, hey, Elvis. Principally said y'all hijacked that from those. That's a Haitian song.
What song?
That song you was playing. He look at the comment section. Principally said Elvis is lying. That's a Haitian. They stole that from Haiti.
What song you talking about?
The one you said
Princess 5-2 Beaufort. The song.
Yeah, whatever he was playing.
Do that sound like Dan Creole, Haitian Creole?
That's what he said.
That's a vibe song. I don't know what's wrong with music people. He probably heard that song.
You gotta iron that out with Principally, man.
No, he probably heard that song in Haiti and thought it was a Haitian song. That song is really popular.
Elvis, let's just be honest. When I mean the African American farmer picture, I'm talking about romantically, love. My brother, when you see these African American girls, they can really pay these guys with their love and kind of like petty style. African women have no that type of shit for you. They don't even know how to play.
Condola, ask Carla about his own women. Or ask the other dudes. I'm sure they got some good things to say, but they'll tell you some of the bad things. You never did an African American. You never even did a black woman before, so you don't even know how African women treat you.
Hold on. For those that married to African American women, I said they know how to the game. The game is different.
No, here comes Amara. Amara's here.
Amara got a couple of African American baby mamas.
Does he really?
He does.
You just have to watch that.
Condola, respectfully, brother. Condola, respectfully. Let's hear people who have experience with African American women tell you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Amara. Amara, you there? I don't know. But what about you, Carla? Tell us about your women, Carla. The good and the bad.
Look, I honestly, I have no problem with my women all my life. When I never knew there was a problem until a few years ago. My only problem happened with Black American women and the invention of the cell phone and the flip phone and shit like that. Where people you can't be alone with anybody. Someone's always calling. You want to go to the movies. Somebody ring the phone. Somebody doing this, interrupting. Somebody deliberately trying to interrupt. Somebody, friends are always interjecting shit, sending stupid text messages out. Where's he got on? Where's he taking you? Where's he doing this? Oh, that's all he can do. That's the best he can do. All this stupid shit like that came as a result of technology. So I said I gave up.
The only thing
before cell phones and stuff like that, my life as far as dating and everything was great.
The only thing between an African woman and an African American woman is agency. Once you come to the West, you just have agency. You have autonomy over your own body to what you want to do. You know what I mean?
There's no difference. There's no real difference.
What you're saying there is an undertone, right? And again, respectfully, right? I've seen it a lot. I have my best friend. He's married to an African American woman called Maya. Smart girl went to the University of Minnesota, moved now to they live out in New York and DC. I think DC. She got a good job. They're a good couple. But when you say agency, like I told you earlier, a girl would tell you, you'll catch her cheating. She'll tell you, yeah, what? You ain't gonna do nothing about it. I want to be with you. She'll tell you like that. African woman will try to hide it. She might try to beg you. She might, the relationship, in my eyes, again, I might be just being generalizing here. It doesn't mean much to an African American woman. She doesn't really value a relationship. She can be with you in a heartbeat without any remorse.
Hold on. I didn't say cell phone. I should have said smartphone. The age of the smartphone, the age of freaking text messages and Facebook and all shit like that ruins a freaking relationship because bottom line, even when you go out, I noticed this too. The last couple of years I was doing club security. You would have a whole bunch of people, 100 people in the club. Nobody's dancing. Everybody's on their fucking phone talking to people and shit like that. So we had to fucking start banning people. We want you to come here and enjoy yourself. Cell phones and smartphones mostly freaking ruin relationships. People live in their reality in the fucking phone, not in real life. So that had a lot to do with it.
Carla, would you talk about now? That's what I said. For those guys I know that are married or dating African American women, they will tell you, they're living in heaven.
Yo, Cadola, what are you talking about, man? Stop it.
No, I'm just telling you. No, Elvis, I'm just telling you the truth. Our friends
Filipino women are nice to date too.
Who with them, and they will tell you, man, they, I don't know, because they have different accents or they're from different region, man, they're pumping a lot,
Well, you come. I guess if they come to here where I live at, these are some fucking stunning looking black women.
Hold on. Hola, where are these black American women from that you're talking about?
Some of them from New York, some of them from the South,
I think these are high class women. I hate to say it, right, but you're talking about board of executive type of women. They're in the higher echelon of society. They have some regard for the character, so they're not going to be as promiscuous. You're not going to be as nonchalant when it comes to their reputation sexually. So I think, yeah, if you're dating a woman like that, even any kind of woman who has a reputation to behold, she's not just going to say, fuck you, nigga, I'm going to the next dude. I just want a booty call for my ex-boyfriend. They're not going to be like that. In our African community, women get shamed for being promiscuous. They get shamed for having a couple of baby daddies. They get shamed for that, for real. So, I don't know.
But Instagram is the worst, man. As soon as you be messing up, it'd be so many people in that DM.
That's what I'm saying, man. So Cadola just talking. Well, maybe he wanted to African American women.
Cadola's old. Cadola's been out the game for a long time,
Hold up. You out with your boys, whatever like that. Also one of your friends, like one girl, ex-girl, used to have spies out there and shit like that. And also next thing you know, clip, she sees me with a fucking my hand in a girl's ass. What was this? I'm
but
like,
Kyla, why was your hand on another woman?
Oh, you dancing with somebody, And I said next thing the picture sent it to her. I'm like, what the fuck, man? The whole day, your whole internet shit fucked everything up, man.
But Kyla, if it was the other way around, your girl, was with another man.
Fucking punch her in the mouth.
Everybody
that's not like Kyla.
Everybody
that's
has
not fair.
I'm just dancing. You go out. You got with your guys, we're just chilling. I don't cheat on like that, but just like you just go out sometimes. Look, I'm a type of guy. Hey, you dance, we have females. I love women, and women give you a hug and whatnot.
But Colin, the point I'm trying to make is maybe she didn't like that, and you wouldn't like it either.
Well,
so
her friend. No, what it is her friend says so she has to act on it. She has to act on it just because. Now, if she would have saw it, she probably would say, "Okay, whatever." But since
once again, but you said if it was the other way around, you would have punched her in the mouth.
Well, I was joking,
I mean, I get it. You would. I understand you were joking.
One of my friends sent me a picture of my girl with another guy. Yeah, I would act like that because I would have to because my friends know about it. If I just woke up and I seen her hugging another guy, I'd be like, "Yo, what's that?" Well, leave it alone. Okay, he's nothing. Okay, it's fine. But my friends saw that. I'm like, oh shit. Their friends will think you're smart.
Bottom line is, women have agency. If a woman's too beautiful, everybody's gonna want to give her the rock. So,
yeah, like I said,
the main thing.
I realized no matter what I realized that guys are gonna look at her. That's
like when it comes to dating,
guys like 6'5", diesel, whatnot. And I said, man, I can't beat that. I know I can't take that dude. So it's just like
you talking about that Congolese guy you were scared of?
What?
You talking about the Congolese guy you were scared of?
No, I ain't talking about that dude. I wasn't scared of no Congolese guy.
When it comes to
the guy basically that we're out one night, and I'm like, oh damn, I hope this guy don't fucking try to say. Because dudes will say stuff like, "How you doing?" When my girl, she'll put the dude in their place, like, I'm good, whatever, like that, before I have to do it.
Until you get married to a woman and put a ring on her, she's for everybody.
That's
everybody
true.
deserves it.
So the bottom line, she told me it too. She goes, "Do you ever put a ring on this?"
Yeah, they keep a rotation.
Yeah, the bottom line, look, she could like you and everything like that, but the next day she could be like, something.
But Kala, you don't understand what it is to have a dirty dance as a partner in your house, man. To my friends, these African American women, they can give you. You can wake up at the same time, become like that guy, that movie. Man, you have to watch that dude because some of it, that African guy, that Nigerian guy, is so like in a waterbed, dreaming scene, some kind of Princess China. You understand me? Check the massage, man. Check the what that chick is giving to this guy, man. You know, check the whole thing. African gay will never give you such a massage, such a
African women don't give they men massages.
no.
Don't
So
know what he's talking about, man. He been out the game for 30
this
years.
Nigerian one, they'll be angry if you say this what everything what like a dress sergeant, you know. That is
No, but the thing is, Cadola, you got to get some palm oil, rub her feet. You got to treat her good, and she's gonna reciprocate, man. You know, rub her back, man. And you know what I mean? Shit, man. You talking about give me this, give me that, give me.
No. What I just made is this. It's true because these African American girls, they know how to.
But why you don't?
I was just African guys. I was just kidding.
You gotta, you know, fill the tub up, put some candles, man. Put some of that cinnamon from Nigeria, like let her soak, man. You gotta be romantic, man.
You see the way you see the way you describing it. That's where these African American girls are giving.
I mean, I've heard it before. The African women are not adventurous in bed. I think that's what Cadola is talking about.
You said what? I can't really hear you, Elvis. Your mic, like
they think the African American girls are all like they say in the porn movies, you know.
Oh, okay, the porn.
Kala, the way they talk about the porn, you just told it to me that way, Kala.
No, I'm saying that's what a lot of people think. And when they think African American girls, they think of the rap videos and shit like that. But girls acting loose and talking shit. You know, I guess that's a turn on to a lot of guys. It's like a lot of guys like American women to begin with because they're always a symbol of sex and
Kala, you don't see the beauty. They see the beauty of them, Kala. Don't turn it to be like Kala. Just because you people are used to them, other people are not used to them. They are kind of like queens. That just everybody's look the same thing too. Black American guy might meet an African girl. It's also the same thing too. You know, it's just vice versa. Well, you don't know somebody too much, you're very
wow,
curious.
this is Miss Universe. Oh, I didn't even catch her. Was she African American or African? 2011. I think was she Angolan? No, she was. I don't know who was that.
Bring up that lady that was talking. She's beautiful.
Yeah, I seen her. She was beautiful though. 1776.
She had a beautiful little accent. Like
this one right here. This one right here. This one right here, Miss Universe.
No, the one that was talking to Trump.
Yeah,
she was all right. You know.
Okay, Colin.
She probably with a white guy. You know.
Okay. Kala. She looked good too. Go back.
It says a beautiful Afro-American woman.
No, Kala, go to the other one. Go to the other one, Kala. Kala, go to the other one. No, not this one. The one that I said.
Kala, look up Darego Ayabeni. She was the Miss World in 2000. Very beautiful Nigerian girl.
Was that 2011? But she knows she's mixed race, though. You know she's mixed race. That ain't Nigerian. She's mixed race. You know, that's the whole thing. Nigerians get to claim her, but she's really half white. You know.
If you want to know somebody, if you have one drop of black blood, you're black.
Yeah, that's in America. In America, you are. You know, America.
What's that? What's that rapper girl name? Her name is
Tigger. What's the girl from South Africa?
Tyler.
No. You talking about Tyler? She got a rap.
Yeah, she's colored.
She got a, no. I'm talking about a girl in America. Her name is she from Atlanta.
Don't know. Dang. This girl's hot.
What she sings?
Nah, she a rapper.
Not Glorilla.
Not Glorilla. Not Sexy Red. She not really big. Hold on, let me.
SZA.
Nah. God, what's her name? It's Omeretta. I
don't know her.
Man, you pull up a picture of her. She look good too, man.
I like these hairstyles right here. Panty knots. I love that shit.
Look good, have some respect, young man. What do you mean have some respect? Look good. What you talking about?
How's it been? We're not allowed to like women? Shit, man. That's what it's all about.
But Colin, can you pull up a picture of Omeretta?
Huh? What for?
Omeretta.
Why you find the picture and put the link to it now? Why am I gotta go look at?
I'm on my phone, man.
Well, that's too bad then. You know, get on your computer.
Okay, Kyle, that's fine.
Not doing no damn work, you know. That same chick, she's hot.
The term is beautiful. My fault. Excuse me. She's a beautiful.
Is that Janae? With Janae, whatever her name is, Janae, whatever.
Yeah.
Janae, whatever.
Something I don't know. She crazy.
Janelle Monae.
You know.
Janelle Monae.
Beautiful right here.
Yeah.
You know, that's
beautiful. AI, Kyle.
Hey, Kyla, when somebody gets rejected for citizenship, how long it takes for them to read the application?
To get what?
You were saying that Hispanic woman declined your wife from coming over.
That
Like
was years ago. That was years ago. She was just trying to get a regular visa to visit, right? And the girl declined, but she was trying to come on a church visa. And when I'm trying to get her a visa, but she missed her visa appointment that I try to get for her fiance visa, right? But what I'm gonna do when I go there next year in January, we're just gonna get married. You know, I'm just gonna get married. Just bring her over here. I ain't doing the fiance thing. No, we were married already, but I'm just gonna get the official certificate from Liberia, you know, and bring it to America and get an American marriage, you know. So, we just do it the right way. Fuck it, you know. Tired of waiting. Yeah, so yeah, I can see, man. But the thing is, like, we got these type of women in Virginia Beach, man. Black women are beautiful. They're single.
They ain't a black woman.
All the girls here don't know what the hell they want or not. You know, it's obviously not us or whatever like that. You got these stunning model-looking black women in Virginia Beach, this region right here. They're fucking smoking hot, and they know they got white guys looking at them, man. That's what fucking.
And start with this goddess stuff. Chill. Man, I ain't gonna keep telling you. They just regular women.
Oh yeah, I know. That's why I say you don't worship. I just like, hey, how you doing? You know, you stop worshiping. Like this one girl, 7-Eleven, she refused to fucking say hello, smile to me, but like that. She thinks I want her number. No, I don't want your number. Just give me a fucking change. You know, that's what they all think. They all think you want them. They all think you want their number.
You can't put women on a pedestal. They're just you know.
Well, it gets me. Hold up, but it gets me. They're freaking beautiful, right? But the thing is, they don't know how to respect men. You know, they aren't taught how to respect men. That if a man opens a door for you, don't mean he wants your number. He just opened the door. He's just being a gentleman.
Why are you opening doors for women in 2025?
I'm just that's the way I am.
Come on, man. You can still open. I open the door for anybody.
I open the door enough to slip my ass through, and that's it.
If I see somebody coming, I'll hold the door for. I don't care who it is. You know.
That's called pandering. That's called
not pandering. You know, it's not pandering because I do it for everybody. You know,
I do it for man, woman, old, young,
man, woman,
doesn't
child,
matter.
whatever. If I see you walking up and I'm walking through the door, I'm gonna hold the door for you. That's just being polite. You know.
Yeah, but that polite stuff has to go.
The problem is you got some sisters thinking, "Oh man, so what does that mean?" I mean, I'm what you know.
In my experience, no matter who it is, maybe because I come from a small town, everybody says thank you. People just say thank you.
Oh, Miss America 2004. How did I miss this? You know, Erica Dunlap.
She is very beautiful as well.
But Kyla, you messing up by holding the door, saying good morning and all that. You pandering, man.
All Negro. I'm like this. When I'm out when I do that, I do that to everybody. That's how I am. I'm just a polite gentleman, you know. I come to the door and say, "How you doing, sir?" I see a young brother. He could be dressed in hip hop gear, whatever like that, and I'd be like, "How you doing, sir? How you doing, brother? How you doing?" Like that. I'm polite to everybody in public, you know.
So you gonna be act like this online? You want me to talk crazy about people online?
In real life, I can't be like this in real life. I'm a professional, you know. I can't.
Okay.
Professional. I'm dealing with people all the time, but so I gotta be nice, you know.
You don't call people idiots and.
No. There's nothing like that in real life, man. This is my persona. That's why I can't wait to get here so I can act like this, you know. Trust me, I do believe all the stuff I say. I do believe, but I said,
but that girl at the 7-Eleven, she probably wants you to be like a sugar daddy, and you keep on, acting. You keep on acting polite. And
look, she showed me her rock on her freaking hand. She made sure that every time I come in there and she holds her hand up, she sees that rock. I guess she's engaged. You know, I guess okay. I should say something next to probably tomorrow. I'll probably say something like, yeah, you know, that's a nice ring, whatnot. So she could tell me that, oh, it's my engagement ring. Okay, that's good. Congratulations, whatnot. So we could break the ice, and she could stop acting like that I'm gonna crack on her any day, like we're asking for a number. You know, that's all I'm saying. You know, that's all I'm saying. I just want to come in, get my shit. When I treat people like this, and her boss, an older white lady, I'm the same way with her. She's older white lady. I'm just like really nice, whatever like that. You know, they just know me because I come in the morning, get my coffee, whatever like that, donut, whatever like that, and head to my office. And I don't want nothing else, whatever like that. I've been coming there, that 7-Eleven, for every morning for 5 years, right? And she just started working there. So they tell other girls, tell her, no, he's just somebody that comes in, he's real nice. He talks to all the people that work here and everything like that. You know, I want nothing from her and whatnot, you know. There are real gentlemen, black men out here nowadays. So that's why we're trying to show these women that and I'm trying to teach these young women. There are guys out here that will look out for you that don't want nothing from you, like me.
Hey,
you know?
Steve, tell him that chivalry is dead. We don't ride horses on the road anymore.
But they say chivalry is dead and women killed it.
Chivalry is not dead.
There's no chivalry, man. You need to go in there at 7-Eleven.
Hold on. Look, women have always been good to me my whole entire life. You know, I never had a problem getting women. I never had a problem having women. I never have any bad stories about black women or women like that. So women have never done me anything. The women right now in my life, it wasn't for my sister, I would not have anything I have right now. So I am not going to disrespect women because they've been so good to me, black women particularly, you know, my whole entire life. So if you call me chivalrous, call like this. I'm just saying thank you to the black women in my life that's always been taking care of me and everything like that my whole entire life since I was a baby and everything like that. I say thank you. That's why I act the way I do, you know. Now, if women would treat me like shit my whole life, yeah, I would act like that, you know. But that wasn't my story.
I see what you're saying, Kyla. I see what you're saying.
Always
I
been
agree
like
with you.
spoiled by black women, you know. Yes, now what we're doing, man. It's freaking old women, man. Come on, man. And not everybody.
Kyla, what you mean old women? She might be your age.
What about the big girl, Kyla? No, that's why I said men age differently, you know. She could be my age, but you know, I've seen women my age, right? My age, right? I have clients of my age, like a year younger than me. I'd be like thinking that's my mom's and shit. I'm like, what the fuck happened?
Oh man, Kyla.
But then when they talk a little bit, right? Okay, I can see. Oh yeah, I see you how you're my age, right? After they laugh a little bit, whatever. But when on face value, I say, hey, Miss Such and Such, when I'm thinking that I see that ID, oh shit, we're the same age. God damn, I thought you were my mom's.
Okay.
But that's women, man. But when they say black don't crack, that's some fucking lie, man. That is
man.
I'm dead serious. I'm just saying, you know, that myth about black don't crack is a lie, you know. There we go. Beauty again.
You talk about somebody who can go from young to old overnight. It's a Hispanic woman, man. Man, they go in a time machine, man.
Like I said, substances, when they keep their age up, they look good when they get older, right?
But
man, when they don't,
can I just see this old school black American women, like people at the Betty Wright and you know these old school women that
like what you call Pam Grier, what you call Vanette Rickey,
Felicia Rashad.
Yeah, all these back in the days. We grew up with Janet Jackson, Kim Fields, when I was growing up.
Even the older one
also.
I grew up with Nicki Minaj, Sexy Red, and
with Monica, Aaliyah. I grew up with Brandy. You know, I grew up with all these people.
I'm talking about the old ones in the 70s. Forget about these new ones. They start enhancing themselves. I'm talking about the old like part of the Patti LaBelle, Aretha Franklin.
God damn, Ola, you went way back.
I don't go back
way back.
No, I'm talking about this. Those are the really natural ones. You know, people at the Patti LaBelle say tonight is tonight. You know, Millie Jackson is like G-Wagon, man, ugly and beautiful at the same time. I've never seen a woman like Millie Jackson. Can I ever see that lady? How that lady look like?
She was all right. Millie Jackson was all right, man. You know?
God damn.
I guess you like Gladys Knight too. You thought she was hot, huh?
Yeah, Gladys Knight also. Yeah.
Come on, man. Gladys Knight, Kid Roller. God damn, man. I tell any look. This is what I'm saying. Any sister out there breaking into the music industry, Go to Nigeria. You'll be a star overnight, man, because they love sisters from over here for some reason. If you're like a 6 over here, you are a 10 plus in Nigeria.
What West African country you think has the most?
To me, the most beautiful women I've seen so far in West Africa is Liberia. They got the highest women. I'm just
listen. The best looking women out there in the world are them Northern European women, man. I'm trying to tell you.
No. Yeah, I like my own race. I like my own race.
I do too.
Whatever like this, I like my own race. See, I knew Steve, you were fucking. I knew you was a brother, nigga. You ain't fooling nobody.
I have never been out with a white woman.
Yeah, why you say they're most beautiful then? That's beautiful.
No. I said the most beautiful.
Right there, that afro.
Listen, I said the most beautiful women.
Yeah,
the Northern European women.
This right here is beautiful. Why? Because I know for a fact that when I'm with a woman, I like to think she's mine. When I'm with a black woman, I feel like she's mine. When you're with another race of people, you feel like you're borrowing her, or you're just.
Steve feels like Uncle Rucky.
I might be a racist, but I just basically just attracted to this picture up here. God damn, man.
DK, why you say that, man? I'm not saying black women don't look beautiful. There's a lot of beautiful black women. But it's just that the best looking women.
But that you have to change that mindset.
What mindset? I mean, all women look beautiful no matter where they come from. But I'm just saying, like them Nordic women.
Just say you want a white chick, man. Say it.
No, Kyla, I would never marry a white woman.
I'm saying I ain't saying marry. I know you can't marry a white woman. I know that for a fact, man. I ain't saying are you getting ahead of yourself, man? A lot of white women will mess with black guys, but they ain't marrying your ass, man. You crazy? They're looking for somebody with earning potential. White women look for the earning potential. The only white woman you'll get is something like this right here. That's what you'll get. The blue hair,
Nah, man. But like I said, more than likely I end up marrying a black American woman. But
if you're lucky, these days of time, man.
Listen,
marrying a woman nowadays, man. For some reason, look, this is a white man got his white skin. A woman to marry him because the probability of him earning money, a lot of money in his lifetime, is good because he's a white male. That's just it. That's just a rule, right? But a black man and whatnot, you got to first have a college degree. You got to have all the credit score. You got to have all that stuff. I'm just saying.
No, I'm talking about DK. DK said Steve want to make the next Steph Curry.
No, nobody wants to hear about your plans, what your aspirations are. Women, I've been out women like that. She's looking at me like, yeah, I want to do this or that. She's looking like, nigga, you're driving a hoopty and whatnot. You're talking about what you want to do. She like. She told me she's tired of niggas talking about what they want to do and that. I'm tired of it. When niggas talk about what their dream. I'm sick of talking about niggas talking about their dreams and whatnot. And I'm sick of talking about niggas. But the bottom line is black women out here. Black women in America are the hardest women to crack because they don't want. They do not want that poverty life, man. The only way they live that poverty life is with super thug.
In today's world, you got.
All right, hold on. Listen, because Mary Shaw, my sister in the comments said, let's stop talking about black American women. We're going to stop talking about black American women.
Yeah. Mary Shaw goes, why would we want a man who's financial status? Man. Look, let me tell you something. When I was in my 20s, it was heaven because I dated only women in their 30s and 40s when they had money. Black women had money, By the time I turned 30, it was like, oh, that shit's not cute no more, and I gotta be the breadwinner. I gotta make money. So I started dating younger chicks and whatnot, and they're like, "What you got?" She's like this, She goes, "I'm tired of broke men." Yeah, I feel you, Mary Shy, because I was one my damn self one time.
Facts. Collar still is.
I'm not broke, bro. I'm not broke.
It was a joke, Collar. Don't kick me off.
I'm far from broke, So when you can,
I know you do pretty well for yourself, Collar.
What I'm saying? When you could travel to Africa every year and whatnot, you're not broke. I don't care what you say.
Collar, it was just a joke.
I'm just saying. But the bottom line is this, you know, it is what it is. But I was broke one time in my life, you know. And the bottom line is it was okay when I was in my 20s because I couldn't date women my age. I'll be honest with you, because they didn't want to hear that shit. Older women didn't care about my money. They just thought I was cute, you know. They thought I was pretty and hot. And they basically spent money on me. But after a while, when you turn 30, you're in your 30s and whatnot, that wears off. You know, you're not that young guy, handsome guy no more, really, you know. So you got to do out there and do what you got to do.
African goddess said no woman wants poverty.
Well, yeah, I know. That's what a lot of black men offer black women is poverty, you know, poverty. No one
How could that be true? I thought that most of us were in the middle class.
Yeah, but you know, there's the thing is though, you're in the middle class,
money, man.
But you're still, people don't like, black women don't want to be working. You know, when you say this, they want to be like, okay, you got it. You got the house, you got the cars, you got the everything paid for, and that all they have to do is add value to what you already have.
But that's not going to lead to a real relationship, man.
If you build together and all like that, yeah, that sounds good. But
if you lead with money,
they'd rather take their chances with somebody who got some shit together.
Hey, Steve, if you lead with money, man, that person
Kalagaza already made. They don't really love like that. They don't really to you like that. Check out what that girl said about 50 cents. She asked for $10,000.
But that's why women are frustrated, because when they do see those guys that make the money, right? They're really players, and they got it like that and whatnot. There's only like a small segment of black men that's desirable. They call high value men to most black women. 80% of black women are chasing like 5% of the black male population.
Kid insane.
That's
the truth, though. It's the truth.
That old school game, man.
Every black woman is delusional, because let me stop. There's women out there that you've seen that video, that woman, that big girl talking about, I want a man making $400,000 a year. He got to do this, whatnot. And she
leave the big girls alone.
Hey, I'm gonna give you a secret, man. And Steve know it. North Carolina girls are pretty good, man. They're still kind of like old fashioned into marriage, having a family. They're not like that. You know, those girls from North Carolina, wholesome.
Yeah, look, tell us a black. I don't dislike black American women. He goes, you have to travel to Liberia for a woman. No, my woman is not no friggin'
man. Wow. So basically, like Oster Holloman, he goes to Africa looking for women also. You know, it's called.
I'm trying to tell y'all, the best women to get are the women that are in the rural areas. Trying to tell you.
All you got to do is go to church, the 7-Day Adventist. You know, there's a lot of good women out there.
7-Day Adventist, okay.
Yeah, man. You know,
go find you a woman at a little small church in the middle of nowhere. I'm trying to tell you, they're the best.
A little AME church or whatever, or go to college and meet a girl. You know, that's how it is when you're young. You're supposed to get married young.
Stay away from the girls.
Big bread and all those things.
Wait until you're like your 30s and 40s get married.
If you're over 35, you shouldn't even be married. You should just be out there just having fun, man. You know, marriage is for young people between 20 to 28. If you ain't get married by 28, good luck, man. You know,
boy, that's what you married, having children.
You're gonna be taking care of somebody else's kids and everything.
Me personally, I just don't do the date. I can't do dating no more. You know, I was like this. I want to make money. I'm about making money right now. I am not trying to date. I'm like this. Right? I love the fact that I could turn women down. I had this woman that called me. I tell you this story all the time. Girl come out of a restaurant.
Not because you can turn it down. The age is making you to turn it down.
Sir, can I?
Your brain cannot take no nonsense anymore. Your patience is very limited. So it's not about you telling the nice about your brain.
I finished what I was saying first, right? Anyway, so I like the fact that, you know, I could tell, like 20 years ago, I was always getting into trouble with fucking women, you know? I'll be with a woman, got a good relationship, right? All I have to do is see some woman blow me a kiss in a fucking gas station. And next thing you know, man, the shit I've been through fucking with women, you know? Now I could really basically, at the age now, I could just turn women down, you know? As a woman come up to me a couple months ago.
Does that make you feel good to turn women down, Carla?
Yeah, well, it's like this. It makes me feel good that I keep more money in my pocket. I don't get in trouble. You know, I don't get in situation. Look, I don't get. I've been in situations I was almost killed. You know, and put in jail behind women. You know, just
put
getting
women on a
the wrong
pedestal.
place, the wrong time, every like that, chasing ass. You know. So the bottom line, she go, well, can you help? I was like, she was good too, right? I said, no, I can't do that. She goes, why not? I said, look, man, I'm going to have lunch. When I cannot help you. No. She goes, but excuse me, boy. You know, what's your problem? When I looked at her like, because I don't want to be bothered with you. You know, whatever the hell you are, whatever it is, I don't want it. You know. And then I'm inside the restaurant eating, minding my business, right? And some older lady, older than my mother, sends a message over from the waitress talking about, why are you sitting there eating alone? And I said, because I want to. Am I allowed to eat alone? You shouldn't be sitting over there eating alone by yourself. I said, I like eating alone. It's cheaper this way. You know, I mean, I can go to a movie theaters by myself now. I see all these young guys in there. I'll be laughing. They're buying all the popcorn for this date. Their date. I'm sitting there just like, no, I don't have to do that no more, man. I'm sitting there. I'm like the old guy sitting there, just like, yeah, man, yeah. The last movie I watched in the movie theaters like that was Will Smith's movie, like 5 years ago. Will Smith's movie with Martin Lawrence, the Bad Boys, the Bad Boys movie. The second one that came out with it, the one that came out when he found his son. Well, anyway, I'm sitting in the movie theaters, just like chilling, right? And all these guys, it was a Valentine's Day. All these guys all coupled up and whatnot, you know. And people are like, where's your date? I'm looking at like, I ain't got no damn date, you know. I'm just putting my table, sitting in my cafe, eating my steak and cheese, you know, my popcorn and my beer, when I just chilling and whatnot, old man style, man. You know, I love it, man. You know, I don't have to. When I was younger, I would not step out unless I had a friggin' girlfriend or a date like that. I'm so past that age and whatnot. So I love it. This is the best time of my life, man. You know, I could talk to women and not have to worry about fucking getting with them or what they think, whatever like that. You know, so it's the best time. When you're older, it's great. You know, it's great.
Yeah, but once you hit that 50-year, 48, that's the sugar daddy.
You live. Oh, that's only because I've lived.
That's the sugar daddy age.
I know I've lived. I'm a sugar daddy.
Like if you got 6 figures, you got money in a bank account, man. That's when you just start, making appointments. That's that sugar daddy.
I don't have to. I don't have to do that. I could if I wanted to, but I don't.
Yeah, Colin's married, man. Colin's happy to be married.
Man, so I don't do that.
Yeah.
You know, I don't cheat. I don't need to cheat. You know, my wife's good enough for me. I can't wait till she comes over here. I'll be the happiest day of my life. But I love going to Liberia every year, spending time with her. When I had the time of my life, when I wouldn't trade this for nothing. When she comes over here, my life is gonna be really good. We're gonna travel the world. You know, but that's what I live for. You know, I got the woman that I love, my soulmate. And everything. That's all I need. I don't need to be any other woman. I found the one, you know. So
that's right, Colin. When a man finds a wife, he finds a good thing.
Yeah, you can. You haven't found the right one, man. It's because something wrong with you. It's something lacking in you. You know, I found the right one 10 years ago, and we're still together. You know, so it is what it is. You know, so
my parents been married for like 25 years.
My parents were married for 42 years. You know, from a father passed. You know.
That's good, man.
So bottom line is I come from a family. Well, my family in New York, all my family is successful. You know, my family in New York, I got family cousins that are millionaires. My cousin Debbie went to school, graduated with Letitia James, Attorney General in New York. They're friends. They go vacation together and everything. They're friends. My big cousin Debbie.
The worst thing is getting married later in life and having to take care of somebody else's kids. That's like a curse, man.
Well, if they're
not
happy,
really,
they're happy.
most of the kids will be older by then.
You know, if they're happy. Look, some people, you know, it's like if you could build a life, you really love the woman, right? And she really attracted to her. There's an old saying. You listen to me. Some women are worth all the trouble they put you through. Not saying all women. Some women are worth every bit of trouble they put you through. You know,
Colin, you watch a lot of movies like Casablanca, and
no, it's not that.
A lot of
movies.
movies.
I'm just saying that's his life experience. Some women are just worth the trouble they put you through. You know, some women are worth all the pain, suffering, and heartbreak, whatever like that, just to be what to say. Like I've been with a lot of women that I can look back and say, yeah, but at least I had that shit. You know, damn, I was with that. You know, and I even see them to this day. I'm like, God damn, I remember she's hot, man. I got that shit, right? Yeah, it didn't work out. Yeah, I got my heart broken. Yeah, she cheated on me. I got that shit, you know? So it's better to love and loss than never have loved at all, you know? So when you find that right one, hold on to her, you know? When you find that one.
You're right. Kala, you're right, because women's they're like homes, you know, no matter what kind of color they came from, if it's white or black or whatever it is that comfortability with them. You feel me?
Yeah, the bottom line, look, I'm gonna tell you right now. Forget the Pan-African movement and stuff like that. If you fall for a little white girl and she's the one, go for it. You know, I'm not gonna be like, hey, look, you just can't hang with me. No
And I tell black women the same thing. If you find any Asian dude,
these days and times, I say the same thing. If you find a white guy out there, if he's your heart, and he's tell me, hey, Carl, this is the guy, the one. Or not, I'll be like, yo, you got my blessings. I hope you have a happy, beautiful life. You know.
Okay.
DK, I'm telling Dr. Umar.
Okay, Kala, let me tell you this, Kala.
It's not for me, but
okay, Kala, let me tell you this. There's nothing like Kala. There's nothing like somebody making you some kind of yogurt with some kind of like nut inside, some kind of like blackberries, blueberries, and fruit berries, and those kind of like what kind of wine fruit, man? Grape inside, and those things, Kala. Whoa, that's very nice too, Kala. You know, it will serve you. You know, some of these white chicks, they can make some powerful meal for you, bro.
Oh, hey, it's ain't the white chick show here, look. But I'm saying, and my point I'm trying to make is, look, you only have one life on this earth. Don't miss the thing. That's when you got to make the decision, right? If you're going to do this black nationalist life, I chose this life because I'm a black nationalist, right? I realized to be a real black nationalist, not only my wife have to be black, I figured my wife have to be born in Africa. I wanted a wife that was born on the continent, you know, to live this life. You know, that's what I like. That's what I like. What's so fun? So the bottom line is, I live this life. You know, I live this life but it's not for everybody. You know.
Low key, what are you talking about?
There's no part two. There's no part two ahead. You only live it once, part one. Why don't you enjoy it to you?
But the thing is, to be a real Pan-Africanist, you should have an African woman from several countries. To be a real Pan-Africanist.
I don't think that's how it works.
No, I'm not a freaking.
I don't think that's how it works.
Because you want to create African soldiers throughout the continent. Right?
That's the look, dude, man. Look. If you're a freaky deaky 1776, go right ahead. I'm not that type of man. You know? I don't need fucking one woman's a fucking enough, man. You think I want to do like 7 more Isabellas? Get the fuck out of here. You know she's enough.
Kala said join is.
Yeah, if you're with women, you understand that. One woman nagging you is all any man can take. Imagine 3 women nagging you. Fuck out of here, you know. That's what I said. And also I got rid of almost all my female friends. I don't need no damn female friends. I don't want to hear about your problems. Don't call me. You know, as simple as that. That's 3 less people, 5 less people borrow money from me.
Just the age. The age. You have more patience. You have less patience with them.
Fadola, how many wives did your dad have?
My dad?
Yeah.
Oh, my dad was a polygamous man. He married to my mom, an African woman. Yeah. Married to Black American woman, second wife.
Yeah.
I think before he died, he was having some concubines outside also. And that what pissed the African American woman off, you know?
Papa was a Rolling Stone.
That dude was rolling, man. Have a lot of children now.
Yeah. And that's how you create a tribe.
But I didn't like it. I just stick with one woman for about 28 years now. I didn't really like that life.
Oh, that's good.
It was a hell.
Hey, in the chat room, I love my African American sisters, but they have their own thing. I wish them the best of luck and whatnot.
Ain't nothing wrong with African American women.
Whatever that is, I wish our sisters happiness. If it's getting with the white man like they want to, divesting from us,
the wild man.
Most of them don't want to get with the white man.
Well, I don't know. A lot of them, I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that anymore. Like I said, the bottom of this could be the end of our race. So it is.
How is it going to be the end of our race?
Because the bottom line, if the white man puts his seeds in black women, that's all. It's all over with, you know.
That's not the end of our race. That would be the end of our ethnic group.
No, that's the end of our fucking race, you know.
You trying to say we a different race than Africans?
No, I'm saying if white people mix with us on a large scale, our culture, everything we hold is gone.
So that's not the end of our race. It's the end of our
reality. Back in the days when people used to mix with white people, things like that, they came into a black community, adopted the black identity and culture. Now you have what they call mixed race people moving into the suburbs. They're playing video games. They're doing all stuff like that. There's no black culture to bond them anymore. So race mixing would definitely be the end of black people. You know, it definitely is. Because back in the day,
it would be the end of Black America, but not the black race.
Black America, yeah, I love Black America, so that's what I'm
Once
saying.
you have one,
Black America, as I know it, the Black America that I love, that I came up in, when I will be gone, and no group of people want to sit back and see their people destroyed, you know, without a fight. You know, I don't want to see my people die. You know.
The African guys are taking over. If you people don't marry your women, the African guys.
Look, bottom line is, I'd rather have them take over than a white man. You know, they can take.
That's what I'm telling you. That when you people see as problem with them, the African men don't see as problem with them.
Well, I know African men like our big girls, man. So big girls need love too.
Did you see what that?
Wrong with the big ones. Nothing wrong with the big ones.
That word.
It's not wrong with the big ones, but I'm saying, like I said,
Kala, you made a mistake. I'm an African man. Kala, what African men don't really see is the Western world hypocrite this kind of size of a thing. In the head of an African man, they don't really see, they never be infused into this kind of what they have in the Western world, like, oh, you need to be size this, size that, size that. Because in every African home, we came on different sizes. Your grandma can be big, or your auntie. So their choices also.
We know that, but I'm not trying to sleep my grandmother, my auntie, Kidola. You know.
No.
I don't need to get aroused by my grandma and auntie. You know.
No. Kala, in African music, sometimes they said, if you're skinny, shake your shoulder. If you're big, shake your bum. So everybody's beautiful. Everybody's beautiful on different sizes,
Lord.
You know.
So that's why I see my sisters with Africa, right?
No, it's true. We need to appreciate these people.
I always wonder why so many of my bigger sisters go to Ghana when they're in Ghana right now. You know?
No, yeah, but yeah, because if they appreciate them there, that they see them as not as the way they see them in the Western world. You know, everybody.
So now I get it. Now it ain't about Pan-Africanism. It's about getting in where you fit in. I see now. All right, I see. You know.
Also,
I see now. I see. Now,
But
low-key,
yeah,
says unhealthy is unhealthy. No, low-key. You guys, look, the big girls are our family. You know, we gotta love them too. You know. Yeah, we gotta love the big girls too, you know.
Don't see the chick that sing with Aro Kelly? I forget his name. What is the name again? Aro Kelly. Then I forget. Is he the singer with the Ashley brothers? I forget forget that chick name. That chick is beautiful. So, and the stone that just died is also very beautiful. You know.
Hey, what do you think about the Weather Girls?
Who's that?
Kelly Price. I think you said Kelly Price.
Yeah, Kelly Price. That's Kelly Price I'm talking about. She's beautiful.
What do you think about the 80s group, the Weather Girls? The ones like, it's raining men. It's raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining men.
That was your favorite song back in the day.
Those some big girls, man. You know, what do you think about them, Lola?
Kala, you want to give me those gay songs that gay people dance with? I'm a straight man, Kala. You know.
Oh yeah, it's raining, but I'm saying the Weather Girls were hot back in the days, man. They were.
They're hot. About Anita Franklin was also the African shaped body, also. You know, Kala, this Kala, you start using white male eyes, gay male eyes to start judging these African women.
No, I'm not.
You say white man eyes and gay man's eyes?
No, I'm not, man. I'm just like, I'm used. I don't want to offend nobody, right? I just like a certain type. I don't care about the complexion, but you gotta have a certain shape. You know, I like certain types of women, man. You gotta have that hourglass.
Kala, you
they gotta be built like a toothpick for Kala.
Kala,
No,
you like
you
that
gotta be
drinky,
shapely, you know.
Kala,
Shapely.
you like the drinky pepper. You know, they don't eat, just drink pepper throughout, and
Yeah, I
they look
told my wife, I said, "Yo, look, you want to lose me? You gain 15 pounds. I'm gonna dump you." I'm just kidding. I don't say that. You know. I don't say that. I wouldn't tell Isabella that. I love her. You know.
You know, yeah. You know, most of these girls, chicks that are sick now, these are the girls that are drinking pepper. Even their body cannot. Kala, do you know your body function with food? You understand me? If you're starving yourself, you starve like stomach ulcer, all kind of things that you be. But I thought I was living healthy. After you see this chick that thought they're living healthy, yeah, you can do like walking exercise and other things. But some of these girls that are like starving and starving a lot, the body also sometimes react also to some of these things also. Before you know, you start having like stomach ulcer, you start having things that normally food would have not, prevent some of these diseases or whatever that will come into you. Just because you starve yourself, you want to look good or pretend to look good for the people, but you not try to, keep yourself strong to attack any, internal or external disease that might attack you. You understand me? So in a way, these things, I don't understand, man. Kala, I try to be diet once at a time like that, right? Kala, I'm 6'8", 6 feet 8 inches, dude, right? Without shoes. I start doing exercise. I said, man, no, I want to look like a model, right? I start dieting. I start drinking what's called hibiscus tea. I start drinking some certain things, right? Green tea. You know what happened to me when I lose a lot of weight? I lose my balance. What the doctor said to me, no. Don't start eating. You are 6'8". You're supposed to be 115 to 112. I just went down to 95. You understand? I lose balance. So I have to start eating any food again, start eating anything again, just for me to get back the weight. Then I get my balance back. You understand me? So we just have to be, yeah. How about this girl, Carla? Monique. Is Monique not beautiful?
Oh, you think Monique is beautiful?
Monique is very beautiful.
Yeah, like I said, man, Nigeria might be the place for us sisters, man. You know, a lot of...
First of Colin.
No, I'm just saying
Not
that serious, man. You know, look, that's hope for a lot of our sisters, man. Nigeria is hope.
not all Black American, are like Monique, but Monique is a beautiful woman though.
No, well, I'm not gonna say that. Let me stop.
Okay.
No, it's true. Because you see them because you put seeing them, because you put know their nuances and all these things. People that don't know their nuances, they come out total with
You all said
flavor.
Monique.
That
I'm still cracking up, man.
Yeah.
He said Monique.
Kind of Monique is very beautiful, when you
Lord,
let me
man.
see that music with Tony. What is it? Tony? This guy.
DK said she might be beautiful as Stevie Wonder. DK is definitely a Black American, man. I tell you, he's definitely he's definitely converted, man. He's Black American. That's spoken like a true Black American, DK.
What is that guy say? You have to be like, she can be beautiful, but you have to be like Stevie Wonder.
You gotta be Stevie Wonder.
That is wrong, man. That chick is very beautiful.
Look, I want to see. Look, I want to encourage more marriage between Nigerians and Black American women. Like this, everyone says
Lizzo is beautiful as well.
Nigerians can solve the marriage problems in Black America. Because they, it is what it is. If African women didn't look good, we wouldn't be seeing BBL costumes. I don't like BBLs. I don't know what everybody sees in them things, right? I don't like them, right? That's one chick. There's one of my last office I worked out of, right, a year ago. This black beauty salon chick, she's a red bone chick, right? She looked good, right? Nice body and everything like that. She disappeared for like a few weeks, right? She comes back, right? And she got this BBL. And I'm like, it just looked it's sticking out when I'm like, what the hell? I said to myself, I hope she didn't get that for me. We always speak. She's real nice, real real pretty too, real nice one. She didn't have to do that, you know. She's a hairstylist, you know. She's a professional hairstylist. She got a salon. She owns her own hair salon, and her office is right adjacent to mine. Right, it was adjacent to my old office, right. But she got a BBL, and I'm like, what was the point of that? Look, she already had a nice body. What was the point of that thing? That thing sticking out like it just
Yeah, I don't like BBLs either.
like
They just look weird.
Who told black women that shit looks good?
BBL, I think no black woman need BBL, you know. I don't think any person will need BBL.
I don't look. The bottom line is this: it don't look good. It don't look good. It don't look good. Those stupid those eyelashes they be wearing with the B. I just don't like it. You know, disgusting. You know, I don't like BBLs. I don't like nothing. Now, one woman I seen, she was real athletic, and she got one, and she looked real put together. You know. And it looked good. She wasn't like she was stumbling down. She didn't like her. She was like a walking walrus or whatnot, you know. So I had to try. I always say,
Kala, how do you see? How do you see Mara Jones? Mara Jones is also very pretty.
Who's Mara Jones? Who's that?
The athlete, the track and field, the track runner, the 100 400 meter.
Marion or Marion? No, hold on. I'm trying to think.
Mara Jones.
He's a joiner.
No. This guy from North Carolina also. She's
Miriam Jones, Kyler.
What?
The track and field star, Miriam Jones.
No, I don't know her. I don't know who she is.
Wow, she's tall. Yeah,
she is.
I come across her once in my life, man. She was pretty,
I don't know. I never see her before. She look good.
Oh, she look good,
I don't know who she is. I don't see people. I watch television. I don't know a whole lot nowadays. People tell, I'm just out of the loop, man. I only know people from the 80s and the 90s. Well, I don't know nothing new. I don't know any artists new and the actors new, and I just some people, man. I like, damn, Kala, you getting old.
The problem with these new chicks of nowadays is the way they can just easily pack a lot of things in their body to enhance their body. I like the old ones more because those natural looking ones, the 80s ones and the 70s ones that I saw something on TV, the 80s ones, people like them, Gladys Knight you're talking about, these ones that are, far more natural than, this chick also, this rapper, the first time I've seen a rapper like that called Queen Latifah, I was like shocked. I was 17.
Don't tell me you like Queen. You like Queen Latifah too, bro?
Then I was like 17, 18 years old, young guy. So Queen Latifah the first time on TV, MTVU or something like that. I'm like, whoa!
Who is rap?
She was dressing
ladies
one kind.
Ladies first,
Yeah, she was dressing one kind. Like that was the first time.
About Salt and Pepper.
Salt and Pepper. They're also very beautiful. Also, black chicks are beautiful way back those days than what you see now. What you see now is a total different thing, and everybody's beautiful, no matter what kind of race you're from. Everybody's beautiful.
I agree with that.
Yeah, everybody's beautiful. Chinese, if whatever it is, Yeah. Kala, can I ask you something? Why you don't like dating white chicks?
Well, I tell you what. Be honest with you, back in the days when I was out there, most of my female friends were white, and they told me that they could sense that I'm not the typical. They know the type of black guys that like white girls, and they know something about me. I'm not that type of guy because I'm so rooted in my culture. When I had white female friends, because I used to work in bars and stuff like that, work in nightclubs and whatnot, so. My brother worked at Hooters, so all our female friends that we used to party with were white mostly. But I never got with them because they knew they always respected the fact that white women in America have a lot of respect for black women. Black women don't realize that. They have a lot of respect for boundaries between the race and stuff like that. And what they don't like is to think they're stealing a good black man from the black community. That's what they told me. So.
Kala, you believe that?
That's what they told me, because, look,
Nah, they leave the good broke black man alone.
Hold on, Elvis. Let me say this. Now that's me, right? Now there's other black guys that I knew, right? These guys that come up in the hood, whatnot. Elvis, you're making too much noise.
Oh, sorry,
yeah, whatever. Anyway, the guys that came up in the hood that don't have a consciousness, I had a consciousness. There was evidence, about what I thought. You would see me reading the Final Call newspaper. You see me talking about black issues, The other black guys, they're all hipped out with gold fronts and shit like that, Those are the type of black guys that they knew, okay, it's all good. They could bring, I can go home to their family. The family will be cool with it, right? But they got the sense that, I come from one of those families that, like, there was black guys like that, that, it wasn't acceptable. Racial mixing was not acceptable, And a lot of white people sensed that about me, They knew what type of black guys to get, that were cool with that. So just like black women, right? A lot of white guys know what type of black girls that they could probably get and what kind of black women that they have no chance with. They know it, White people can sense that, they're not stupid. They know there's different types of black people out there, It is what it is.
You see, one thing I noticed on that is this, Carla, is sometimes it's what you put, like you from United States now, you used to a lot to your people, your women over there. And, you went all the way from America to marry to an African gay in Liberia, which you see very, very beautiful. You see, this eyes is one kind of color, So you say, okay, Liberia is the most beautiful black woman. No doubt about that. Liberia women also very, very beautiful. Liberia, Gambia, might be the same way somebody else might also see Nigeria women also so very, very beautiful. So I think when you don't know nothing, curiosity sometimes drive you towards a certain aspect of things also. That curiosity, like, okay, whoa, okay, beautiful. Where's he from? And where's she from? Things drive things like that. You understand me? That also go also with the different colors. So, sometimes depends what to you in the game. Sometimes people don't really see color. Color sometimes don't really appear to people sometimes.
Yeah, but the whole thing is the world sees color. And I'm always even when I used to hang out with my female friends, white, whatever like that, I always felt nervous. I never felt comfortable being with them in public. It's like that to this day. I do not feel comfortable being around white females in public. I just don't. I don't like people staring at me. I don't like people. I'm dead serious. I do not like.
Yeah, I understand the stereotype. I understand the stereotype. People can actually stare at you.
Yeah, I don't like it. No, I do not like it. I don't like it. I like the fact that when I go out with a black girl or whatnot, I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. You don't have nothing to look at. It's another black couple. When you're hanging out with white chicks, well, you can be just hanging out with them when you got white guys over there looking like, what is she doing him and whatnot? Or, they're thinking she's some sort of hoe or decent girl that I'm cool with. Whatnot.
It depends on where you at.
Like I said, I'm here in Virginia, right? And the bottom line, between New York and Virginia, New York is worse, Down here in Virginia, it's more common to see mixed couples and whatnot, but I don't want to be stigmatized. And like the guys that date white
I'm pretty sure if you go to the more rural areas of Virginia, people they'll be staring you down and like, what y'all doing? I mean, black and white.
Yeah, so people look at you like you're crazy, and I'm like, I don't like that because I'm gonna have a temper. I'll say something and that'll be it. So I'm like this. So the better to do that is just to me, I just stick with my own race. As simple as that.
Carla, is during the hip hop time. The black chicks in the African American blacks started having because of those hip hop nonsense. Because before then we were checking Ebony just to look at the way Ebony magazine was so powerful. It's our 80s and everything. I used to go and get Ebony magazines during those times, Carla, to early 90s. You just check family pictures, beautiful, simple casual dressing to all kind of dressing and the way they promote your culture, Carla, the way they promote the Black American, the positivities in Ebony magazine at that time. You understand? So this was actually going well at that time. We Africans, that's what we know. We never see the Black Americans as people suffering or anything because, My dad's wife was not suffering. She was a teacher in Nigeria, doing her thing. She came in as a very well done woman. So what I try to see is during the hip hop time, until this negative about what you call sexualizing the black woman start appearing color. You understand me? But before this, our 80s, we were checking Ebony magazine to early 90s. All we were seeing was promotion of what we call the black success. You know what I mean? You see simple pictures. You see, when you read these magazines and the way they, it's a pity that magazine just vanished. What did they came with later? This kind of hip hop magazine with cars, rims, and everything. They call it extra large type of magazines and everything. That's when the OT start turning down color.
Yeah. I'm glad y'all did.
Anyway,
okay, fellas, it was a great show. I thank you guys.
That's good, Carla. Have a great.
I don't know if I'm doing a show tomorrow. I think I might take a rest tomorrow night. Then again, I'm taking a rest Thursday night, so I might do a show tomorrow. I don't know. I'll see if something comes to my mind. This is a topic I really have to talk about tonight. We conclude the show by saying the jewel of the Kalagenesis, the sacred and the profound against the vague and abstract. We did a good show tonight explaining what the sacred and profound things that we have. We got to hold on to the sacred and profound and marginalize the vague and abstract. America is a vague and abstract and a profane. That means it's generic. It doesn't have a deep meaning to it without that. But let me tell you something. The American flag, that does bring sacred to somebody, The American people, basically, the people that believe in that flag that are patriots or not, you got to respect that because it's something that people hold dear. It's something sacred and profound. It has spiritual meaning. When you look at the American flag, it's connecting you to the American Revolution and all stuff like that. So you got to respect the people's right to do that and everything like that. The problem I'm asking is, what do we as Black people have that's sacred and profound? What do we have? I can't, based on everything we learned in the last few weeks on this show, we cannot hold the American flag, the American Constitution, and all stuff like that as sacred and profound. So we got to find something. Brewery says, Mazunga women who call it no friends realize that he's fighting the urges. Oh, I had the urges. Okay, maybe so. But the bottom line is, I could definitely control my urges, right? Maybe I did. Maybe I was like, damn. Some of these girls were hot, man. These girls were fucking good looking, but they knew that, the type of conscious person I was, I wasn't that type of person. I would talk about Black issues and stuff like that. So they, that's, you're not the type of Black guy that they would get with, even though a lot of them thought I was good looking. They didn't think I was the type that would get with them. That's what it is. But you got a brother out there, yeah, man, type of niggas, them type of dudes like, oh yeah, that nigga ain't got no sense. Those are the type of bros that they get white. Those Brian Gumble types, hey, my sisters. Well, I remember this one guy, the thing went around. This guy was basically trying to kiss up to his white chick. He was like, yeah, because he was saying something about fucking, he was a Black guy talking about Black people. And the white girl was like, look at this. Oh yeah, he was talking about, it was like something about that Ferguson. He was like saying Black people, blah, blah, blah. And this white chick was like, look at this dumb Black motherfucker, right? And the police came, she made him like a freaking fool on his ring. He's sitting there trying to suck up to these white girls, one of them fucking dudes I can't stand. That's another thing. The reason why I don't date white girls, I do not want to be confused with one of those dudes that I really fucking hate. Them dudes that chase white girls, I hate those type of
man.
I hate those type of bros with a
they're just the same as those divestors, man.
I really despise those type of dudes that fucking. Now, if you're with I know a couple guys, okay, they get with a white girl, they actually fall in love and they make a good couple or not, But there's brothers out there, there's Black dudes out there that just they're weird.
Yeah, it's embarrassing to look at them. Like,
they're embarrassed because so white girls be like, we don't like you, don't you understand this? They don't understand boundaries. One thing I understand in life is boundaries, right? I belong in the Black race. These guys basically make it hard for all of us because they make us tell white people that we're all after their women and whatnot. We're after their door. White men are like, all these Black guys. No, look, I tell any white man, I'm not one of those fucking Black men that's after your daughter. Kill that shit. That's why I don't date white girls, because I don't want them having that over me, you know. Oh, you're after our women and whatnot, you know. These the niggas that date white women don't have no shame whatsoever, you know. I said if I ever did that shit, swirl or not, it would not be in this country. I go to France, someplace else, and do it, and then come back to America. Where I would not do it in this country, you know, not in this culture, you know. And I think race thing is not eternal. It's in this culture, in this society, in this day. If this was another civilization, another society, I would think differently. But in America, the color line, the race thing is real, and I don't cross it, you know. So to Matt Clyn, you know, I guess I answered your question. You know, yeah, I might have urges, but I can control my urges. I'm a man. Yeah, if a girl looks good, damn, you know, I'm like good. But I know my responsibility is to stay with black women, you know, whether I want to or not, you know. So it is what it is.
I agree with that. Like I said, I'm like, I'm more than likely I probably end up marrying a black American woman. So,
No, so
because it's
yeah, so
important
it is what it
to keep
is.
the culture going.
Yeah, keep your sanity going, you know. So I don't want to fight that fight of trying to friggin' I thought by now, okay, let's say if, racism would disappear, we have a new world. Well, obviously, that's not going nowhere. So I'm glad I see. I knew when I was younger that fucking racism was gonna be here forever. So that's why I never got a white girl, and I'm glad I was right. Can you imagine 2025 right now in this heated racial stuff? I got a fucking I don't know how you deal with that shit. You deal with a white woman and you hear these motherfuckers talk all this racist shit, you know. But some white women, basically, what I like is some white women basically join the black community against that shit, you know. So, but you gotta take it. But then you got some white women that basically like the husband's going through all this racial shit and she is completely unsympathetic, you know. She don't teach her kids, her mixed race kids, how to be in a world that's going to treat them different because they color their skin. You know, it's a mess. You know, that's why I say the best thing to do is stay inside your race. You know, inside your race. That's for right now. You know, in another civilization, in another lifetime, another life, maybe it's different. But in this life, in this day, black would stick with black and white stick with white. As simple as that. You know. I would say black American women should either get with a Nigerian man or a white man. Okay, that's gonna work. You know.
I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind them getting. Like I said this before. I would prefer to marry a black American woman, but I tell people this all the time: if you find somebody that's perfect for you, and they
Oh, yeah,
care about you, and you care
if you're
about
willing
them.
to go through all that shit, that you understand. I'll tell them, look, you understand society ain't gonna accept what you're doing. Okay, you understand that you're gonna be hated and despised and stared at by both black and white because it's not acceptable. Yeah, okay, but we love each other. Okay, since you know all that, you really love each other. Okay, I wish you a lot of luck. You got my blessing. You know. But one thing I'm not gonna tell them is, what I hate is, the world's gonna change. We're gonna change the world. Everybody's gonna mix together and all those kind of stupid shit, you know, that doesn't work. You know, the world we're supposed to change. Everybody's supposed to change to suit them. No, you chose to do that life, you know, and so you choose to like Romeo and Juliet, you know, you choose to come into a relationship with two diametrically opposed groups of people, when not, you know, so that's the consequences of your decision, you know. I just caring man. I hate Mari. Mari's gonna have that, you know. I'm gonna hook Mari and Kwame up, you know. Mari and Kwame. AISING. First comes love, then comes marriage, then comes Kwame with the baby carriage.
Interracial relationships are different in the UK. Is to the point where I see black man with a black woman, it looks weird. Dang, that's how much interracial relationships happen.
The bottom line is that's the UK. Black women, they did a poll. Most black men in the UK don't like dark-skinned black women, and they prefer white women. They openly say it. At least black men in America, 90% of us, even if you like white women, you'll never admit that. In the UK, they openly admit you did these true. What kind of women? Of course, white girls. Or that they have no shame whatsoever, no loyalty to the race. And these are the people. These people basically are going out there telling us what to do. These people in the UK are telling us what to do. They're coming over here talking about they're gonna lead the black race. They're talking about black America. Are they fucking kidding me? You know, I don't hear nothing.
I don't think they ever said that, but I do think that there's a lot more interracial relationships over there in the UK. Well, I mean, it's
Well,
even, but there's less black people.
had a guy, a friend of mine when I was a teenager. My guy Sean, right? He was a black Brit, right? And
Mhm.
Sean was like, "Yo, man," he was frustrated because I remember one time I went to the fairgrounds, and me and my ex girlfriend broke up, and I saw her, right? And also I got upset because she was with this older dude that I knew, right? The dude was like a few years older than me, and she's with him. I'm like, "What the fuck is she doing with him?" Right? What's she doing, KP? I was like, I was real upset. He goes, we're walking around the fairgrounds and we get no luck with females. He says, man, I can't wait to go back to England. I said, why? He goes, see, over there, man, I have like 10 different females. He goes, well, white girls, he goes, they love my black ass over there and whatnot, I said, really? That's back in the 80s, He said, yeah. In UK, he said, over here, man, these white women, he said, they don't touch black guys over here. They don't like black guys over here, But
I don't know, man. It might have been something back in the day, but nowadays
they do. But it's
they
still
they like anybody with some of these girls nowadays, young girls, they like any dude with a British accent.
Yeah. So bottom line, hold on, I like this. So I still remember my childhood. My childhood, people were beaten up, killed, and for dating white girls. And I still remember that as a kid. That carried me to adulthood. A friend of mine's little brother, was murdered for dating a white girl.
Oh man,
case still unsolved. Look up Sean Edwards. Middletown, New York, 1986. So
Sean Edwards. All right.
Sean Edwards.
Okay, bro, man, you talking about dang, what's his name? Connor Ben and I forgot the other one's name. Connor Ben and dang, I forgot the other one's name, bro, man.
Who's that? Who's that?
The two guys that fought, the two mixed race. So yeah, Eubank, Chris Eubank. Oh, well, Nigel. Well, yeah, Chris Eubank and Nigel Ben.
Who are they?
Two boxers, two black boxers back in the day. They both had biracial sons, and they they fought each other. The fathers fought each other, and the sons just fought a few months ago. And but yeah, both of them are biracial.
Oh yeah. What you call look at Muhammad Ali's grandson.
Oh yeah, he just straight up white. White.
Fuck happened, So you tell
me. I mean, look at Michael Jackson family.
So the bottom line is this shit is crazy, Now, if I say no, let's keep our race pure and keep ourselves together. Let's keep something sacred, which is our bloodline and whatnot. I'm a racist, I'm a racist. Everybody thinks that I'm joking when I say I don't believe in race mixing. You are sadly mistaken. Her name was Sean Edwards. I don't know how he shows. So I don't know if it's SEAN or SAWN. Sean Edwards. He was 14.
Diana Ross family.
Huh?
You no, you said Diana Ross family as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Tracy Ross, Ellie Ross, all these people, man. I'm like looking at these people like our race is disappearing, man. So that means our whole thing was
the whole Kyle, you want to know something crazy? You want to know something crazy? When I was in school, I was in middle school. I was 7th grade, and I was talking about Michael Jackson. I was like, like Michael Jackson was a black man, and like all the white kids in class looked at me like, really, he was really a black man, and I was like, what? And I was like, they didn't know that. So like half the kids in my class really thought Michael Jackson was a white man. After all that bleaching and stuff that he did.
And Michael Jackson, Michael Jackson is still to me the king of pop. I love Michael Jackson.
He is, but when I look back on it, like all the surgeries that he had, I understand that he had like a vertigo, but
yeah, he had he had a lot of self-hate. He had a lot of
that too.
He was Michael Jackson. He didn't know who he was.
But I heard his father used to talk bad about him and his facial features and stuff like that. So I think that's where
call him, tease him of his nose and whatnot.
Yeah. So
that's what the ignorance we grew up with in Black America. The self-hate. We're taught to hate ourselves and mock ourselves, mock our noses, mock our lips, our skin, stuff like that.
When I was younger, I really didn't pay attention to it. But like as I got older and I reflected back to that moment in class where they legit thought Michael Jackson was a white man. It was crazy. And I was like,
pretty soon they're gonna think Black Panther was white. They
got what that Ryan Reynolds gonna play Black
something like
Panther.
that, you know. So I give up,
But
man. I give
listen,
up.
but Kyle, you gotta realize though, this all started with them making white characters and turning them black.
Yeah, and
And
as
I
I
always
said,
told
you
black
didn't
people, I
understand.
said,
They made
listen,
the Little
guys.
Mermaid black. They made Snow White Latina. You know,
Right.
it's stupid.
I kept telling people like, listen, y'all keep making those people, black and whatnot. They're gonna end up making black characters in
That's
movies
what they want
white.
to do. There was a woman that was going around doing short story plays, oratories of famous women in the 19th century, right? And then when she wanted to do Harriet Tubman, black people protested, no, you can't do Harriet Tubman. And she said that was racist. Look it up.
Exactly, because she has she can make that argument, because if they're taking historically white characters
They're
and
trying to
making them
make
black,
Superman black. They already made
right.
Captain America black. It's
But that's
freaking.
not, that it's not even just fiction, Colin. In some movies, historically, white people, they made them black, and I was like, listen, if y'all keep doing this, you cannot
They're trying to make the
complain.
next James Bond black. It's just freaking.
Right. You can't complain when,
and it's not done to our benefit. It's done to make sure black people don't have an identity. If you don't have an identity, you're not going to be able to fight them. If you lose, black people lose their consciousness and their identity and whatnot, it's over with.
So all the people complaining about Black Panther being white, I said, well, listen, I mean, y'all made Superman black. You made
what you call Captain America black. You made Little Mermaid black.
Exactly. So you can't be
it's
upset
what
they made.
what you asked for,
You can't be upset they made Black Panther white. So
it is what it is. So it is what that's what you asked for. Black people
and plus they created a story anyways. Stan Lee was a white man.
Anyway, so it is what it is. So it is what it is. So like I said, man, black people, well, I don't know. We just I just keep saying what I say. Hopefully my message grows out there one day. We'll change stuff. But anyway, I gotta go. Take care.
All right, Carla. Good show, man. Stay blessed.
All right, take care, brother.